Good evening. Before we call the meeting to order, I would like to read the city's land acknowledgement. The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather, and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood, is the occupied, unceded, seized territories of the Gabrieleño Tongva and the Gabrieleño Quiche peoples. Good evening, happy Monday. I will call the May 5th, 2025 City Council meeting to order. It is 6:01 p.m. And will Chanel Dion come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chanel. City Clerk, may we please have a roll call?
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Present.
Councilmember Hang.
Here.
Councilmember Meister.
Here.
Vice Mayor Heilman.
Here.
Mayor Byers.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. We can look to the approval of the agenda, starting with any changes from staff. City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Staff is requesting, actually the city clerk is requesting, if we can move the commission and advisory board item, which is item E2, if we'll move that to the end of the agenda. We have a lot of other heavy business items with a lot of public comment. So in the interest of the public and the council's time, we thought we'd move that one. Thank you.
Terrific. I have some items. And then any items to move consent? Go ahead,
Sure.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to see if we could move F7, Drag Story Hour Guinness World Record. Okay. Apologies, I jumped over. F8, extending the deadline to remove the temporary out zones.
Yep.
Okay, sorry, I'll keep going, Madam Mayor. F5, the evaluation of improvements for encroachment permit compliance. F4, the agreement for PCL construction services. F3, Project Angel Food Award kitchen renovation.
I think that's okay.
Is that okay?
I have a comment on it. I'm okay moving it to consent.
Okay.
Would your comment be better in city manager comment section or towards the end of your council member comments?
It can be under city manager.
Okay.
And then last one, F2, the equitable building performance standards. And those are all my I don't know if we can do anything else, but those are all my suggestions.
Okay, terrific. So that leaves E1, F1, F2. Go ahead.
Can we move E1 to consent?
I'm fine with that.
Perfect. It's the economic impact analysis of major special events. You'd like to talk about that? Okay.
Actually, I had some questions about B6.
Oh.
So I was wondering if we could just
Poll B6.
questions while we talk about B1.
Yeah.
Simple economic development.
Does that work?
Would that be okay?
Great. So we'll do B6 and E1 together. And then in terms, I guess that works. E1, okay. And then that leaves F1 and F6 on the rest of the new business, okay? Everyone clear?
Mayor, do we want to do B6 and E1 after the public hearings, or do we want to do F1 and F6 after the public hearings, then do B6 and E1 after those items?
I imagine we have public comment for F1 and F6, so it'd be good to get to that, and then if we could move
B6 and
in
E1
that's
together?
right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll.
Do you want to read that back?
Yes.
Okay.
So we are moving items F2, F3, F4, F5, F7, and F8 to consent. We are moving item E2 is going to go to the end of the agenda, and if it gets too late, we can table that item to the May 19th meeting. We're going to hear items F1 and F8 after the public hearings. And then we will hear items B6 and E1 after F8.
F6.
F6, I'm sorry. Yeah, F6.
I apologize. I don't want to put F2 on consent. I have questions about it.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So then it's F3, F4, F5, F7, and F8.
That's right.
Okay.
And I don't know if I can ask this question, but I was wondering if we could table F1 and instead of it being an item on city council, have it be a study session for city council before it comes back.
I think that I'm not comfortable. I think we should just talk about it tonight. That's my personal preference. I think that it's related to kind of the work that we've been doing with staffing as well. So I think it's good to take them both together tonight.
Okay, but all right.
Maybe that's
I'll
an
save my
outcome.
comments.
Maybe it's an outcome we'll get to.
Great.
Okay, so it looks like we have an agenda for this evening. We have a motion and a second. And if I can get the mouse to cooperate, it's not cooperating at the moment. So I'm going to go ahead and do a voice vote. Councilmember Erickson.
Aye.
Councilmember Hang.
Yes.
Councilmember Meister.
Yes,
Vice Mayor Heilman.
Aye.
Mayor Byers.
Yes.
And the agenda is approved for this evening.
and Mayor, if I can just note my no vote on B9.
Great.
So noted.
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and do it finally moved.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So we have an agenda. Can we quickly review the agenda and report any Levine Act disclosures that we may have on tonight's agenda?
I have none.
None? Okay.
I have none.
None. Okay, we'll move into adjournment motions. Do any of my colleagues have adjournment motions this evening? No? I do have one. I would like to adjourn this evening in memory of Jill Sobule, an acclaimed singer, songwriter, and advocate who passed away on May 1st at age 66 in a tragic house fire in Woodbury, Minnesota. Jill Sobule was a force of nature and a human rights advocate whose music is woven into our culture, said her manager, John Porter. Sobule released 12 albums over her career. Her writings spanned autobiographical elements, including Jill's Jewish heritage and her adolescent battles with anorexia and depression, and she tackled topics such as the death penalty, net neutrality, reproduction, and LGBTQ issues in her songwriting. Her first album, Things Here Are Different, was released in 1990. Later, she received widespread attention for her hit singles, Supermodel from the movie Clueless, and I Kissed a Girl, which, despite being banned on several Southern radio stations, was the first openly gay theme song to crack the Billboard Top 20 in history. In 2009, Jill released California Years, an album funded entirely by fan donations, making her a very early pioneer of crowdfunding, democratizing access to the creative arts and music. Jill's legacy will live on through her songs, her activism, and the many lives she touched. She is survived by her brother, her sister-in-law, her nephews, cousins, and countless fans. Thank you. Tonight we have one presentation, but first we must honor our fabulous Pledge of Allegiance leader. Thank you so much, Chanel. Please join us up here for a photo and a celebration by the City Council. And now at this time, it is my honor to present this proclamation to celebrate National Older Adults Month. Yay, woo! Whereas the month of May is National Older Americans Month and serves as a time to honor older adults in communities throughout the country. And West Hollywood proudly celebrates and supports its older adult community by recognizing National Older Americans Month through dedicated local programming and activities as part of the city's own Older Adults Month. And the city is very fortunate to have a vital and active Older Adults Advisory Board, which will televise its monthly board meeting on Wednesday, May 14th at 2 p.m. here in council chambers, and host its 20th annual Older Adults Health Fair event on Thursday, May 8th at 10 a.m. at Plummer Park. And through the city's Aging in Place and Aging in Community initiative, West Hollywood is steadfast in its commitment to a month-long communication strategy. The strategy aims to educate and inform the broader community about local services, resources, and programs that make West Hollywood an age-friendly city, ensuring our older adults and their families feel cared for and informed. And the city greatly appreciates the role of our Older Adults Advisory Board members as community members, volunteers, educators, and activists. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby proclaims May 2025 as Older Adults Month in West Hollywood and encourages participation in programming celebrating our older adult community. And at this time, I know we have members of our Older Adults Advisory Board with us in attendance. We invite you up to the dais for a photo and a celebration of your work and achievements.
Good evening, Mayor Byers, Vice Mayor Hahnemann, and the rest of the council members. We are very pleased to receive this proclamation, and thank you for honoring the board and all older adults residing in West Hollywood. Ta-da. And we also want to thank you for the many services that we receive from the city, especially in regard to affordable housing and transportation needs. And you mentioned about the health fair. I just wanted to mention that, to the viewing public, that in partnership with Cedars-Sinai, the City of West Hollywood will host the Older Adult Month Community Health Fair. It will be held this Thursday, May 8th at Plummer Park from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And Cedars-Sinai, they will have testing of blood pressure, hearing. It's a good time to come out, meet your neighbors, and get some free testing that, we all need at times. We will also have our monthly meeting here, televised on May 14th in the City Council chambers at 2 p.m. We will honor an outstanding older adult, Richard Colvert. And we urge you to come to our meetings and see what we talk about, and see what we advise about, and give us input as to how we can keep the older adults active in the city. We're open to anything, so please come. There is also a Seniors in Action social connecting program at West Hollywood Aquatic Park on May 20th. That's been going on since 2018. We meet once a month. We show a TED Talk. We want adults to share their life experiences, and they have rich histories, and it's important to get their viewpoint because they should know something to talk about by now. Also, to conclude, the Older Adults Advisory Board thanks the council and wants all residents to be healthy and have a sense of well-being living in our city, young and older. Thank you again.
Thank you, and thank you to members of the board for being here tonight to accept this proclamation. We're also very proud and grateful for the work you accomplish on behalf of the city and our residents. And now we'll move into our public comment period. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, the Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes, with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items, other agenda items if the member of the public cannot be present at the time the item is considered, or items of general interest within the jurisdiction of City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those that could not be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony will only be taken at the time of the hearing. If you signed up to speak on both consent calendar items and general public comment, as well as an item that was moved to consent, you may take this public comment period to speak on consent calendar items. You may also sign up to speak during the second public comment period for your general public comment. Lastly, speakers should not bring any items to the podium other than a written statement or writing materials. City Clerk, how many speakers do we have signed up?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 11 individuals in chambers, and we have 1 individual in Zoom.
Terrific. Can we go to Zoom first, and then we'll go to chambers?
Yes.
Our first speaker in Zoom is Genevieve Morel. Genevieve, you'll have 2 minutes. Press *6 to unmute, please.
Madam Clerk, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members, City staff, and members of the public. Genevieve Morel, President and CEO of the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. Here tonight to thank you again for We Happy Wednesdays. It was an overwhelming success, and we've had many businesses asking if we could continue the program. Seeing how we just got it started, it takes some time to build awareness, so I hope you'll consider it in a very near future of extending it. We have Cinco de Mayo, happy Cinco de Mayo. Sunset Strip Business Improvement District has pulled out all the stops up on Sunset in the past few days, including tonight. We've got 24 businesses creating activations within their businesses and strolling mariachis going into businesses to perform. And lots of other Cinco de Mayo events in the Rainbow District as well. Just go to thesunsetstrip.com, Tequila Sunset. And we want to voice our support for Project Angel Food. They do great work. For all the great work they do, they're an amazing community member and in extending all of their goodness into the whole of Los Angeles. And if you missed the Older Adults Health Fair, come out to Capital Drugs and West Hollywood Chamber Health Fair on May 17th from 12 to 4. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we do have one more speaker for general public comment in Zoom if you want to wait till now or take it later.
Let's come back to that after we go to consent calendar. Okay, we have Nick Renteria, followed by Richard Ayoub, followed by Victor Olmanchenko here in chambers.
Hi, my name is Nick Renteria. I'm a resident of West Hollywood. I believe this is about the outdoor dining, and I would just like to say that I support extending it and also looking to expand this program because I think building outdoor spaces for us to enjoy with this beautiful weather that we have here is really important. And I really appreciate you guys taking the time to even consider it.
Thank you. Richard Ayoub, followed by Victor Olmanchenko, followed by Karen Ayers on behalf of the Human Services Commission.
Good evening. Hello, Mayor Byers and City Council. I'm Richard Ayoub, CEO at Project Angel Food. We were born just a few blocks from here at a church at the corner of Fountain and Fairfax. And from the very beginning, West Hollywood, the city of West Hollywood, has been a partner with us. You were our very first government grant, and you continue to support us to this day, so thank you. Many people in West Hollywood rely on us every day for medically tailored meals. It helps them feel better, it helps their quality of life, and you can't underestimate the value of our home visits. Many times we are the only visitor. One of our clients, Brenda, told a volunteer driver last week, You are the best part of my day. We were honored to help provide meals for the Jewish Family Services during the pandemic because they had to shut down because of the older volunteer force. We have always been there and always will be there for West Hollywood. That's why we are delighted that today you're considering support for our expansion campaign that will allow us to feed even more people and be a beacon of hope and healing for West Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you. Victor Omolchenko, followed by Karen Ayers, followed by Michael Rusnow.
Good evening, Council. Victor Omolchenko, longtime West Hollywood resident and an older adult looking forward to Thursday's May 8th Health Fair at Plummer Park, and that's a wonderful event. I'm here to talk about my concern about item B9, your approval 2 weeks ago, except for Council Member Meister's questioning of it and mentioning that she was not supporting it. I'm very concerned about this approval, and I realize that it has a revenue stream, and I realize that there will be improvements and that the owners are recognizing the potential historic nature of the property. Of course, the preservation community wishes that the owners, the family Shore, would have designated the property as a historic resource in the city because it would join other iconic properties on the Sunset Strip. That said, looking over this and remembering the history of the Preservation Commission, when our former commissioner, now deceased Edward Levin, raised concerns when the billboard that was atop one of the other rock and roll clubs, it may have been the Whiskey, was drastically changed after the Historic Preservation Commission had issued a certificate of appropriateness. I think there have been too many changes to this project. There's talk about scrolls. There's talk about it hanging over the public right-of-way, of the family Monty being concerned about the effect of the new billboard at the Comedy Store on its historic resources, the Piazza del Sol. So just to keep things straight up, I would, if I were you, just return it to the Historic Preservation Commission just to have another look-see. They operate very quickly when they're given a job to do, and in a perfect world, that's what I would like to see happen. So thank you very much.
Karen Ayers, followed by Michael Rusnow, followed by Wendy Goldman.
Good evening, I'm Karen Ayers from the Human Services Commission. I'm here to share information about the city's vital social services programs, and in the spirit of recognizing the needs of older Americans during the month of May, here are some of the events, initiatives, and programs open to the older residents in our city. Yes, there's a health fair this Thursday in Plummer Park from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. There will be giveaways and complimentary lunch while supplies last, and a chance to get health screenings by Cedars-Sinai for blood pressure, glucose, and cholesterol. The city has an ongoing Aging in Place, Aging in Community initiative to promote the well-being of older adults through the Be Well WeHo classes, free and low-cost transportation programs, and partnerships with various service agencies. The JFS Comprehensive Services Center in Plummer Park provides home support, meal programs, and many educational and cultural activities. The LGBT Center's senior program provides housing assistance, enrichment classes, support groups, and special events. APLA offers social support, connection, and empowerment to adults 50 years and older living with HIV/AIDS. And yes, HIV and AIDS is still a concern in the treatment ongoing today. Alliance for Housing and Healing offers supplemental rental assistance for older residents in this very high rent city. If you are an older adult or know an older adult interested in services, please visit the city's website, weho.org, and click on the tab for services, then click on social services, or pick up one of the city's social services brochures available here and many of the city's public spaces. If you got the rec reader, you'll even find social services mentioned there. And if you have an urgent matter, pick up the phone, call City Hall, and ask to speak with a member of the Human Services team. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Rustnow, followed by Wendy Goldman, followed by John Gile.
Hi. 3 months ago, I spoke of my hearing where my rent was later inadequately reduced by a hearing examiner. In February, I also joined a tenant who applied for lack of a building manager. In both cases, 2 different hearing examiners agreed we were denied mandated services, but lowballed us on no reductions, granting only minimums in guidelines that don't distinguish between studio or multi-bedroom apartments. I appealed both, and I'm pleased to say I and other tenants at 1301 Havenhurst Drive beat both wrong conclusions by unanimous vote of the Rent Stabilization Commission. Your applause. In my first case, where landlords wouldn't paint, recarpet, or replace linoleum, I doubled the amount. In the no manager case, tenants increased the second hearing examiner's decision by more than 6-fold. Clearly, something's wrong with the guidelines for reduction amounts. But I also want to question how hearing examiners are chosen. The 2 I met were contracted from far-flung law firms, and I wonder whether they're adequately vetted. Are they asked if they own rental property, a potential source for landlord bias? Yes, they must be careful and follow the law, but in my 2 recent instances, there was no way either could dismiss our cases. In the first, the landlord rep said not one word to rebut me. She was asked and said no repeatedly. In the joint no manager hearing, no landlord representative showed up, nor did management show up at our appeal hearings. So how could they not fine for me and the tenants? But outmoded and poorly designed guidelines for reductions gave them the option to grant us minimums in each case. How many residents even apply for rent reductions? And of those, how many appeal? I suggest the law should be tighter and help tenants better, as I'm not sure many are as feisty as I am. I can hear John Erickson muttering, that's for sure. Please form a study group on which I'd be happy to serve. Let me help the city, perhaps make me a commissioner or some such. And thank goodness for the Rent Stabilization Commissioners and to Cameron Kessinger and his WeHo staff for their support. And thanks a lot.
Thank you. Wendy Goldman, followed by John Gile, followed by Jonathan Wilson.
Good evening, Council. Wendy Goldman, Cynthia Sunset Neighborhood Watch, resident of West Hollywood. My sincere thanks to Vice Mayor John Heilman for speaking at our recent meeting. You are a historian of West Hollywood who has a strong understanding of issues that affect many residents. I'd also like to ask that city staff look closely at other trees and parkways on Sunset Strip outside of the issue of the Comedy Store, primarily between Hilldale and Doheny and on Harrod Street. I have asked also for large trash cans near all Metro bus stops to be relocated to allow riders visibility instead of standing while they're waiting. I appreciate all that you do. I am a happy resident, and I admire most of you, if not all of you, some of the time, most of the time, and I am here to serve, so I thank you kindly.
John Gile, followed by Jonathan Wilson, followed by Anthony Reed DeVenio.
Hi, I'm John Gile, resident of Los Angeles, 1 block out of West Hollywood, so hopefully we can annex Kershaw Avenue. Before I start about Project Angel Food, I just want to say how fortunate we are to be in the city of West Hollywood in these very challenging times. And I say that to all that are seated in front of me and all that are seated behind me. It's a very difficult time, and I find myself often saying, thank God we're in West Hollywood. I got involved with Project Angel Food in 1993. Our office was on Robertson, and the church was on Fountain and Fairfax, and I'm still involved. And as Richard said, the city has been behind us every single day since 1993, and I'm grateful for your support. I have the honor of volunteering every Wednesday morning, and on Kings Road and Holloway Drive and Huntley Drive and La Cienega Boulevard, we're often zooming by these buildings and these homes, not knowing what's going on inside. and I get to see people who are alone and very sick. And when we're there, their life has changed, and I'm just grateful to be involved. And we are very honored that you're considering increasing the support for Project Angel Food, and appreciative of that. And I want to also thank the incredible social services staff that work in the city of West Hollywood. They have asked very good questions. They help us do our work even better by asking the questions and making us come up with good answers and improve our services. Thank you. I send gratitude and thanks from all of the volunteers and staff at Project Angel Food.
Thank you. Jonathan Wilson, followed by Anthony Reed DeVenio, followed by Michael Nuttall.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm speaking to you today, Jonathan Wilson here, as a resident of West Hollywood, as well as a business owner, and also just a community active person. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to Economic Development LLP for Laura and Paolo for the economic study that they did for the quarterly study. I thought that was a good start to metrics. I think obviously there's probably a little room to grow on that, but I love the fact that we're heading in the right direction on that. The other piece I wanted to say too, somehow on the initiatives where we started going into, I guess, F1, they talked a little bit more around, there was loss around the technology implementation for the sheriff's department. I know that we talked about the drones, but there's a lot more I thought that was part of that. And I'd love to know the status on all of those aspects, as well as some of the metrics on the effectiveness on how we've implemented that stuff. The other piece too, I thought within the initiatives that were listed in that F1 attachments, I thought we could have used status on the past 5 years, as well as some target completion dates for things that weren't completed. So if they were completed, it'd be great to know. The other piece too is I also wanted to remind you guys of the importance around the Center for Police Equity, that we talked about BIPOC, we talked about BIPOC issues, and I recognize that it may not be a priority for a lot of people, but in order to make this a very inclusive environment, I wanted to remind you guys that we want to make sure that we bring that back to the forefront, and would like to make sure that we have at least one thing that comes out of that, as opposed to just kind of ignoring it and sleeping under the rug. So with that said, just want to say thank you again for all of your time and effort and energy. All right.
Thank you. Anthony Reed DeVenio, followed by Mike Nuttall, followed by Brian Shuley.
Good evening, City Council. Happy Cinco de Mayo. My name is Anthony DeGenio. I've been here a few times. I came before the City Council to speak about the unfairness of unlicensed vendors and the harm caused by the city's selective enforcement of its own street vending rules. I'm the proud owner and operator of Big Dick's Hot Dogs. I've been serving safe, high-quality food in West Hollywood for over 3 years now. Originally, I was given approval for San Vicente and Santa Monica. Ultimately, I was placed on the corner of Robertson and Santa Monica near the city's iconic nightlife strip. To my knowledge, I am the only legal street vendor in the city. That title did not come easy. Complying with the West Hollywood strict rules required tremendous time, money, and effort. I've had to secure multiple licenses, permits, insurance, and pay thousands of dollars in application and permit fees, and I do so annually. I follow the rules and operate only in my permitted area, submit to inspections, and meet every health and safety standard. Thursday through Sunday, I see dozens of unlicensed vendors operating along Santa Monica Boulevard. They break the rules openly, setting up in prohibited areas, blocking sidewalks, operating during restricted hours and events. They operate with no license, no permits, no gloves, and seemingly no consequences. The city's decision to turn a blind eye to these illegal vendors is unfair and unsafe. These vendors operate without any health and safety precautions that I am required to. My customers have gotten burned by these unsafe open grills, and others I've heard have gotten sick. Code enforcement and law enforcement know that these vendors are gang related. I have been forced to pack up, being unable to attend special events while the unlicensed vendors were allowed to operate freely. I must operate in a permitted sidewalk across the street while these vendors are allowed to take prime real estate directly outside these clubs. Since the rise of illegal vendors, my sales have dropped 75%. If this continues, I may be forced to shut down. I'm here tonight because I love the city and I believe we can do better. I am asking you to enforce your laws fairly. Put a stop to the illegal food vending. At the very least, I request that the matter be put on the agenda for the next City Council meeting. Please, guys, let's be fair. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, Mike Nettle here, resident of Tri-West. First, I just wanted to say thank you for putting on this seminar the first 100 days. I think these events that you do that you don't get enough credit for, they're informative, they're educational, and it was a great experience. And thank you for all the city council members that attended, and specifically Councilmember Erickson for moderating it. You did an amazing job. Second, I wanted to talk about that orange turd in the White House. What did he do today? He defunded a suicide hotline, which just makes me so angry sometimes. And I used to volunteer at the Trevor Project, so I have a lot of experience with that. But what our wonderful state, I saw was doing in the news, was talking about putting the Trevor Project on the back of licenses for students teens when they get them and they turn 16 or whatever age. And I just thought if it was possible, maybe we as a city could send a letter in support of something like that and tell them that we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Shuley, I believe, is our last person signed up for public comment in chambers. If that seems incorrect, please see the city clerk. And then we'll move to Zoom for our final speaker in this period.
Brian Shuley, longtime resident, well, at least over 10 years anyway, of Larrabee Street. And going back 2 speakers to the only permitted vendor in the city, I would like to acknowledge and support what he said, because I see it every time I work down on Santa Monica. These people on the red carts, they're selling shit that smells horrible, like you wouldn't feed it to the dog that just bit you. God only knows what kind of diseases and bacteria are in this stuff. Additionally, we witnessed them being a handoff point for cell phone and wallet thefts out of the clubs. None of them have any type of license on their carts. There's never any blue shirts walking up and down the street to call code compliance. When we do call, code compliance doesn't necessarily either have the resources to come and get them, or there's nobody of any authoritative presence there to force them away. So I stopped what I was going to say for public comment to support what he just said, and to also, John, I brought this up during that meeting that you were at, and I'm glad that someone else did, so it validates what I told you as well. So I'll cede the rest of my time for next.
Thank you. Citizen position slips, then Zoom. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. We have several citizen position slips. The first one is from Wendy Goldman in opposition of items B9 and F5. Victor Omolchenko in support of item F3. Judson Feeder in opposition of item B9. And Judson Feeder again in support of item F3.
Our next speaker in Zoom is Adam Darvish. Adam, you'll have 2 minutes. Press *6, please.
Adam Darvish, a resident. Good evening, council and staff. I'm here to state my concerns related to lack of public safety discussions at council meetings. I have been a resident on Cynthia Larrabee since 2017, across from the Hermitage Hotel and down the hill from London Hotel. Both have rooftop bars and restaurants. The activities in my neighborhood, I can notice myself and my neighbors, and I'm sure you all have heard about the incidents where residents or hotel customers were held at gunpoint or robbed at gunpoint. I also see more unhoused residents at night, in the evenings, in the daytime, trying to climb over our fences to come in our yards, which is disturbing because some of those residents have behavioral health issues that you can't expect what kind of interactions you would have with them if you face them at your home. Hoping that council would consider my comments and would take it seriously and implement necessary changes to resolve our concerns that would improve our quality of life in West Hollywood, in our beautiful city. I also had a comment to make to back up the public speaker about the vendors and the carts. I hear them every Saturday night, Friday night at 10 o'clock in front of my property on Larrabee. They park their truck and they unload the carts. And the carts are so noisy, you can hear them, but while they're loading up the food right in front of my house. And then it never fails. Between 2 and 3 a.m. while I'm asleep, I can hear those carts like an army of them just coming up the hill, and you can hear the wheels, they're very noisy. So I can't imagine that residents on Larrabee are not disturbed by them.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Adam. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe with that, our first general public comment period is concluded. So we'll turn it to the city manager for your report tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any comments tonight. I believe Councilmember Howman wanted to make comments regarding
And I think there was a question too.
Just two questions. Thank you, David. The first one is, can we get a follow-up from public safety on the issue of the food vendors? This is the second time I've heard this issue of them possibly being connected to criminal activity other than violating the ordinance that we have, but being used as a handoff for cell phones that are taken. So if we can get a report on that from our public safety staff.
Yeah.
The second question I had has to do with Project Angel Food, and as I mentioned, I'm supportive of this, but it seems like we need some kind of policy as to when we're going to provide capital improvement grants to our social services agencies, and I'm not clear that we have such a policy. And I think it would be good going forward that we have some clear guidelines and understanding, because a number of our agencies have made capital improvements, and one of them at least has asked, why didn't we get funding? So I think we need to have some kind of transparent policy for people going forward.
Okay. Yes, we currently do not have a policy for that, so that is something we can bring back. And we will have a discussion on community safety and well-being at the June 9th meeting, so we'll have public safety provide an update on that, possibly during my city manager comments.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Erickson?
And then my question was a follow-up, because I believe the council several years ago updated their, I think it was pre-COVID, when they updated the state law that passed around street vending. I believe Vice Mayor Heilman was on there. So it took a lot of power away from local cities for enforcement. But if we could maybe understand the legislation for what we are allowed to do versus what we're not allowed to do. I know that that issue has come up because essentially I think the fine system is completely different, and I know Danny and the team have explained it to me, but it might be helpful just to know what Sacramento did versus what we're allowed to do down here locally.
We'll include that as well.
Thank you, and thank you to all the public commenters who came out and spoke tonight. I believe if that's the end of the report, we can move to the fiscal impact on consent calendar tonight.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar, with the addition of items F3, F4, F5, F7, and F8, and the removal of item B6, is $1,873,872 in expenditures, $300 in revenue, and $0 in waived fees. Before we approve tonight's consent calendar, I do want to read the title of the ordinance included in item B9 on first reading, which is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood approving a development agreement in conjunction with the new off-site advertising billboard and sidewalk improvements at 8433 Sunset Boulevard, West Hollywood, California. And with that, we do have a motion and a second on the floor to approve tonight's consent calendar.
Noting my vote.
Noting the no vote of Councilmember Meister on item B9. And the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We will now move into tonight's public hearing on item C1, the zone text amendment to establish a ministerial housing permit entitlement for streamlined housing development in compliance with state law. The public hearing is now open. Are there any disclosures from council members?
No, but I think it might be useful to clarify that there's another item on the agenda later that has a similar topic, but this is something that we're obligated to do by state law, correct?
That's
okay.
They were very
correct.
Yes. Are you prepared to introduce yourself and present the staff report? And
Yes.
There you go. Over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer Alkire, Acting Director of Community Development. I'm joined here with Francisco Contreras, Long Range Planning Manager, and Michelle Montenegro, who's a...
I forgot to ask an important question.
Yes.
Can I ask our city clerk how this meeting was noticed?
And I was going to interrupt, and then I was like, I'll just let it go, and I'll say it afterwards. But it was noticed as required by law, and just for members of the public, this did require 2 notices, so both of those notices were published. Thank you.
Important question. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you. So, as I was saying, I'm joined here with Project Planner Michelle Montenegro, and she will be giving our staff report. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Again, my name is Michelle Montenegro, Associate Planner at the Long Range Planning Division. I'll be presenting hopefully a short presentation on the Ministerial Housing Permit Zone Text Amendment, which establishes a streamlined housing process in compliance with state law. I anticipate it'll probably take about 7 minutes to get through the presentation. So I'll be covering some background, overview of the amendment, and the recommendation by staff. Due to the dire housing crisis that the region and state has experienced and the documented housing needs, the state has introduced several bills throughout the recent years that aim at creating a ministerial process and review for certain types of housing projects that are considered priorities. This includes 100% affordable and mixed income projects in commercial zones, ministerial process and review for 10-unit subdivisions in certain residential zones, and emergency and supportive housing being established as a by right use that has access to ministerial processing. The zone text amendment before you is not aimed to direct or mirror one specific state law, but rather introduce a flexible framework that allows staff to have the tools to efficiently process these projects. Though there are differences and many variations throughout the state law, there are a few familiarities between them. A few of them have state time to act windows that require the city to take action. For example, AB 2011 requires a 60-day or 90-day conformance period, followed then by a 60 or 90-day approval process. Beyond state measures, the city also has objectives that are identified in the city's adopted and certified housing element aimed at streamlining development projects. It doesn't specifically call out ministerial review and process, but does ask the city to reassess the Planning Commission thresholds for certain housing projects depending on the intensity of the project. And I know you've seen this graph before for another item, but this just reinserts the urgency that we have for housing production. The city has an obligation to meet almost 4,000 units by 2029. However, we're currently at 484 units, with it appears that we can forecast out that we won't meet those 4,000 approximate units. To tell the difference and offer some transparency for the public, there are differences between ministerial and discretionary processes. Ministerial does not rely on any personal judgment, but mainly applies non-subjective and objective measurable standards. Generally, they don't require a public hearing, and no California Environmental Quality Act is required. Discretionary often requires evidence presented to make a discretionary action and does require CEQA. So the amendment is really to, again, answer and address a void that we have today within the zoning structure. If a project was to come tomorrow, we would have an insufficient tool to really process that project. Today, the only ministerial entitlement we have is a zone clearance. A zone clearance is meant for low-intensity, low-impact projects. It does not have sufficient review space for a project to assess compliance with the inclusionary ordinance or residential demolition protections. The proposed ministerial housing permit provides that framework to allow staff to have the tools to regulate these projects efficiently. It also allows us the flexibility to make sure all the state laws are compliant with time to act windows. There are several components before you today in the zone text amendment. The first is to introduce a whole new chapter of the code, which is 1945, that creates the framework for the permit. The next is a change to the review authority for director review and then the appeal body as city council. The next is to reassert that objective and subjective standards don't apply to ministerial projects. The next is in compliance with state law, allows the concurrent processing of a demolition permit. And then lastly, again, reasserting that the City Council would be the appeal body for a ministerial housing permit. We brought the zone text amendment before Planning Commission. They recommended approval with one notable change. Instead of a two-step appeal process for Planning Commission and City Council, which is what we rely on today for ministerial permits, they removed Planning Commission as the first appeal body and said chose to streamline any appeals directly to the City Council. With that notable change to the zone text amendment, we have the amendment before you today, which establishes 1945 and amends 1940, 1946, 1950, and 1976. And that concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand we do not have public comment, only citizen position slips, so if my colleagues are ready for any questions at this time of staff, I think we can go ahead and do that. Questions over here? We would like to get started. No questions on this end? Questions?
Most of this is mandated by state law, so thank you for bringing this forward. I'm supportive of it. The one change that the Planning Commission made, and it is something we will be discussing for the later item, is for appeals to come directly to the City Council. Has there been any thought about what that would do for the City Council's workload? And, you know, what then would the Planning Commission be doing? On these items, they would have no input at all because it would go from staff directly to council. So has any thought been given to the workload issues?
That's a very good question. So I think it speaks to the narrow scope that appeal can be filed. Appeal can be filed when there's an error in fact, or the project does not comply with the zoning ordinance or state law. So there's not a CEQA appeal, which is most of the appeals that come through for housing development projects, and it relies solely on that scope. So we anticipate that the appeals would be greatly reduced with that scope in mind.
Okay, I think people can still assert that there's an error of fact and file an appeal. So, I mean, we've all seen appeals that have been filed where there really was no real basis for it, but we still have to process it and hear it in the ordinary course of things. Another concern I have is, given our schedule and our meeting schedule and how busy our agendas can be, will we have difficulty complying with the timelines that are required? So I'm not opposing this, but I think that is something that we're going to have to evaluate moving forward to see whether we are getting a significant number of appeals and whether it is creating problems with the council agenda.
And can I get clarity too, just because a project would be appealed at the Planning Commission level doesn't prevent it from being again appealed at the City Council. So the concerns are fair, but by eliminating the Planning Commission, we're also eliminating the opportunity to have that much more work at the Planning Commission level.
Correct.
Okay. If there's no questions for me, this is really about just getting into compliance with, you do have a question? Okay, you can jump in.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if you could give us a sense of the timeline. So if you know, when you're talking about 90 days and 60 days, because obviously the Planning Commission came up with eliminating that body as an appeal point because of that timeline. And I'm just wondering if there's any other areas that could be shortened so that we could still have a Planning Commission, the opportunity for an appeal at Planning Commission, and then hopefully not us, but council if necessary. Because another concern, and it's sort of related to the vice mayors, is that if the public only gets that one point of appeal, there's also a chance there's going to be more litigation. You know, going through two appeals, a lot of times that whole due process prevents litigation. And I'm just concerned that that's just another thing, and then that's something that the city is responsible for. So that's my first question. Thank you.
I think the opportunity to reduce a window at any other point of the entitlement process is probably low, just because of the complexities of the projects. The projects not only have to comply with city standards under the zoning ordinance, but specific criteria under state law. And those can range from changes in development standards to what's currently existing on site. So that level of review would have to be so detailed, and I think would probably take most of the window that is required to act by the time the appeal is filed. But that is completely true that if the appeal is filed and the time to act window has ended, then essentially that project could just be approved.
Places for shortening the timeline is what you're telling me.
I would say probably not.
Okay, I mean, because if a project has to come with specific criteria, then other parts like review, design review, or staff review shouldn't theoretically be the same. If they, it's sort of like you're looking down a list, and if they have a 5-foot setback and they're supposed to have a 10-foot setback, it should be pretty obvious, no? Because you have objective standards, right? That's the only thing that you can look at is objective standards.
Correct, but that does still take time. So that's still working with the plans, and we have other divisions that provide comments during that time. We're still evaluating the project and in a very minute way. And as Michelle referenced, there are potentially a whole range of other criteria that we're applying based on whatever state law is applying in that case. So it can be more complicated than just checking a box down a list.
And what I've heard also happens is a lot of times applications will be submitted, and we saw this with the builder's remedy applications that aren't complete. So does the timeline start when they submit the first time, or when it's actually complete?
That's a good question. That's why specifically in the last year, the legislature introduced a new bill that clarifies one of the previous bills that did not address that. So specifically for AB 2011, for example, if the application is not complete, there's a toll in that time to act window where the city has 30 days to provide a comprehensive letter of what is incorrect or incomplete about the application, and then the time to act window restarts once that resubmittal is provided by the applicant. So there is some built-in cushion for the resubmittal process that does happen.
Okay, and then my last question has to do with the objective versus subjective standards. And I know that you had that, you provided it, thank you, and I know it was in one area, and I wasn't sure if those were the only standards that we were talking about as being subjective, because there are just 4 items, I think.
Correct. So when we referenced general design standards, that was referencing the title of that chapter or section, but there may be standards throughout the code that are general in nature that also have the same phrase but doesn't reference those specific standards to add a little bit of complexity.
Okay, so then it is only the 5
Yes.
A through E that would not be, because they talk about compatibility and things like that.
Correct.
But where would, like, the proposed plans provide for adequate and safe pedestrian and vehicular circulation? I mean, I guess, to me, that's sort of an objective. You want a safe, I mean, you're not going to say, well, it can be unsafe, right?
I think that a lot of the standards that come from our parking and driveway configurations and standards aim towards that purpose, but they are objective in nature and measurable. They just live somewhere else in the code.
Okay.
So usually the general design standards are used in a general finding, for example, but not necessarily as the measurement to compare to.
Okay, so, but they will still be kept to that driveway width.
Correct.
And that won't change?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm prepared to move to close the public hearing and introduce this on first reading.
Terrific. And as that's coming to a vote, as Vice Mayor said earlier, this is an item that's really about getting into compliance with our state law, as noted in the staff report that was created to address the documented housing shortage, which is contributing up and down the state to the economic, health, and social crises that we're facing. And it sounds like up until this point, we would have been underprepared to address some of the projects that are coming our way as a community or that we can anticipate coming in bigger ways. So I appreciate the urgency in bringing this, getting this through tonight, and finding a framework that really meets our local needs in the work. So thank you all.
Before we take the vote, I do want to say we have one citizen position slip from Wendy Goldman in opposition of staff's recommendation. And with that, we have a motion and a second on the floor to introduce on first reading an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood adopting amendments to Title 19 zoning ordinance of the West Hollywood Municipal Code to establish a ministerial housing permit process for streamlined housing development in compliance with state law and finding the action to be exempt under sections 15061B3 and 15378 of the state CEQA guidelines. And with that, we will vote. And the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Before we leave this, can we ask staff to come back in 2 years with some kind of evaluation or assessment of how this is working with the appeals going directly to the council?
Terrific. Thank you all for the presentation. We'll move to item C2, our user fee study and proposed fee resolution for fiscal year 2025-2026. We will now hear, or the public hearing is now open for this item. Don't believe staff, do you have any disclosures to add? No? While staff's taking their seats, I'll ask our city clerk how this hearing was noticed.
As required by law. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, please introduce yourselves. Thank you all for the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Claudia Duncan. I'm with the Revenue Management Division in the Finance Department. With me is Annie Ruiz, the Revenue Manager, and our Finance Director, Lorena Quijano. We're here to present the proposed fee resolution for fiscal year 26, which commences on July 1st. As you know, the fee resolution process is a very comprehensive process that we execute with the city divisions in order for us to evaluate and update the fees that the city charges for our services. These fees are necessary in order for us to recover some of the cost for providing services. With this item, we're also submitting an update to the fee study that was executed by Wildem Services, which was executed back in 22. This report gets updated yearly for new positions, staff positions, and salary rates. So to proceed with this presentation, I can give you a general overview of the various changes that were listed in the staff report, or we can go straight to questions.
I think we can go straight to questions. I don't know that people need a full presentation on this item tonight.
All right, and we have staff from the various divisions ready to answer those questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do any of my colleagues on the side of the table have questions? I didn't think so. Over here? No. Oh, okay, well, maybe just Vice Mayor.
I just have one question, maybe more comment or concern.
All right.
A few years ago, we switched out all of our meters and made them credit card accessible, and most people now just use credit cards. I saw in the fee resolution that we're now going to charge people a fee for using their credit card. It just seems like, I know it's nominal, it's a very small amount, and it's designed to recoup the cost that we have for processing all of those credit cards. It just seems like we've created a situation where people, for the most part, can only use their credit cards. I don't think anyone has change in their car anymore, and now we're going to charge people for the convenience that, to some degree, we forced on them by changing the meters. So is there a way to eliminate that, and what would be the impact of doing that? Or is there a way to just increase the meter fee by 10 cents rather than designating this a credit card charge?
I think that would be a question for Vince.
Oh, he's the one to blame.
Yes.
Or we could lower the rate.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Vince Garino. I'm the Parking Services Manager with the city. This is, like you said, Vice Mayor, this is a cost that we have as a result of having the credit cards. How we, I'm trying to think of the word I'm looking for, how we make up for that, we can do it in a variety of ways. We thought that the 35-cent fee was the clearest way of handling that and the most transparent.
You have an idea, though?
No, I don't have ideas. I don't know if my colleagues have the same concern as I do. But.
Even in the texting program that we just implemented with the new stickers on some of the meters, it's the same 35-cent convenience fee.
That is correct, Mayor.
Our meters still accept change, though.
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Councilmember Erickson wanted to jump in with a question.
Thank you. And this might be previewing another item that's coming before us. One thing that I was a little troubled by, though, is that, troubled isn't the right word, but concerned about was the credit card transaction amount. So in the staffing priorities conversation we're going to be having next, I think, one of the comments we received was the outdated technology that is available to the public and to staff to process that, and apparently it's all manual. So while credit card fees and credit card processing is great, and I don't know where I'm at with this, the increasing of what we want to do for the fee, my concern is about if we're doing this and we expect the volume to go up, how do we expect the technology to be updated to take down that burden? Because we shouldn't be having to manually input credit cards in 2025. That's just my general opinion. But is there a way that we can look to updating the technology if we're looking at credit cards more being used at a higher rate?
Good evening, Mayor and Councilmen, women. We could definitely look at the cost of it and making sure that it aligns with what we're currently doing per transaction, and come back with that.
Yeah, I'll bring this up at the next public hearing, but I think that's just my concern, is that as we continue to look at credit cards, and we just need to make sure our technology is a little updated. And correct me if I'm wrong, can they tap to pay on the parking meters as well, or no?
Yes, you can tap to pay at the lots, at the garages, and at the meters.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
So am I hearing you say that there's something coming to address technology on parking? Because then we should wait to, sorry.
No, it was a
Yeah, I think those are two different things. I'm not familiar with the email that you're referring to, but my guess is it's other technology and not the parking related technology.
Okay. Councilmember Hang, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. What are our neighboring cities doing with regards to a fee?
Excuse me. I don't know. This is a program that our meter vendor IPS just rolled out. We were one of the first cities that they offered it to. So I'm not aware of any other cities that are currently using it.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, do you have a proposal for this convenience fee situation?
Well, maybe what we can ask our staff to do is to provide us more information. Maybe we can move forward with the fee resolution without that convenience fee, and we can always amend the fee resolution at a later date to add that after we get some additional information on that and what our neighboring cities are doing.
Are you referring mainly to the convenience fee for the meters?
Yes, yes. So with that, well, there's already a motion and.
Or would you include this in that?
Yeah, I'll move the item with the direction that's been given to remove the convenience fee for credit card use at the parking meters and ask staff to come back at a later date with information. And I see Lorena is asking a question.
Yes, I just wanted to add, and I'm Lorena Quijano, the Director of Finance and Technology Services. For the previous comment about manually entering credit card requests, we don't necessarily enter them manually because a lot of the systems, they're able to swipe or pay online. So we went away from entering during COVID. The Revenue Division did an excellent job on that. So mostly everything is just online now. So I just wanted to add that for the record. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And before we move this item to full vote, I just wanted to also flag 2 new fines that are here, especially for folks in the mobility community. There's a parking violation schedule because of state law AB 413, which is around the 20-foot distance around crosswalks. So there is a new state law that prevents parking within that 20 feet distance of the crosswalk, and we will, as a city, be complying with state law and enacting a fine for folks who park in that zone. It's important to note because while we're working to paint the curbs, they may not always be painted, but that law still stands. So we're working really fast as a city. I know, thanks to staff for those updates around making sure those curbs get painted red. And then the other thing I wanted to flag is the parking in portion for street designated public transit use. This is specific to La Brea, and it's a very small stretch, but it is the stretch that we share on the La Brea bus lane enforcement program with our partnership with the City of Los Angeles that I believe is going into effect July 1st or just after that. So those are 2 new programs that are really going to help things move a little differently in the city, and I'm glad to see those here. And I know we have a motion and a second, so I believe we can go to full vote unless anyone else has any other comments. Terrific.
And the motion passes 5-0, noting the changes into the record from Vice Mayor Heilman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that included closing the public hearing and all of that. Great. Sorry, I didn't hear that. Okay, I think we'll move to item C3 then, our public hearing on the status of staff vacancies in the City of West Hollywood as required by Government Code Section 3502.3. So we'll now hear this item. The public hearing is now open. City Clerk, how was this hearing noticed?
By law, Mayor.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, please introduce yourselves. Thank you so much.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm Raylan Napper, the Human Resources Manager, and with me are Janet Jimenez, Administrative Services Director, and Sienna Long, Human Resources Supervisor. This public hearing is a novel one for all of us, but moving forward, it'll be an annual occurrence. It's the result of a new state law, initially referred to as Assembly Bill 2561. Our presentation will cover the legislative background and requirements of the new law, and we'll present data and information that satisfies the obligations of AB 2561, which includes the status of vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts. First, a little bit about the law. It became effective January 1st of this year, and it's codified in Government Code Section 3502.3 of the Myers-Milius-Brown Act, or the MMBA for short. The obligations under the law apply to all public agencies subject to the MMBA, and the MMBA, of course, governs labor relations between local public agencies and their employers. In passing the law, the California legislature found that high job vacancies contribute to negative impact on public service delivery, increased workloads and burnout, and increased turnover rates. The law isn't about the number of positions per se, but rather filling the ones we have. And of course, staffing levels, priorities, and processes also contribute to these impacts. But the real emphasis and impetus for the law seems to be agencies, usually larger, that have extraordinarily high vacancy rates and or choose not to fill their vacancies in order to balance the budget. These conditions do not exist in West Hollywood, but this gives us an opportunity to highlight just that. The obligations under the law are very straightforward. There's an affirmative obligation to report the status of vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts, and within that, any necessary changes to policies or procedures that may lead to obstacles in the hiring process. If the vacancy rate for any bargaining unit is 20% or higher, then additional reporting may apply. So finally, this must be done once a year in a public hearing before the City Council and prior to adopting the final budget. And bargaining unit representatives have the opportunity to present or otherwise provide input. So jumping into the status of vacancies. We're reporting on calendar year 2024, since this necessarily falls between the calendar year and the fiscal year, and it provides a consistent comparison period for future years. The slide shows a snapshot of the vacancy rate at the end of the year. So when calendar year 2024 ended, there were 260 budgeted regular status positions and 19 total vacancies, which gives us an overall vacancy rate of 7.31%. Importantly, no bargaining unit met or exceeded the 20% threshold for additional reporting. Moving on, this slide shows the vacancy information and rate month by month throughout the year. 40 total vacancies arose throughout the year, and we'll detail the recruitment efforts to fill them in a moment. Here you can see the vacancy rate ranges from 3.9% to 7.3%, with an average of 5.5. You can also see the new positions were added through the budget process in July, which affected the rate. And clearer benchmarks will likely emerge after more agencies track and report data pursuant to the law. However, in the public sector in California, a vacancy rate below 10% should be considered acceptable, and 6% or below should be considered very healthy. Particularly since nearly half the time filling one vacancy means creating a new vacancy, as I'll discuss in a moment. And just by comparison, some of the vacancy rates that likely gave rise to this law range from 15 to 30%, and several agencies have seen their vacancy rates double in recent years, and for various reasons, including austerity measures. And this is according to a UC Berkeley Labor Center report. Meanwhile, the overall vacancy rate in West Hollywood has declined over the last few years, with small, brief spikes only when positions are added. So this slide shows the vacancy rate by employee group at the end of the year. We have 4 employee groups, those represented by one of the city's 3 bargaining units, ACE, WeHome, and WEMA, and a non-represented group comprised of executives. And the vacancy rate ranges from 0 to 12.5%. I'll note that the 3 WEMA vacancies arose in the last quarter of the year and was a bit of an anomaly. So a vacancy triggers the recruitment process, and we don't have artificial barriers like hiring freezes delaying the process. This overview of the recruitment and selection process is for both internal and external recruitments. The only difference is that internal candidates proceed directly to the division interview. However, when we conduct an internal recruitment process and the position's not filled, then we repeat the process starting with the job posting. So just a note right now, HR staff is constantly working to fill vacancies. At present, we have 10 recruitments in process and about to open 4 more this week. So, as seen on a previous slide, 40 vacancies arose throughout the year, and this slide is a snapshot of recruitment efforts during the same time. We posted or announced 45 total jobs, which means some arose in late 2023 that we commenced in 2024. And we received 1,258 applications for those 45 jobs, which is healthy. And finally, we filled 37 vacancies in the year. So of the 37 vacancies filled, the average time to fill from job posting to day one was 76 days. And that's regardless of whether it was filled via internal or external recruitment. 43% of those were filled by existing employees, which is a good indicator of employee advancement. But it also means another vacancy was created. So when you look at how the 37 vacancies were filled, either through internal or external recruitment, you can see how the time varies from job posting to hire. It took an average of 38 days if filled by an existing employee, and 118 days on average if filled by an external recruitment. Again, in most cases, the external process includes an internal process that preceded it. So recruitment is going pretty smoothly and successfully, and so we don't recommend any changes to policies at this time. Last year, we did update the Admin Reg 412, which is the administrative regulation that governs the recruitment and selection process, which has brought it in line with the current practices. However, we're always looking to attract the highest caliber of candidates and get the right person in the chair as quickly as possible. So to that end, we've made note of things that can extend the time to fill and the areas where we're making improvements. First, in terms of attracting top talent, we found that the typical and minimally required 2-week application filing period doesn't consistently yield enough qualified candidates. So many times we extend the application period or plan for a longer one up front. We're also revamping how we describe our jobs and promote employment with the City of West Hollywood. We're moving away from lifting the drab language from the class specs and speaking directly to potential candidates about what we envision them bringing to and achieving in the position and what they can expect in return. We're also experimenting with recruitment sources that go beyond just posting on websites and free social media. And to ensure that compensation and benefits remain competitive and that our classification structure aligns with industry standards and best practices, we've commenced a citywide classification and compensation study. Then in terms of time to fill, this is something we track and measure and generally want to improve while also balancing high quality candidates and good hiring decisions. Moving on to retention efforts. When we talk about retention, we first look to the reason for the vacancies. And the broad categories of vacancies are staffing growth, internal movement, and separations. So staffing growth, those new positions added in 2024, made up 12.5% of the year's vacancies. Internal movement, promotions, and transfers made up over half with 52.5%, which again is an encouraging indicator of current employees being able to grow and advance. And separations, which includes retirement, voluntary separation, and involuntary separation, made up 35%. And it's the separations that go into the turnover rate calculation. And so retention is also very good. A healthy retention rate is 10% or less, and the city's at 5.8% for 2024. And then, some of the things we do that contribute to that and continue to make the City of West Hollywood a place people want to work. And here are some things we're doing to make it better for current employees as well as future ones. We have activities and programs that drive employee engagement, like providing and emphasizing learning and development opportunities, embarking on the classification and compensation study, continuing quality communication and meaningful collaboration with the bargaining units, commencing a workplace culture review and taking steps to implement the recommendations, employee appreciation and recognition events, and of course offering comprehensive benefits and telework options. With that, This concludes our formal presentation. I'll just note that there's no council action needed at this time, other than receiving the report and the remainder of this hearing. We'll also have, I believe, a couple presentations from bargaining units when you're ready for those.
Sure. Would you like to just move to the presentations from bargaining units, or do you want to ask questions first? Okay. Terrific. I see, then we'll move on to the presentations from bargaining units first, and I see Hernan Molina, president of WeHome, first.
Good evening. My name is Hernan Molina, and I'm not only the governmental affairs liaison for the city of West Hollywood and a 34-year resident, not 34-year-old. I'm also the president of the West Hollywood Municipal Employees Union. And we actually want to thank the city, but particularly our colleagues in human resources, because of the expediency to hire new colleagues and fill vacancies. So really, this is one of the shortest presentations, and I know you are very happy that I don't have much to say, but just thank again the colleagues, and we'll be speaking on the city's priorities. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Vito Adamitis, Vice President for WEMA.
Good evening, Mayor Byers, Vice Mayor Heilman, and members of the City Council. My name is Vito Adamitis. I'm the Neighborhood and Business Safety Manager for the city, and I'm speaking to you tonight as the Vice President for the West Hollywood Management Association, WEMA, regarding the item for the public hearing on staff vacancies. We understand that the public hearing is being conducted pursuant to Government Code Section 3502.3, and while our vacancy rate for WEMA positions is below the 20% vacancy threshold, we wanted to express our appreciation for the ongoing support and work from our colleagues in the Administrative Services Department to conduct the recruitments to fill the 3 vacancies, 2 of which we understand are in the final steps of the recruitment process, and once filled, will help. Once filled, all of these positions will help restore our existing staffing levels to provide high levels of public services to the residents and businesses in the city of West Hollywood. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. And I see our final speaker signed up is Victor Olmachenko. Did you intend to speak in this public hearing, sir?
I'm not part of a bargaining unit.
I understand that, but I have you signed up to speak
Hi,
now.
everyone. Okay, Victor Omolchenko, longtime West Hollywood resident, and well, disclosure. I was a federal employee for 35 years in 4 different departments, but I was never a member of the union in the federal government, although I was a union employee when I worked for the Detroit Free Press many years ago, a daily newspaper there. And I want to share that when I was a young person, not the older adult that I am now, I remember being in my first federal office and the people came to me and said, "Oh, did you hear, Vic? There's a DARPA. It's the Defense Advanced Project Research Agency. There's going to be a new thing that is going to streamline our jobs and make us more effective, and you're going to get away from typewriters and that word processor that I was on, and you're going to have the internet, and it's going to make us all more efficient, and we won't have to be hiring as many people." And I went, oh! Well, I've lived here for now 23 years, and I have noticed that over time, when I first came here, I noticed that we had about 200 full-time equivalent employees. I know responsibilities have grown, but over the 23 years that I've lived here, that amount has now grown from 200 by 30% to 260 FTEs, and now you're going to be adding 3 new people specially devoted to billboards. And as a historic preservation person, one having been involved in this area for a long time, I know I've asked you, you've heard us many years before from the West Hollywood Preservation Alliance, and for folks that have now gone, it would be wonderful, and we've been encouraging you for years to just have 1 full-time equivalent staffer devoted to historic preservation, and I think it's about time to add it into the budget. I think we can afford it, and I think we need it at this time. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I see no other members of the public or the bargaining units signed up to speak. Is that? Sure. I will now close the public testimony portion of the public hearing, and the City Council may now ask questions of staff.
Or
Councilmember Erickson.
deliberations, even though there's nothing to really deliberate. I just want to speak directly to the staff of all the bargaining units and of the City Hall. We up here can't do one iota without you. And I want you to hear that directly from us. Well, from me, I'm sure my other colleagues will say something nice. However, unless you're Wendy. Wendy, that was the shadiest thing you've ever said in public comment earlier, but that was great. But I digress, because the work and the history and the trust we've all established for many years, good and bad, friction or not, has always resulted in your care and service for our residents, our businesses, people that come here on a day-to-day basis, stay here, and just make West Hollywood, frankly, the best city in the entire world, in my opinion. But I know it's also not easy, because a lot of us up here are pushing for more. We're looking to make sure our streets are improved. We want to do more events because there's issues like the first 100 days where no one knows what's going on and we have to quickly put things together. That does not go unnoticed by me. I'm just going to speak for myself. I see the work that you do. Some of you actually return emails, even though I say at the bottom, do not answer this. It's 1 a.m., go to bed. Because that's when I do my work, because we're part-time up here as well, right? A lot of us maybe act like we're full-time because of the care and the duty that we put into this role. That's something I take very seriously. But I just want you to hear directly from me, and I was the WeHome president, and I had that great honor and distinction many years ago, to say thank you. And we're gonna have another conversation about priority setting, but on behalf of myself, I just wanna thank you for the work that you do on behalf of our city, so thank you.
Councilmember Hain.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure if you covered it, but how many temporary staff do we have here in the city?
It varies throughout the year. For example, tomorrow we're onboarding a large cohort of our summer staff for recreation. Sienna, do you know approximately how many temporary staff we have?
It ranges probably around 130 to the high season, and then for lower seasons, probably at 50 or 70.
Great, thank you. And I understand you covered part of it in your presentation. In terms of a job analysis compensation study, how often is that conducted by the city every for employees?
The last full class and comp study was done over 20 years ago. So we're overdue. We've done smaller comp studies, but not the classification and comp study. And, you know, going forward, we'd like to see that every 10 to 15 years.
And when it does happen, because I'm a county employee myself, I'm staff, at least with the county, they always try to lob into us other duties as assigned, which wasn't always part of when I was first hired. So I'm hoping that when a class specification study, job analysis is completed, that's all taken into consideration for compensation for the staff.
It is, yes. That catch-all phrase is pretty standard in class specifications. I'll just make my pitch, which many people here have already heard. Class specifications should be broad and evergreen, not changing very often. That hasn't always been how they've been used here. So we'll kind of see what this brings, and I'm hoping it can bring a little more order and structure and discipline to our classification system.
Thank you. And as far as, at least with the county has what we call out-of-class bonuses that are given or awarded to employees performing work outside of their usual and customary duties, whatever that may be. Does the city of West Hollywood have a mechanism such as that, or is that simply just rolled into a cost of living adjustment every year?
Yes, we have working out of class pay. We also have extended vacancy pay, acting pay. Yes.
So how many, if you can, how many staff are receiving approximately out-of-class bonuses?
Right now, none, I believe, but there have been some temporary ones throughout the year, a handful in the last year, I believe.
Great. And then, like, what new strategies is HR using to shorten the time to hire and improve, like, recruitment efficacy for our city?
Yeah, so we're always looking at process improvements, you know, how we can leverage technology. We have NeoGov, which is our application tracking platform. So we're using that more and more. You know, just even the little things like when you have that initial recruitment meeting, plan for both an internal and an external recruitment rather than only the internal and then repeating that meeting later. Working with our communications staff to eliminate the steps to approve, for communications to approve every job flyer before it goes out. Those sorts of things are shaving off time. Then we're like I said, moving beyond just posting things, experimenting with paid and targeted social media ads, as well as some of LinkedIn's more paid alternative tools. So a number of those things.
I appreciate, thanks for sharing that.
Sure.
Because I know some departments are overwhelmed, I guess.
Yes.
So whatever HR can do to help speed up the job hiring process would help definitely alleviate some stressors on employees as a whole. And I just wanted to make a brief comment. Staff, you guys are the lifebone of the city. You guys make everything pretty for the members of the general public and for members of the council. Without staff, we're not able to get our work done, and the community is not able to get the services that they need. So speaking for myself, I want to thank you for everything that you do, and thank you for helping to make this city a shining beacon. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I had a question about the compensation and class study. Did you say that will happen in this next year?
It's happening right
It's happening now. It's underway.
And
So-
we hope to wrap up in the summer.
Terrific. So we'll have that information before
Yes.
the next budget cycle process begins.
Not the one right now,
Right,
but
the
yes,
next.
before. Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry, Vice Mayor Hyland, you want to jump in?
I'm sorry, I'm very supportive of this. I wanted to thank you for your work and bringing this forward. And I also want to thank the employees for their input. It seems like we have a very good result here in terms of the number of vacancies. I agree with Councilmember Hang. If there are things that we can do to speed up the external process for hiring, I certainly think we would all support that. Making sure we continue to get the best employees that we can for the city. So I'm prepared to move the item, but I see my colleague has a comment as well.
No, just a quick comment, and that is, I didn't know what to expect when the unions were coming up to present, so I was very happy to see that it was short and sweet, and that, you know, they're happy with the process. So thank all of you.
Thank you. I don't know that we have anything to move. There's not a series of recommendations or a formal vote that we have to take. Is that right, City Clerk?
I think we have to receive and file. Should we do a motion for that or not?
I think since it's a public hearing, just to keep it clean, we'll just do a motion that the council received the presentation related to the legislation.
So moved.
I'll second that. And as I just wanted to say, I'm really grateful and happy to know that this will be a conversation that we have on an annual basis, that this is the first time and a start of a new chapter in terms of visibilizing this conversation, bringing the public into this conversation. I know the next item that we'll get to on this docket is really important in terms of capacity that the city has. And this is such an essential piece of that capacity, making sure that the plans are in place, the personnel's in place, and that the policies are in place to make sure that keep happening. So thank you. I look forward to having this conversation next year, seeing where we're at that time, and knowing that more cities are in a similar position, I think will really help elevate the best practices, the lessons learned, and just the note of doing things differently. You know, we're a city that shows and shines itself really vibrantly in person too, and whatever in-person recruitment opportunities we can take up, I think would be really exciting to think of. So thank you for your great work on this.
Thank you all.
A motion and a second. And thank you to all the members of the bargaining units who came out tonight to support in solidarity as well. I tried to vote, it didn't make it.
It didn't like, okay, let me just. Oh, it was, hang on.
Sorry.
I'll go ahead and just vote for.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
And the motion passes 5-0. And with that, just for members of the public, as we indicated during approval of the agenda, we are moving now to item F1 on our agenda.
All right, we'll move to item F1, new business. Consider and affirm organization priorities related to transportation and mobility, planning and development, sustainability and resilience, infrastructure and technology, economic development and business requirements, and events and co-sponsorships. Imagine we have a very thorough staff presentation and a number of speakers lined up.
Yes, so I'm going to do the presentation while they get set up over there.
Great.
I'm David Wilson, City Manager. Joining me is Christine Seyfried, the city's assistant to the City Manager. This item invites the City Council to consider and affirm certain organizational priorities. It provides a valuable opportunity for the Council to articulate clear strategic direction and shared priorities to help ensure that staffing, workloads, budgets, and other critical resources are aligned to effectively support the city's overarching goals. The accompanying staff report offers a structured framework and key background information to guide the Council's discussion. The ultimate goal is to identify and rank the organization's top priorities and to inform decision-making and resource allocations moving forward. Slide. I will provide a brief presentation of what is in the staff report and answer questions from the City Council. That will be followed by public comment. Then Christine will walk us through the detailed focus areas to support the Council's discussion and ranking process. The staff report in this presentation is structured, to include a brief overview of the WehoTV strategic plan goals and objectives, a summary of the Council-initiated items, 6 focus areas for tonight's discussion, and a summary of key topics and framing questions designed to help guide the Council's discussion. Next slide. In October 2024, the City Council adopted the WehoTV strategic plan, which is a comprehensive roadmap that addresses the city's short-term needs, mid-term ambitions, and long-term goals. The strategic plan is organized into 6 focus areas and goals, 24 objectives, and 150 distinct actions. Attachment A in the staff report expands on what you see on the screen, providing a full list of the 24 objectives within each focus area. The 6 focus areas, which serve as a framework for aligning city priorities and delivering projects and services efficiently, are community safety and well-being, attainable housing, economic development, transparency and engagement, community connection, and climate action and sustainability. It is important to emphasize that Council priorities and Council-initiated items that are aligned with the goals and objectives of the strategic plan. The challenge is not alignment, it's capacity. The growing number of priorities and expectations for timely completion are placing an increasing demand on available resources. At the inception of West Hollywood cityhood, the City Council established a unique process that allows individual council members or two jointly to place an item directly on the City Council agenda for consideration by the full City Council. This is notably different from most cities where council members must typically gain consensus during a regular meeting before staff resources are allocated to develop a formal item. The table on the screen summarizes the number of council-initiated items introduced annually since 2020. In that year, 84 new initiatives were introduced. In 2021, the number increased to 112. In 2022, there were 100. In 2023, there were 88. And in 2024, the number decreased slightly to 60 new items. Unless something changes, we anticipate the number for 2025 will exceed last year's total, as there have already been 37 council-initiated items recorded through April. Attachment B provides detailed information on all the council-initiated items from the past 5+ years. The category groupings shown in Attachment B were developed a few years ago to reflect recurring types of initiatives. They offer more detail than the 6 focus areas of the strategic plan. As part of tonight's discussion, the council will have the opportunity to review and refine how initiatives are categorized and consider how they align with the strategic plan. It is important to recognize that new initiatives impact the city's ability to complete existing council directives and existing work plan items. To help manage this, in 2023, the City Council adopted a policy requiring that new council-initiated studies, programs, and projects would be incorporated into the city's budget and work plan during a subsequent mid-year or annual budget process. This process ensures that new initiatives are considered alongside with other priorities and available resources. The City Council has also agreed to a standard 6-week lead time for placing non-urgent items on the agenda. While staff continues to accommodate expedited requests when possible, these should be exceptions and not the standard practice. It would be helpful for the City Council to reaffirm these practices during this evening's discussion as part of the strengthening strategic focus and resource management. For the purposes of this discussion, staff recommends that the City Council focus on 6 key topic areas as transportation and mobility, planning and development, sustainability and resilience, infrastructure and technology, economic development and business requirements, and events and co-sponsorships. While new council-initiated items can impact all parts of the organization, these 6 areas are especially resource-intensive. Projects in these categories typically require significant planning, in-depth analysis, strategic project management, and cross-departmental coordination. There are other important organizational priorities that will be discussed at future council meetings. For example, we will focus on community safety and well-being at the June 9th council meeting. It is important to note that simply adding more staff will not enable the city to deliver multiple large projects at once. These efforts demand specialized expertise, intensive coordination, and long-term staff engagement, factors that cannot be easily scaled by increasing headcount. As such, based on the priority rankings that emerge from tonight's discussion, staff and resources will be primarily allocated to the highest ranked projects within the focus area. This doesn't mean the lower ranked projects will be paused entirely. Many initiatives are implemented in phases, and staff will continue to advance the work across multiple areas concurrently. However, in cases where resource constraints require prioritization, the rankings will serve as a key guide and help establish clear expectations for sequencing and timelines. After public comment, we will present a list of projects within each of the 6 focus areas, along with staff's recommended rankings. These rankings are intended to guide the City Council's discussion. Based on the council feedback, the project list will be updated to reflect the revised rankings and the addition or removal of projects. Following the discussion, a finalized version of the ranked projects list will be created and posted with this agenda item for future reference. This slide highlights the key topics and questions designed to help guide the council's discussion following the ranking of the 6 focus areas. These prompts are also included in the staff report and will be displayed on the screen again later in the meeting for reference. And finally, it is important to note that the priority lists presented for discussion tonight do not represent the full scope of work plan items within each focus area. Attachments C and D of the staff report provide examples of additional work plan items related to housing and land use and economic development and business requirements. There are many other ongoing and planned work plan items across the remaining focus areas as well, which are not included in tonight's priority list, but remain an important part of the city's overall efforts. Thank you for engaging in this important discussion tonight. It will provide valuable guidance for the city staff as we move forward. In addition to Christine and myself, staff members from the relevant departments are here this evening and available to answer any questions you may have. I will turn it over to the mayor for questions from the council and then public comment.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation and for the thorough report in the staff or agenda packet. Are there any high-level questions to begin with, or should we turn it over to the 15 public commenters who have signed up? Councilmember Erickson, question, and then, okay.
Hello, Christine. In regards to the graph where we saw the number of total different items, do we have any sort of comparison to what local cities like in Santa Monica, Culver City, Beverly Hills do? And you can answer no, because I didn't ask you this ahead of time, and I hear David saying no over to my right. But I just always am amazed because I think we do a lot, but then I see Beverly Hills doing similar things. So I just didn't know if there was ever any sort of like metric to some of these events that could be done.
Yeah, there is not. We did look, they've had similar discussions as part of their mid-year budget and priority discussions. It hasn't been, from what I've seen from those, they haven't been as detailed as listing the projects and going through them and ranking them. It's been more general in talking about their priorities and the city's overall priorities and goals, similar to what we have in our strategic plan. But we can continue to look at those other cities and what they do. But I think our priorities and our work plans and the way we operate are very different.
Yeah, maybe it's a city manager to city manager conversation that you can have. I don't know if it needs much more than that, but it seems interesting.
Okay. Oh, Councilmember Meister.
Come on. Just to piggyback on that, I would ask how many new initiatives they have each year versus, so how many we had, say, in the past year versus how many the other cities have had because of this difference in how initiatives come forward.
Yeah, we can certainly look at that. I know those other cities don't have council-initiated items the way that we do, but we can look at like what discussions that they've had that were initiated by the council that then resulted in items being brought forward.
Yeah, I think that would be important.
I see that there are 15 people signed up for public comment. I'm going to keep it at the 2 minutes, but encourage folks to be brief. I'm going to keep it that way because I imagine people planned for that tonight, and I think that's good practice, but I want to make sure that we can keep moving through that amount of comments. So 15 of you means 30 minutes if you speak in full, and then we still have a lot of discussion, and another 15 commenters signed up for the next item tonight too, so it's a very full room. Let's give each other grace, and I'm going to start with the speaker list now. Hernan Molina, President of WeHome, followed by Elisa Poblador, Vice President of WeHome, followed by Yasmin Spiteri, Secretary for WeHome.
Good evening again, Council. This is Hernan Molina. I'm President of West Hollywood Municipal Employees since 2024. Our union is 198 members strong, and for the last year we have engaged in several discussions with the city managers and the other bargaining units and yourselves. The budget and staff initiative is one of those topics we have discussed with all of you, and we welcome the opportunity to be part of the discussion of these priorities. Over the years, different councils have approved budgets and staffing ratios so that work programs could be completed. However, President and Past Councils have also added new directives, which you were just discussing, and the presentation that city manager was making. And this obviously has proven to be very difficult because as work programs evolve, the staffing pattern has remained steady. And the problem with that is that our members feel overwhelmed. And it's something that we have been dealing for a while. And I think it would be very useful for the city, for staff, for all of us, to have a process by which, once the work programs are adopted and the budget has been adopted to provide resources to staff to accomplish that work program, then for the next year we should be set. And anything that needs to be added should be planned for future budgets so that we can all move forward in an organized fashion and we can focus on the task at hand. Not everything is urgent and important, and while we appreciate the progressiveness of this council and past councils, we need to realize that we want to do quality work and we want to get it done, and we want to do it in a way that our staff has the resources and the time, and that we can all work in a way that is organized and we can deliver for the best of our city, because our city employees, our WeHo members, are West Hollywood. So thank you very much, and with that I'll pass.
Thank you. Elisa Poblador, followed by Yasmin Spiteri, followed by David Fenn, steward for WeHo.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Elisa Poblador, and I have worked in the City Clerk's office, sending you all your agenda packets and your council item memos for the past 9 years. I have served on the WeHome e-board for 6 years as Secretary Steward, and I currently serve as the Vice President. Due to these roles, I have a layered perspective of watching policy at work with City Council initiatives and how they tie into my advocacy for my colleagues at the City of West Hollywood. Some divisions have been working on a skeleton crew for so many years, and maybe you don't see it because we do our best to hide the exhaustion in our aim to provide phenomenal services. We appreciate the Council's eagerness to implement cutting-edge policies and make WeHo a city that inspires other local governments. However, we also think that by setting priorities, we can organize our deliverables in a realistic way to be commensurate with appropriate levels of staffing. Honestly, how things are right now is unsustainable. To maintain the amount of workload and new projects without more full-time staff members to do the daily work. While we appreciate the 11 positions recommended for the upcoming fiscal year budget, 20 positions were actually requested by management. WeHome has immense gratitude for the managers who advocate for and support staff advancements. However, some had position requests granted, while others with long-standing issues did not. Some divisions did not even bother to submit requests despite significant need. Others face antiquated processes or mismanagement. We have the rare opportunity tonight to ask you ourselves directly for what we need. And what we need are all requested positions. All the little pictures in the corner of the emails that you see, that's us. That's all the hardworking people behind me. And it took a lot of courage for the staff in this room to speak to you directly tonight while facing the very real risk of retaliation. Regionally, as we all know, our neighbors in public service will be looking for other municipalities to bring their talents. Nationally, with the rise of authoritarianism, dedicated public servants at City Hall cannot be exhausted as we face what lies ahead. The city held a town hall last week to discuss with the community.
Thank you.
We respectfully implore you to help us strengthen WeHo by budgeting for all position requests. We appreciate your careful consideration as we continue to provide renowned service to West Hollywood residents, businesses, and the public. Thank you so much.
Yasmin Spiteri, followed by David Fenn, followed by Kevin Burton.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Yasmin Spiteri, and I've proudly worked in the Rent Stabilization Division for 6 years now. I want to thank our union president and vice president for their thoughtful remarks, and I echo their call for sustainable staffing, updated tools, and a clear connection between city priorities and the resources needed to fulfill them. During my time with the city, I've seen our division's responsibilities grow significantly. For example, we launched the Tenant Habitability, or THP, program to protect tenants during seismic retrofit construction, and that was later expanded to apply to all permit types. We also broadened our rental registry to include an additional nearly 2,000 non-rent control units, effectively accounting for all rental units in the city. And these were important and meaningful policy shifts, but they were implemented without any additional staff or adjustments to our existing workload. We've made it work because we care deeply about the people and our community that we serve, but at this point, continued growth without added support is no longer sustainable. If the city is serious about achieving its goals in housing, equity, and sustainability, it must also prioritize the sustainability of its workforce. We are committed to delivering excellent service, but we need the resources to match the expectations. Thank you for listening and for your ongoing partnership.
Thank you. David Fenn, steward of WeHome, followed by Kevin Burton, followed by Helen Krieger.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is David Fenn, Senior Planner in the Long Range Planning Division, but I'm speaking to you tonight as a WeHome steward. We're thankful to the City Manager for bringing this discussion and for recommending additional staffing in the budget in recognition of expanding workloads. As the ultimate decision makers, though, we are hopeful that the City Council will agree on a realistic set of priorities going forward. Beyond that, we ask that you also consider a protocol for how these priorities should be adjusted as things come up after they are agreed upon. As you consider this, please note that staff are already dealing with much longer lists of priorities than those on the staff report before you. For example, in addition to the Metro K line and bike projects in this report, mobility planning staff, of which I'm a part, also work on Vision Zero, regional bus lanes, dockless mobility, delivery robots, transportation demand management, and e-bike incentives, to name a few. Historically, almost every council meeting results in new directives for staff. Tonight's meeting is no exception, with 4 separate council-initiated new business items on the agenda, even as you discuss prioritizing existing directives. Each directive has an impact on the timeline of those already in the pipeline. While we are proud to support the council's ambitious agenda, we respectfully ask you to have frank conversations about what prior directives may be outdated or could be delayed to accommodate new priorities. When everything is a priority, nothing is. Thank you.
Kevin Burton, followed by Helen Krieger, followed by Diane Garcia.
Good evening, Council. Kevin Burton, a resident of West Hollywood. I am not an employee. However, I do interact with a variety, several employees in the city on a regular basis, as I'm involved in several issues in town, as I'm sure you're aware. And I appreciate the stresses placed on staff when they're asked to do multiple tasks at the same time. And I thank the city and the city manager for bringing forward this discussion, because it's very important. And a number of the initiatives that are listed in the focus areas are of interest to me and many people in town. And I'm here specifically to speak about the transportation mobility focus area, because I'm with the Bicycle Coalition, and I thank staff and the council for ranking a number of issues that are important to us as being a high priority in the transportation mobility focus area. These are important for the safety not only of bicyclists, but also pedestrians and, in fact, drivers. I just wanted to point out that in terms of allocating resources and priorities, one approach that can be made to reduce the stress on the system is to split up some of the projects. One example is Santa Monica Boulevard, protected bike lanes. There's the western half and the eastern half. The western half, much of the discussion's already been made. It's a wider half, and it's a matter of just upgrading current bike lanes to protected bike lanes. And that would be much less challenging than working on the eastern half, Santa Monica Boulevard. So we would request that staff consider that to make it more feasible and increase its rankings. Thank you.
Thank you. Helen Krieger, followed by Diane Garcia, followed by Stephanie Harker.
Hello, I'm also a resident of West Hollywood, and I've been living on Fountain Avenue for almost a decade. As some of you have heard for me before. So I want to voice my support for some of the transportation projects, particularly the Fountain Avenue project. Fountain Avenue continues to be one of the most dangerous streets in our city because it was designed to be a cut-through street back in 1963. This was before we were a city and before we had a voice in the matter. The County of LA took a tree-lined street with one lane of traffic in each direction. They cut down all the trees, they narrowed the sidewalks so that they could squeeze 2 lanes of traffic in each direction. So now we basically have a highway in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Parked cars constantly get hit, accidents continue to pile up, sometimes with fatalities, and the sidewalks are so narrow that they're not ADA accessible. So this means that people in wheelchairs have to go into the street. And people walking on the sidewalks sometimes have been hit by passing cars' side view mirrors. This is not the safe, walkable, green, progressive West Hollywood that we talk about in the WehoTV strategic plan or in our West Hollywood top 20 list. The Fountain Avenue Streetscape and Protected Bike Lanes project would correct this problem that we got stuck with. It would make Fountain a safer, more beautiful, more walkable and bikeable street. But unfortunately, there hasn't been any progress on this project for more than a year. The last thing that happened was a design committee back in May of 2024. So I really want to encourage everybody on the city council here today to commit to making this project one of the city's priorities moving forward. Let's shut down the highway in the middle of our neighborhood and let's widen the sidewalks on Fountain to be ADA accessible so that people of all abilities can safely use them. And let's, speaking of staffing, give the Long Range Planning Division the staff that they need to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Garcia, followed by Stephanie Harker, followed by Jordan Beard.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Diane Garcia, and I've worked with the Rent Stabilization Division for the past 4 years. I stand in solidarity with my fellow WeHome colleagues tonight and echo their request for clear direction and the necessary resources to support our growing workloads. During my time with the Rent Stabilization Division, I've witnessed our responsibilities expand significantly, particularly with the implementation of the non-rent control registry. This program was added to an already full workload without any additional staffing. Importantly, it generates fees that could justify at least one full-time position to assist with this program, especially under the new internal approach of offsetting costs when adding roles. As a dedicated city employee, I'm proud to serve the West Hollywood community and carry out the direction of the City Council. Rent stabilization is a cornerstone of what makes our city unique. As new programs are added, especially like the non-rent control registry that has grown well beyond a one-time special project, I urge you to consider the staffing impacts and ensure we have the support needed to deliver these services effectively. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing how staffing needs are being addressed in this important discussion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stephanie Harker, followed by Jordan Beard, followed by Karina Arvizu.
Older adults equipment. Good evening, Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. I have 3 areas and just 3 items that I would hope you might consider bumping up to closer to the top of the list. Under planning and development, seismic retrofitting is number 8 out of 11. If there is not an earthquake happens, it is not when, I'll get it out. If it is not if an earthquake happens, but when an earthquake happens. And I brought this up at Public Safety recently. Under water conservation, listed as 9 out of 9. Anything regarding water should always be first. A dewatering construction sites, seeing as there is a fast track for development. So I'd like to see that a little closer to the top. And under infrastructure and technology, Laurel House is number 9 of 11. The work to preserve it began in about 2003. Fast forward 22 years later, and this historic Winnick Weissman house, Elsie Weissman's wondrous gift to the people of West Hollywood, sits mothballed and remains a wonderful public facility, but unusable by the citizens. That is a sad state of affairs. Please bump it up to the list to at least above the projects that are not even under construction yet. Thank you.
Jordan Beard, followed by Karina Arvizu, followed by Roger Rath.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the council for the many projects you guys have put forward over the years that will seek to make our streets safer and more accessible. I'm grateful for the prioritization of the Fountain Streetscape project, which will bring crucial changes to a dangerous street. Our planning department is stretched thin, and they need the funding and staffing to complete these council and community-backed mobility projects in a timely manner. I'd also like to see Bob Chung's vacant role filled as soon as possible and additional headcount for mobility planning. There are several mobility projects in the staff report that do not even have estimated completion dates associated with them. I'd like to see the Willoughby Vista Gardner Kings Streetscape project move forward. Many years ago, it was identified as a priority project in the city's mobility plan, but recently it seems like the project has been completely stalled. Willoughby is a well-trafficked bike route, and it has potential to be a beautiful asset for the city, oriented towards pedestrians, bikes, and local residents rather than cut-through cars. I would like to see the city expedite the completion of this project, even if it requires breaking the project into distinct phases, starting with Willoughby since it would be the most utilized segment and requires minimal, if any, parking loss. I would also like to see staff begin work on the council-directed protected bike lanes on Santa Monica Boulevard. Over the past decade, 220 bicyclists have been injured biking in West Hollywood, and 1/3 of those injuries have taken place on Santa Monica Boulevard between La Cienega and Doheny. This section should be prioritized to prevent further injuries and to offer more ways to access our local businesses. I'm very excited about these in-progress mobility projects and look forward to their completion in the coming years. These projects would not be possible without the strong support and vision from our council. Thank you.
Thank you. Karina Arvizu, followed by Roger Rath, followed by Lori Yelton.
Good evening, Mayor Byer, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Karina Arvizu. I serve as an assistant planner in the current Historic Preservation Division of CDD. I'm here tonight to echo the concerns raised by our union leadership and to speak to you about my experience. Our department's staffing structure is stretched to its limit. As one of only 2 assistant planners handling frontline responsibilities, I'm often the first point of contact for constituents, whether at the physical counter, virtual appointments, phone calls, or emails. These interactions require technical knowledge, patience, diplomacy, and emotional resilience, especially as community frustration rises over long wait times, complex processes, and service delays tied directly to our staffing shortage. Since late last year, I've been advocating for equity in counter pay, as outlined in Section 901 of the MOU. The section ensures that when it is not feasible to provide counter staff with 2 paid hours of relief per pay period, salary differential is granted. Several employees, some within our own department, have received this pay. Yet I've been told I do not qualify because I'm not a fixed counter position, even though I consistently perform counter duties in person and virtually. This interpretation feels out of step with both the letter and the spirit of the policy. The nature of the counter has evolved. It's no longer just a physical desk. It's virtual presence, an email inbox, a phone line. I'm here, I'm there. It's my primary duty. To be excluded based on a narrow and outdated definition reinforces the feeling that not all employees are valued equally and staff contributions are diminished based on technicalities. WeHo has a reputation for equity, inclusion, and fairness, but those values must also apply to how we treat city staff. When policies are interpreted rigidly against those providing direct service and inconsistently, it sends a discouraging message. We are here because we care deeply about this work and the community, but fairness, recognition, and support must be part of the equation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Roger Rath, followed by Lori Yelton, followed by Brad Kiesler.
Good evening, Mayor Byers and council members. My name is Roger Rath, and I am an associate planner in the current Historic Preservation Planning Division. I want to take a moment to not talk about how much work we have, but about the work that the work actually requires. Each planning case involves interpreting evolving state law, applying local code, coordinating with multiple departments, and ensuring legal defensibility, all while managing a constant stream of emails, phone calls, and in-person inquiries. It's not just the volume, it's depth. You may have seen how lengthy our staff reports have become. State law, including Government Code Section 65943, gives us just 30 calendar days to determine whether an application is complete. The deadline does not pause for weekends, holidays, sick days, or vacation. It keeps counting, whether you're in office or not. We only get one opportunity to ask for everything we need. If we miss something, the project moves forward, and we carry that risk. And this is only just one example. New housing legislation continues to compress timelines across the board. We want to do our job well. We want to serve the public and uphold the intent of these laws. But to be honest, I don't know how much longer we can keep pretending that this level of pressure is normal. It's not sustainable, it's not safe, and it's not fair to the planners or to the public who rely on us for quality work. We are not asking for perfection, we are asking for time, support, and resources to do our jobs responsibly. These laws are not abstract. They come in with real deadlines and legal consequences, created by a small team of staff doing their best to serve the city. Please help us restore balance so we can continue to deliver the thoughtful, high-quality work that West Hollywood deserves. Thank you.
Lori Yelton, followed by Brad Kiesler, followed by Florencia Moreno.
Good evening, Mayor Byers, Vice Mayor Heilman, and council members. My name is Lori Yelton from Current and Historic Preservation Planning in the Community Development Department. You received a letter from our team outlining the serious challenges we're facing, and I want to take just a moment to speak to the heart of that message, especially as it relates to tonight's agenda item on prioritization. Our team is deeply committed to serving the residents of West Hollywood, and we take great pride in the quality of our work. But the reality is our division is overwhelmed. Over the past year, planning application volume and complexity has risen, yet staffing levels have not grown accordingly. A small group of us is handling the majority of incoming applications alongside public counter responsibilities, staff level reviews and approvals, internal and external meetings, commission and council staff reports, and compliance with increasingly complex state mandates. We understand the importance of thoughtful prioritization, and we appreciate the council's effort to align resources with the city's goals. But the reality on the ground is that staff capacity is not keeping up with demand. The planning and development section of the report outlines numerous major initiatives, but we are struggling to meet even basic levels with the staffing we currently have. Without more planners, clearer focus, and better distribution of work, these priorities risk being delayed or compromised, and so does the quality of service the community expects. We're doing everything we can to meet expectations, often working nights, weekends, and even using personal time to keep up. This isn't sustainable. It is impacting staff well-being, and more importantly, it risks the quality and timeliness of the service we provide to the public, including the list of priority items you are considering this evening and implementing council policy. We respectfully ask for your support, specifically to authorize additional planning staff in the upcoming budget and to consider structural changes that will help distribute the workload more effectively. This is not only about staffing levels, it's about protecting the quality, responsiveness, and service excellence that West Hollywood community expects and deserves. We see this as an opportunity to strengthen our department, and we look forward to working collaboratively to build a more sustainable and effective foundation, a shiny beacon, if you will, for everyone we serve. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Brad Kiesler, followed by Florencia Moreno, and then Victor Olmanchenko.
Hi, I'm Brad Kiesler, resident of West Hollywood and avid bicyclist, as you can see. I biked here tonight. But I bike Santa Monica Boulevard, I would say 3 or 4 times a week on average. And I have a lot of doctor appointments in in Beverly Hills, you know, on Roberts, and they're full of them. So I'm very familiar with Santa Monica Boulevard, the whole length as it goes through West Hollywood and the Beverly Hills section. There's a problem with the transition between going from the west part, I see you know what I'm talking about. The bicycle lane ends, and then you're in this little no man's land until you start the Beverly Hills bike path. If that could be looked at and made more safe, maybe with more green paint or something. And also when you're dumped at Kings Road coming this way, that could be looked at also, I hope. I would like to see maybe the whole lane of Santa Monica Boulevard through the city be painted green. Just paint it green on the right-hand lane going through the city, and same way coming back. And this is a little aside, is look at the lane, the bicycle lane in Beverly Hills. They use paint that's thick, and it's all completely cracked. So when you're riding over there, it's rougher than riding on the asphalt. I still don't ride on the asphalt because it's too dangerous. But if we could get paint that's thinner paint that would still have the same durability, I don't know. Or stain would be even better. I don't know if you can stain asphalt or not, but you know, whatever.
Thank you.
Thank you. And bike, everybody.
Florencia Moreno, followed by Victor Olmanchenko, and Kelly Pilarski is signed up as our last speaker.
Good evening, City Council, City Manager, City Mayor. My name is Florencia Moreno. I've been working for the City of West Hollywood for 23 years, and I'm here in the support of my fellow members of WeHome. Thank you.
Thank you. Victor Olmanchenko, followed by Kelly Pilarski. Victor?
This discussion could not have come at a more opportune time. Victor Olmanchenko, longtime West Hollywood resident. Earlier this afternoon, a subcommittee of the Historic Preservation Commission, members of the preservation community, and city staffers got together to plan the next annual preservation event. Now, we haven't had any. We didn't have any during the pandemic years. We did have one in 2023. We didn't have one in 2024. And just to tantalize you a little bit, it was only the first meeting of the subcommittee. We're looking at an iconic venue possibly on the Sunset Strip, or maybe Hart Park, or even Plummer Park, where we had a Fiesta Hall where cityhood was discussed 40 years ago, and we are celebrating our 40th anniversary. So I just wanted you to know that, like those old MGM movies that starred Judy Garland and Mickey Rooney, let's put a show on in the barn. HPC staff and the preservation community and HPC commissioners have been putting on these events for $6,000 a year, and they were not among the 130 city council directed items. Not relying on, a lot of money, but hopefully more funds could be expended to look into this event for this year, but especially perhaps there could be a city-directed preservation item related to the 100th birthday of the centennial of our historic Get Your Kicks on Route 66, because we have 2 miles of it along Santa Monica Boulevard that stretch from La Brea to Doheny with a variety of cultural historic resources. And we look forward to, I know city staff does, the Preservation Alliance, HPC, let's do a bang-up job for Route 66's centennial birthday. Thank you very much.
Kelly Pilarski is our last speaker. We'll get on to discussion.
Hi, my name is Kelly Pilarski. I'm speaking to you today as a resident, a neighbor, a cyclist, a pedestrian. I want to thank city staff for everything that they do. It's unbelievable what you've done with the level of staffing that you have. And I just wanted to spend my time to transport us a little bit. So I want to start with a quote directly from the city's website. As of November 2024, the city has established an internal working group of key staff members led by the city manager's office to oversee the planning, coordination, and management of impacts related to the 2028 Olympics and Paralympics. The working group's primary objective is to ensure seamless preparation and execution for Olympic activations in the city of West Hollywood, and I want to make this pretty bold, while addressing potential challenges such as traffic, congestion, security concerns, and infrastructure demands. Furthermore, this working group is designed to serve as a bridge to neighboring cities, fostering inter-city collaboration and communication. So I asked the City Council to think ahead, put yourself on June 1st, 2028. Teleport your mind to that day and think, what would we want our city to literally look like? Is it a buzzing mix of safe streets for pedestrians and cyclists and pets and families? Or is it a freeway of loud exhaust pipes, DUIs, and residents nervous about air quality? I want to also take a minute or 30 seconds to just echo my other neighbors' priorities here. We know West Melrose Streetscape Plan is a priority. It's been on the books for a decade and more. Fountain Avenue is a dangerous highway through our city, and we would like to echo that as a priority. Santa Monica protected West Side bike lanes, painting the lanes green, and Willoughby would help us all out. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, well, I thank all members of the public and our staff who are here to speak and share what is on your minds tonight. We have a very big discussion to get into, and I think getting back to those slides on the screen may be a helpful starting place. I know we have a long list of questions, well, just 6 questions to sort of navigate us, but I think the best starting place could be maybe going through some of those individual lists of priorities, unless any of my council colleagues had questions or clarity or a different starting place in mind. Okay, great.
Good evening. Thank you, Christine Sabrett, Assistant to the City Manager. The following 5 slides present a list of projects for each identified focus area, along with staff's recommended rankings in each category. These rankings are intended to guide and be a starting point for the City Council's discussion. Staff from impacted departments and divisions are here tonight to answer any specific questions you may have. Based on council feedback, the project lists will be updated to reflect the council's rankings. Following the discussion on each of these tables, a finalized version will be created and posted with the agenda item for future reference. There are also slides for discussion of events and co-sponsorships, as well as a list of additional questions for council discussion. So kicking off transportation and mobility, projects in this category are related to transportation, transit, or alternative forms of transportation mobility. The divisions most significantly impacted by these items are long-range planning in the Community Development Department and engineering in the Department of Public Works. We will now turn this over to you for discussion.
Thank you. And what I understand is the 10 in front of us isn't the full list. And so I think that's where I'm sort of beginning this question for myself as I look at here and what's priority or what shouldn't be. There's also a number of dates and start dates and completion dates already assigned. So is part of this a question about what changing those or recognizing that that is already in motion and needs to continue to be in motion, and so things around it have to move?
So I think that's a great question.
Yeah.
The dates in there are the estimated dates as of now. If the priority rankings, as they change, they may change slightly, but these are dates based on kind of how staff has been working and their understanding of the current priorities. And so, yeah, so they may ultimately change, but they may change anyway. I mean, these are just estimated dates at a point in time. And as you mentioned, there is a lot longer list. We try to just list the major projects that have the most impact on staff time. Again, it doesn't mean we stop other projects, but if we're making a choice between working on one thing or another, this helps staff to know what they should work on first.
That's helpful. And another sort of thing to couch this conversation around, while staffing has been a big part of the discussion up until this point, this isn't really also a matter of saying, well, how many more people do you need to accomplish this? How can we get that done? The staffing conversation, filling vacancies, increasing staff capacity is a separate conversation. I just want to sort of name that for the public, and you know, as much as the conversation was around creating that capacity, looking at this priority isn't a matter of us just asserting that that needs more capacity to get done. It's really
Correct.
A matter of, okay.
Yeah.
Just
and we will have an organizational update item at the May 19th meeting where council will consider the positions being recommended for the upcoming budget.
Okay, terrific. In looking at this too, I noticed one major item, the Metro K-line extension, which feels like, should we not keep that a priority, our position in that major regional project changes, or we could lose the strength in the position we have built for over the many number of years. So just as we get into this conversation, thinking about something as major and like regionally coordinated as the Metro K-line, to me would be and remain top priority, and then other things fall around that. But I don't know, again, if that's sort of the mindset shift, or if because staff indicated that it was at this level, that's sort of the amount of capacity that is required of it in this moment.
A number of considerations went into this list for that particular one. So as you look at this list, a lot of them are streetscape projects. There is different staff that work on the Metro K line then that are dedicated to some of the streetscape projects. So they wouldn't be making that determination as much as one or the other. But the other thing to be considered is that we're at a point right now where we're waiting on the draft DIR and other things that won't be done at least until after summer. And so it's still important, but that's why it's at number 5, because of the timing of waiting for some of the things that are not within the city's control.
Okay, that helps me get my mind wrapped around the conversation for clarity. I see Councilmember Erickson jumped in for the discussion.
Sure, I'll jump in on this one. And Christine, correct me if I'm wrong, are we going to go slide by slide? Essentially, we'll start with this one and then we'll go to the other ones?
That's correct. We'll do each table as its own set of priorities.
Wonderful. David, for Metro K line extension, we have consultants as well that help with staff, right? Don't we have an entire outside org, or not org, but group that helps with that?
Yes, there are consultants.
Wonderful. And then once the draft DEIR is passed, it will go to the Metro Board, which will require advocacy, but then we're going to be in the funding scenario situation, correct?
Right.
Wonderful. Okay. I'm trying to prioritize that by saying, I think Metro K line is just kind of this arching overall priority. Like, I like that it's on this list. I understand staff ranking of 5, but it feels like it's moving in a way that it needs to be on staff's time, because it looks like it's occurring. And thankfully we have our mayor who knows everything that goes on with Metro at all times, so we're good there. I think for me, the Fountain Avenue Streetscape and Protected Bike Lanes program, shock, needs to be number 1. I understand West Melrose and Almont and Lapeer Streetscape is definitely moving along, and if Jackie or Steve want to give a different kind of update about what we can expect next there, or what's maybe left on our purview. The Beverly Boulevard utility undergrounding is something that we talked about. Was that the last meeting? There wasn't really much we could do in expediting that program, and that it was going to happen in mid-2027 regardless. So that's kind of where I'm at with those two. The painting of the bike lanes, I think that one would be done, it seems to be done quicker by the end of this year, so perhaps that priority can stay where it's at. I see that it's going to happen regardless. I would love to see Willoughby, Vista Gardner, Kings Road continue to be moved up. I think that's an entire transit corridor as members of the public. And first, thank you, members of the public who came out and spoke. I apologize, and thank you, members of WeHome and everyone that also spoke. I forgot to start off my comments with that. The one thing that's a part of the SAP program with number 9, the Sunset and La Cienega Intersection Improvement Program, staff that we hired for those positions will be dealing with the billboard intake, processing, and those types of aspects. They won't have any involvement with kind of the transportation mobility infrastructure pieces of it, correct?
Correct, for the most part. I mean, if there are parts of the DAs or discussions with new billboards as they come up, they'll be involved with that. This particular item here was part of the requirement for some of the projects, and so it is more the infrastructure part of it, not the program part of it, that they'll be in part.
Wonderful. And then I believe we were still waiting on a block-by-block analysis for the Santa Monica Boulevard Protected Bike Lanes piece. I don't know where that is in the hopper, but I believe that was related to an outside consultant, but if you or staff have updates on that, because I know we were still waiting on those. So just to reiterate, I believe Fountain should be number 1, West Melrose can be number 2 or within that area. I'm comfortable where Beverly is because of our previous conversation. I believe Metro K line is always there. It's like omnipresent for all of us because I think it's a universal citywide need. And then the other items, I'm fine where my colleagues would like to move it, but I would like to see Willoughby, Vista Gardner moved up to within the top 5. So those are my comments on this slide, Madam Mayor.
Vice Mayor Heilman.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who came out to speak. Thank you to our employees who I think expressed their concerns. I guess I have a little concern about this process because there's a lot of information that we actually don't know. We don't know what the delays are with the utility undergrounding. We don't know where we're at with the Fountain Avenue streetscape study and evaluation of, the parking impacts of some kind of change to Fountain. So I'm going to have to rely on staff in terms of the ranking. I think we need to be having a different conversation about, assuming that all of these are the priorities, how do we make sure that there are sufficient resources to implement them in the timeframes that have been allocated? And I think that goes to what the mayor was saying about the discussion we're going to have about additional employees, or whether we need to bring in additional outside resources to help complete some of these priorities. Looking at these are all things that the council, even things that I haven't supported, these are things that the council majority has supported, and they need to be implemented. But I think this kind of prioritization is being done without full information that we need to do it. And some of these things obviously are going to be moving in parallel tracks. So I'm a little bit uncomfortable with trying to move one up over another without having the kind of information I think we need to make those decisions.
Councilmember Meister?
When I was reading this, all I kept thinking was that we really need to have this as a study session on its own, with us, sitting at a table and actually, talking about each one, and also talking about general priorities. When I saw the WeHo 40 strategic plan and the priority discussion focus areas, that's sort of where my brain went. And thinking about, which of those they're all priorities, but in relation to these items, what are the priorities? And for me, I looked at community safety and well-being and economic development as the top two, because without those two, West Hollywood is a less desirable place to live, work, and play. So that's kind of how I looked at it, because when I looked at these lists, it's going to be whatever council majority said at the time. Things will maybe move up or down one, but it's not going to change very much. The other thing was on the priority discussion focus areas. I thought infrastructure and technology is going to be, extremely important for community safety and well-being and for economic development. And then, of course, economic development and sustainability and resilience, because we know that disasters happen and climate change and all of those things. So I was sort of looking more at the big picture. When I saw these lists of items, I can imagine how staff feels, because it's overwhelming. And I think that I would like to see this discussion again be a discussion with our directors, our department directors, and our city manager, and the five of us having this discussion and having a detailed discussion where this is all we're focused on in a little bit more informal manner. And then bring it back and say, okay, this is what we came up with. But that's how I feel about it.
Councilmember Hang?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to echo the sentiments of Vice Mayor and Councilmember Meister as well. When I looked at this list, it was hard for me to ascertain where each project was. I would have liked to see a timeline of each individual project, because that would have given me a better idea of where each one stood. And also, it would have helped me to figure out, in terms of each project, how many staff members are involved, or if there's consultants involved with whatever specific project it is. But yeah, it's hard for me to make an informed decision when there's just so many different outliers at play here. But I would welcome an informal study session to go back off of what Councilmember Meister said. Thank you.
Did you want to jump in?
Yeah. May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think we need an informal study session. It's taken us 5 months to schedule a study session on homelessness, which I don't even know if I can attend anymore because of some scheduling going on. So we don't need a study session. I know I just gave you the look of horror, but I just want to say it's time to have us start prioritizing these items so staff knows what to do so we can get on to doing the work of it. Whether it's council majority or not, I understand that comment, but we don't need to study anything anymore. We don't need to hire any more consultants to do it. It's up to the 5 of us up here to give clear direction. I understand some of the confusion. I'm not too happy with how this was presented because I understand what Councilmember Hang is talking about, timeline, staff, et cetera. Like, for example, I know transportation and mobility, and there's 2 of you, and what does this look like? Because this looks like your entire work docket, right? And so I'm not like below understanding that piece, and I think that's a concrete piece because if we add 3 people to do billboard intake, which is an economic driver for the city, we should be doing more to add to transportation mobility, which, by the way, public safety and all these things are critical. Also, you got to make sure your streets are drivable, walkable, bikeable, scootable, all of these things. And if you don't have that, then no one wants to come. Drive south of Willoughby and let me know how you enjoy Fairfax. And I think that's you got it. I saw Cleo, you got that joke. But I think that's the issue, right? No one wants to go to a place where the streets are bumpy and there's potholes everywhere as well, or you think you're going to get hit by a car on Fountain Avenue because you actually have to walk into the road. To get around a pole that's there. So I won't be voting for any study session tonight. It's going to take us 6 more months to schedule it, I guarantee you. And I think we just need to make some decisions and give staff clear direction.
Vice Mayor Hellman, so you speak.
Yeah, it sounds like based on what staff has presented, staff has its understanding of what the priorities are, and they're going to continue working on those based on what they've presented tonight on all of these different areas. So there are priorities already. It's really up to us if we want to change any of those priorities. I'm thinking that part of this discussion there has to be a discussion of how do we reduce council-initiated items? How do we reduce initiatives from our board and advisory boards and commissions? How do we identify the additional resources our staff needs to get some of this work done? So that's the conversation I think we as a council need to have, rather than going through each of these slides and saying, no, let's move item 6 up to 5. That to me doesn't seem like a productive use of our time.
I think if that's the approach, then we have been presented a set of slides that have the staff given and assigned priorities for each of these buckets. If we were to not toggle any of those priorities around, it is then affirmation from this council that that is staff's priorities. And it is not and no longer our role to keep trying to change that priority order. And so this would really be the moment to set that in place. And maybe we do want to give ourselves a moment to just flip through each of the slides and say that that's the case and then move on. And I do think, Vice Mayor, the conversation that you're getting into is why we have 6 other questions to answer for ourselves tonight to get to some of those places. And I certainly have some ideas and recommendations as well to involve the budget subcommittee in bigger ways and other things like that. But I do think that's the bigger part of the conversation, is also how do we control our input as a council here and manage the existing input from previous councils that we've inherited and still is on work plans and priorities. So do we want to pause the slides and go to this discussion then, since that's where we were sort of headed, and then come back to the slides as we're all reading these questions and taking in?
And I'm also going to point out we've been going for 2 hours and 45 minutes without a break, and usually when we get to this stage we make bad decisions. So.
But we shouldn't pause in the middle of a discussion for a break.
I agree.
in looking at some of these questions, some of the items or the recommendations that I heard from public comment that have been a part of how things have flown, and maybe we've gotten a little off track or can create a little bit of a new track in there. I do think the way that as council initiated items come out, that nothing can happen before they are a part of a budget discussion. It seems like there was a moment in time that said there isn't a council item that happens within the same calendar year of the budget. And so I don't know if that is a sense of agreement from this council or if that sort of flies too fast in the face of what our ability to bring council directed items looks like. But to me, the question before saying we shouldn't do that would say, at what other point can we have a budget discussion then? So if we're only having a budget discussion on a semi-annual or annual basis, maybe we need a quarterly discussion that allows for a different sort of mechanism to capture what would be a council initiated item, to have a different level of discussion about how that moves forward. And I think that could create more work or responsibility for budget subcommittee members throughout the course of a year, not just in the lead up to the annual budget process. And I would be okay with that as an existing member of that subcommittee, although I will be stepping out of that at the end of this year. But I think something like that could be meaningful, and that budget subcommittee on a more quarterly basis discusses new council priorities and then makes recommendations back to council about the timing of their delivery and implementation. And we all recognize, as part of what we've created here as a city, is the ability for council to assert direction, but I still think the timing of 6 weeks lead time for staff to bring an item, putting it into a budget cycle, having it really be rooted in a work plan that is attached to a financial plan is important. So if that is something that we're open to, and if city manager's following, I think that could be a way that the council priorities become a little bit more drawn out and clarified over time. Sure.
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion, Madam Mayor. I think also in terms of the ways in which we look at these on an ongoing basis would be productive for staff to have that maybe subcommittee approach of the council to look at these items. So if they had questions or if there was something about a serious implication to the work, like for example, I don't want to say this out loud, but Metro K-Line, let's say we get to everywhere to the finish line and then the federal government does what they want to do with a lot of programs, right? And continues to attack what we're doing. That's going to place a significant financial burden on both the city of West Hollywood and surrounding cities with the work that we've been doing, but that might need immediate action outside of a council meeting. So I'm happy to serve on an ad hoc committee if staff would like us to be able to be available to have that type of input and direction. I'm also happy because I'm not on the committee, so I'm happy to put it on the budget subcommittee as well. But I don't know if that's the appropriate place to use that type of time, but I like the direction in which you're going.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Howland, do you want to jump in?
Well, I was going to suggest that if we're comfortable with the staff recommended priorities right now, we could leave them where they are. In terms of the process for council bringing future items, maybe that topic can be referred to the budget subcommittee to come back with some recommendations to the full council. And there was also this question about, are there some things that could be removed or deferred? And that could also be referred to the budget subcommittee to work with staff on identifying any projects that may no longer be priorities, and that can be brought back. And then I do like the idea that as new things are added, that we need to look at what are we going to remove or how are we going to provide the resources to make that happen.
I support all of that. I wanted to add a couple other components that were left off the list that's in the screen in front of us, but in the agenda packet itself. Was about reducing or reevaluating the number of events proposed by our boards and commissions. And I know one specific area of that is the awards programming. And there are a number of different events. And there had been some requests or ideas coming from the commission and board members themselves about what this could look like in new configurations. And so I think rather than taking away what I think is one of the big joys and pieces of work of those bodies, I would be supportive of seeing a conversation occur at this commission or board member level about what that could look like. And I'm not totally sure what that looks like yet, and I don't want to have just a recommendation. I think staff coming forward with some sort of what that could best look like, and it may be that it is just a council discussion that has to happen, but I want to make sure that that happens with the advisory boards and commissions in mind. I do think that limiting the number of events or going back through our overall events schedule is also a really big important process. So it's not just the council initiated items that become direction, policy, programs, but it's the events that we take on or sponsor as part of the workload. And it feels like it's maybe part of the budget discussion or not. But I wanted to say that we're giving ourselves a lot of work as a subcommittee this year, and if you're okay with that, then I think we should put it there as well. Did you have something to jump into? No. Okay. Councilmember Hang did, sorry. Over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. If I recall correctly, with regards to the boards and commissions, we had discussed about consolidating some events, right? That would help alleviate stressors on staff time and basically kill two birds with one stone.
Oh.
Yeah, there were some discussions around that, and then to Mayor Byers' point, there was some discussions around, do we consolidate some of the awards? What does that look like? But it was no action was taken by the council or given direction. So it sounds like there's going to be some direction, and that the Finance and Budget Subcommittee will take on some of these, and then we'll see what that looks like, maybe late fall, I would guess, early winter. And then we can share that information with the boards and commissions as well, because it looks like we're requesting outreach to them as part of that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Meister?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Again, if this goes to the budget subcommittee, I would ask that the conversation happen in a way of looking at those items through a lens of, what are our WeHo 40 strategic priorities, even prioritizing those priorities. Again, community safety and well-being or economic development, because otherwise it's really just it's just the same. So I think we really have to look at it at a the 100,000 above view. 100,000 feet.
Councilmember Erickson?
Yeah, and I just also want to address staff who have been in the room talking with us about this and understanding that we have something coming back at our next council meeting about
staffing,
yes.
The organizational update, yes.
Great. But just to make sure that I want to thank staff for looking at these priorities, but specifically fully understanding that I would love to see, and maybe it's a part 2 conversation about what I think Councilmember Hang mentioned this. When something goes before us, for example, what does because it's this the first slide, so maybe go back to Christine real quick for transportation and mobility. Or you can go to planning or whichever one, but which ones require a certain number of staff. So for example, how much does each one taken away? Is the vacancy aspect that we were talking about prior, are we within the work that people can do in that time frame so people aren't being pushed to the ends? And we want to make sure that we're just working within those frameworks. So, and a ministerial housing permit, if that is, I'm just going to look at Paulo, you don't do that work, but I'm just going to say if that is Paulo's job, is that, I know that's not all of Paulo's job, sorry to call you out, Paulo, but what does that look like? Does it contain for his workload? I just want to make sure that we're properly planning, and I think that would address kind of what Councilmember Hang was saying for how we look at these things moving forward.
And I sort of touched on it, but just reading the item as it's written here, develop an annual calendar of all city-sponsored and co-sponsored events that is approved once a year. That's quite ambitious for us as a council. It's constantly throwing things out 6 weeks in advance. I think it is a great goal to get to, and could imagine a maybe 6-month look at that happening first, and think that could be something that we get to and towards the end of this year. And I think it would honestly be a great commitment to the community, to our businesses, that come January 1st, they know what things look like through Pride at the very least. And it may not be able to be the thing that we get to this point in time, but it is certainly a commitment this council could make in terms of what we're willing to co-sponsor. And it could also be something that we just amend in policy for co-sponsored events. You can't do anything less than 6 months out. I totally understand the immense opportunity we've created for community to access public space and resources and have events and be a city that is a platform. And it is becoming a lot, and I understand that as staff. And so as part of this too, I think it's about sort of re-looking at some of this equation. I know in the last year alone, we've brought on external support to help manage some of these. And so I don't think it's a how can we keep providing the resources and the level of service and opportunities as a city. And in this moment, we're not going to do any of it effectively if we don't change the way. So I think this offers us a lot of great opportunity, and it's a good place to get to, and it's certainly something I want to look at. So I know that there's been some discussion around producing a list of all the events that have been happening on an annual basis, and there is some, it seems like year-to-year crossover. Maybe those things become more institutionalized events that don't require the same level of coordination because it's assumed it'll keep happening and it doesn't have to happen as a council-initiated item. But I think that's another item that needs to be pruned and looked through fully. But if there's interest from this council to move in that direction, that's a good thing. Are there other items on this long list of places? I see Councilmember Meister, you jumped back in to speak, or is this just a list? Oh, sorry.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Just in terms of what it sounds like you've suggested so far, and I know there haven't been any motions or direction, but for deliberation, it seems as though you're talking about referring most of the, or many of the questions on this list to the budget subcommittee to develop initial recommendations and feedback to return to the city council with for discussion and adoption. Is that generally the direction that you're discussing so far?
I would say yes, and I think we also said that for now we're comfortable with the priorities as staff has identified them, but we will, at the budget subcommittee, also look at whether there are any priorities that need to be removed because they're no longer consistent with the council's direction. Is that?
Right, yeah. Thank you.
Do you need a motion, or is that sufficient direction? I'll make the motion based on your recitation of what the council was thinking.
And I think the outcome of this conversation tonight was meant to be, we're done, we've got it, we're ready to move forward. But I think this is part of maybe a chilling effect that is really meant to take hold in a big way, and a reckoning about the ultimate capacity and ability for our city to meet its ambitious goals and real need to serve this community in the ways that we uniquely do as a city. And so I think the way that, we've done very many new things this year as a council, the study session with Planning Commission to get things on track there. This feels like part of that. We'll be having a new discussion around our homelessness strategic plan. There's a lot of things happening to really create that sort of sense of alignment, not just up here as a council, but in the policies with the staff and our employees and the public's awareness to that all as well. So it feels like this is getting underway, and it's not every place we wanted to get to tonight, but it does feel like we're getting to a different place of clarity. And I feel like the outcome I created from tonight was recommending more meetings for the budget subcommittee, which is an annoying thing to propose, but I do think that having more space in that budget subcommittee and creating more utility of that body to deal with the directives coming from this council will be helpful on an ongoing basis. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion or need for clarity, especially from staff? Okay.
And just to affirm that council understands the motion on the floor. Okay, perfect. So we have a motion and a second. And the motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we're taking a break.
Yes.
Heard that loud and clear. 10 minutes, 9:10. Please take your seats. We're going to get this meeting restarted. Thank you for the break to enjoy some viewing of those outfits at the Met Gala. Okay, thank you. It's fabulous. City Clerk, I believe we're starting with item F2. Vice Mayor Heilman had a few comments or questions quickly. We don't need a full presentation. And then we will move into item F6. I know there's a number of public commenters signed up to speak. And you can go ahead.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I held this. I do have some questions, and I'm in one of the buildings that would be subject to this, so I wanted to disclose that. How many people attended the residential owners and managers virtual workshop?
I would say, I think it was around 20 folks. We did mail notices to every impacted property owner for both the residential and the commercial workshops.
In your report, you refer to electrification of buildings, and I think maybe we might not want to use that term because my building already has electricity. I don't think that's what you mean by that. I think you mean shifting gas-related things to electric, so maybe that needs to be clarified going forward. You mentioned something in the report about grants for converting to electric power. What would the source of those grants be?
So we were recently awarded a $250,000 grant from Clean Power Alliance to support building owners to do this work. $250,000 isn't enough, so we're still continuing to explore other funding opportunities. We did apply for the IRA Department of Energy grants that have now been discontinued. So we're seeking local and state funding.
I guess my comment or concern about this is, again, being in a building that is impacted by this, I don't think anyone in my building would have a clue as to how to do any of the work that is necessary. And I suspect that most of the residential buildings that fall into this category would be in the same boat. So I'm a little bit concerned that the workshops weren't very well attended, and that's not on you, of course. I also, I had previously done an item many years ago to do a solar power pilot project where we would be providing assistance to existing residential and both condo and apartment buildings to convert to solar power. And that's never happened. And I was initially told that we couldn't do it because that would be considered a grant of a gift of public funds. Then I was told we can do it on the nonprofit buildings, but we've never really implemented any kind of pilot project to show how existing buildings could convert to solar power or to get off of gas power for their generators. And I guess my concern is if we're moving forward with this, if there are deadlines and timelines and we're not providing the actual resources that buildings need, we're just setting up everyone for failure. And I don't want that to happen. This is important, and I don't need to tell you that. So I guess I would like to ask our staff to look at what kind of actual assistance are we providing to building owners to implement some of these policies, and maybe we do need to, I think there is a public purpose in creating pilot projects that show how it can be done so other building owners can replicate it. So those were my comments on this. I don't know if you had any response.
Yeah, thank you. Because implementation is a huge part of this policy. We have explored some programs that the city could provide, and do anticipate bringing a list of suggestions when we bring the ordinance forward, because that's something we've heard again and again from our building owners is, how is the city going to help us do this work? And we're hearing them loud and clear and want to address those concerns when we do bring this forward.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. Just wanted to add that we are considering sort of establishing dedicated help desk to help some of those affected property owners that may not be so technically savvy, just to guide them and kind of offer them kind of step-by-step support. Some on-site technical assessments as well, some assistance with that. To request sort of allow property owners to request free or low-cost on-site energy audits, just to help them identify where they can make some of these improvements. And then the building performance action plans themselves would be sort of another avenue where the city can provide recommendations as to how they can improve their building performance at the time of submittal of some of those reports. So we're looking at a variety of ways that we can help some of the property owners. I think the financial incentives is a really great avenue to explore because that is, I think, probably one of the main barriers to implementation.
Well, I think financial barriers, but I would also say lack of expertise. As I said, I don't think there's anyone in our building, working in our building, who would have any idea of how to actually submit the report or comply with the requirements. So I think that's part of where we need, we kind of need to put ourselves in the position of the buildings. And that's why I was suggesting doing some pilot projects, because that would, I think, inform you. It would also inform other building owners as to what needs to be done.
We do have a public commenter signed up for this item. I see that Councilmember Hing and Councilmember Meister both signed up to speak. Okay, we'll have our public commenter, Kevin Burton, join us to speak. And then we'll move over to you, Councilmember Meister.
Kevin Burton, resident of West Hollywood, and I want to thank staff for bringing this item forward. And it is equitable building performance standards applying specifically to existing buildings for which there's a great need. And I want to underscore equitable here because a lot of the buildings in West Hollywood are these older two-story apartment buildings, mostly on the east side, that were built as low-cost housing in the 50s and 60s, and they're older, and so they're all gas. And unfortunately, a lot of them have no insulation because that was one way that property developers cut corners. Don't install insulations. I'm sure there's not a single family home in West Hollywood that doesn't have insulation in the attic. And so part of the building standards has to do with electrification. That's important, but part of it also has to do with energy efficiency, and a lot of that is building insulation. And so I hope that there will be serious consideration given to requiring landlords to install insulation in the attics. That's not an undue financial burden. It's not a big cost. It affects the top floors only of the buildings. So if you have 10 floors, it doesn't affect the carbon footprint very much, but if it's 2 stories, which a lot of these apartment buildings are, it also affects the carbon footprint of the building. So, and I also thank staff for looking into sources funding. I think Councilmember Heilman's comments are well taken. People have to be helped with this, both in advice and also suggested sources of funding that doesn't have to come directly through the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister, did you want to jump in with your questions?
Well, we all got a letter today from someone who lives owns a condominium on Doheny. I don't know if you saw that, but had concerns about the fact that the draft ordinance it leaves an uncertainty in terms of the cost of compliance. That homeowners are entitled to know the amount they will be taxed. Regulating condominium homeowners but not single-family homeowners is not equitable, and some other things, and utility system life cycles, and facing challenges in paying for the cost of housing. And so, and then she wrote, although numerous issues are noted above, at the very minimum, condominium homeowners should be afforded the protection of an annual cap on the amount that will be assessed for building performance compliance. Condominium homeowners should not be at risk of a continuing onslaught of ever-increasing assessments. So I just was wondering if you could address that.
Yeah, so the community member wanted to have a cap on the HOA assessments. And that's pretty hard for us to tell what that could be without our buildings reporting their energy usage, which is the first step of this policy is in 2026. Our buildings will be required to submit their energy performance, which is known as benchmarking. Without that information, a lot of our estimates are based off of the data from the city of LA because we don't have access to the building data because we haven't required that benchmarking. So it really is important for us to have that information before we can say like how much it's going to cost for each building. It's going to be different for each building, and we won't know that until they submit their data.
If there's no other questions or comments from my colleagues, I think we're prepared to move this item. I mean, this is really exciting. This is where the rubber really meets the road in terms of what our climate action plans have looked like and what it means to take this into a really local direction. We just heard that some of the funding that we've applied for from the federal government has frozen. The program's cut, doesn't exist anymore. We'll be hopeful that that'll come back. I know our partners at the Clean Power Alliance are working really hard to make sure cities have both the technical assistance and the actual resources to be able to equip buildings with the need to make these transformations. But ultimately, people have bought property or they're living in buildings that are not compliant or not able to help the people who are living in them adapt and be more resilient in the climate that we're facing. That is the increased rains, the extreme heat, and building safety and performance standards are essential to make sure that we can have a vibrant life and people have a high quality of life in this city. So I'm really supportive of this work. I think it's going to be difficult work, and I think Vice Mayor illustrated some of the difficulties in it, but I know we're up for the task because we know how important this is. It is one of the most aggressive goals, I think, in the whole country when it comes to building performance standards, but that's something we should be really proud of and then just invest the work to make sure it can happen. The one thing I noted in this was that it requires hiring a new staff role. Is that a part of what I read in this staff plan? Maybe that was not, maybe I didn't read that right.
Right. So
I'm just sensitive to it right now.
Yeah, I think if we were to move with implementation, there would be some staffing requirements in order to both implement, manage, and then maintain the program, because it's a program that kind of goes to forever. That doesn't end. So that's a consideration if the actual ordinance is adopted.
Councilmember Hang, I saw you jump in.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to thank staff. I did meet with staff today, and a previous public speaker tonight did mention insulation that was discussed with staff today. So there is a plan that there will be some future action taking place, and I look forward to, having that sent out to the community when it's complete. So thank you.
Oh, I messed up my computer. Oh, no. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate what the mayor said, and we are moving forward with this tonight. I do hope that we are mindful of how this will impact buildings, and it could result in costs to building owners. For instance, if we had to switch out our boiler right now, that would be a major cost, and that's going to be borne by the homeowners. So that's why I'm hoping that as we're moving forward with this, that we will have the same degree of flexibility and thoughtfulness as we've had with some of the other initiatives, particularly, the out zones and the seismic retrofitting, being willing to extend deadlines and recognize that each building is unique and it may take some buildings longer to come into compliance than others.
And we don't actually need a motion or to vote on this item. It was just to receive the report and hear what's happening, and it's very exciting. I thank you all for presenting it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move to item F6. Did I get that right, City Clerk? Okay. F6, reforming housing approval and permitting processes to encourage housing production. I believe Councilmember Erickson will be leading us through the presentation of this item.
I'll just wait. Oh, it's already up. Thank you so much. All right. I'm going to just go through the presentation real quick, and then maybe we can just go to our public commenters item. Is that okay? All right. So this is an item I've been working on for 5.5 months now. And so I will go through these points, and then if there's technical questions, staff is available for that piece, but also happy to talk more as well. All right, so moving forward. For context, there's an extreme housing crisis in California. The city of West Hollywood is not on track to meet our RHNA numbers, and just so we all remember the goal, the meeting from 3 items ago or 4 items ago, the ministerial approval project item, if you saw the bar chart, by 2029, we were going to be around 1,500 to 1,600 units of that 3,933 units. So we are at risk of being triggered with state regulations to limit local review on housing projects. So my item provides policy and administrative changes to encourage housing production, cutting the massive red tape that allows for and discourages this, and reinforcing West Hollywood as a pro-housing city, of which we has that designation, and hopefully help us reach our RHNA goals. So current zoning authority for recommendation 1, which is a ZTA for streamline review and approval, varies by zone and project size. So for example, Planning Commission review for 11 plus units in R4 and 7 plus units in R3. That's an R3 zone. So a neighborhood meeting is required for projects that go to Planning Commission, and director level review appealed to the Planning Commission as well. So this proposed zone text amendment does a few things. Streamlines review and approval processes for residential projects with fewer than 100 units and mixed-use projects with fewer than 100 units and less than 30,000 square feet of non-residential floor area. It changes the review of the Planning Commission to the Director of Community Development, a subject matter expert, and takes politics out of that. Removes neighborhood meeting requirements, allows 1 appeal to the City Council. Most residential projects proposed are under 100 units as well. So the timeline for this is a short-term priority, and it's estimated 6 to 9 months. Additionally, the director level meeting is also a public meeting, as well as a City Council meeting where the public is available to attend. The second recommendation is creating a ministerial approval process. Aha, but you might ask, well, didn't you just do that in C1? We're going further. So most projects require a discretionary review and approval process. Item C1 on May 5th provided information on region changes in accordance with state law. This proposed zone text amendment would do a few things. Create a ministerial approval process for residential projects with fewer than 100 units and mixed-use projects with fewer than 100 units and less than 30,000 square feet of non-residential floor area. Ministerial review process requires by right approval if project meets established objective standards. So most of these projects, if not all of them, are also Housing Accountability Act projects. So in regards to that, what control local cities have is almost nil. So meaning the city has to approve these things, otherwise litigation will ensue, of which we've seen in multiple cities, and it's been written on, and we've seen it here as well. Applicable to projects that are compliant with general plan and zoning code, and the ZTA requires additional evaluation and CEQA analysis. The timeline, this is a long-term priority. It will take approximately 2 years. This is changing our entire process. But specifically, it would happen in a 2-phase process with recommendation 1 ZTA in place, while recommendation 2, the ZTA, is reviewed and evaluated. Recommendation 3, discourage underbuilding. So This direction is to implement safeguards to discourage the underbuilding of housing. So we want to make sure we're doing it all, if not in everything we can do to build as much housing as we can within these projects. And this is not likely to be an issue as most new projects are less than 100 units. This is an ongoing timeline. And most of these, in terms of timeline, what it's going to be is it's ongoing because we're changing a large part of our municipal zoning code, so it's going to take a while. Recommendation 4, eliminate parking minimums. Current zoning code, AB 2097, prohibits minimum parking requirements within a half a mile of major transit stops. It's pretty much, if not all, most of the city of West Hollywood. The city's zoning code was amended in 2023 to be consistent with state law, but it maintains some minimum parking standards where this is already preempted. It's very few and far in between. Jennifer and Francisco, I didn't ask you where these areas are, but I don't know if you can maybe highlight to a previous presentation and talk about that if the public has that question. But there are in specific areas that would make sense around those bus lines. This proposed ZTA would eliminate parking minimums throughout the city, and the ZTA would not prohibit property owners from choosing to provide parking. Property owners still have that right to do whatever they want with their properties, which is their right. So this is a timeline, a short-term policy priority. It's estimated 6 to 9 months because we've already done this, and this item I actually introduced back in 2021, when I was first elected, to get rid of parking minimums altogether, but then Assemblymember Laura Friedman did it with 2097, and so here we are. Who's now our Congress member. Recommendation 5, concurrent plan check. Concurrent city processes require planning entitlements to be approved before building permit applications can be submitted. Might make sense. However, it drags on and can take quite a bit of time. And this is when a lot of work can actually be done ahead of time to speed up the process for housing production. Voluntary programs to allow developers to apply for planning entitlements and building permits concurrently. Applicants must acknowledge the risk, so i.e. the liability, as projects may change during the entitlement process. That's the risk that they go into when they approve to do this. This applies to housing and mixed-use projects without legislative action, and this is actually already in place in places like Beverly Hills, as well as Los Angeles and other cities around. Again, a short-term priority. Pre-filing meetings. Essentially, with pre-filing meetings, it's already an available option, but a lot of people don't know about it. We get emails all the time about people that come to us and we say, let's get you together in one room with everyone so that way you can get everything answered all at once. It's a voluntary meeting. People don't have to have it, but more people need to know about it. So this will allow the applicant to meet with multiple city divisions, and thank you, city staff. You do this very, very well. Jackie, I'm looking at you in the back, and Laura, when there's business and economic interests as well. But this allows us to look at the development action in whole. It resolves a lot of potential issues prior to submittal, and is a short-term policy as well. Recommendation 7. So this is where we differ a little bit with the City of LA. There's some argument both which ways on this, but this is already being championed in the City of LA and at the state, so I wanted to see and make sure we could try to get ahead of some of these standards as well. So the current building code adopts Los Angeles County Building Code, which is based on the California Building Code. 2 staircases are required for buildings over 3 stories. There's a number of bills happening at the state to address some of these issues and provide cities with different local options to make a single staircase reform policy available. We are a very dense city, so there are some challenges. 2 staircases take up a significant building footprint, so therefore not enough housing can be produced when 2 staircases are built. And single stairway buildings lower construction costs and allow different building configurations, different designs, etc. Obviously, if it's a housing project or a 100% housing project, objective standards must be used, so we can't use those type of subjective standards. If we don't like the look of the building, it doesn't matter. If it's 100% affordable, we have very little authority over it. So the recommendations here are to track state and local efforts, establish and evaluate establishing an alternative materials and methods bulletin with approval from LA County Fire, who helps oversee a lot of these actions. This is a medium-term priority, and it's estimated about 1 year. Recommendation 8, you can see why this took 6 months. Purpose of self-certification program, a voluntary program to expedite building permits, license professionals, architects, engineers, self-certify building plans, obtain all planning permits before self-certification, and the regular inspections required to ensure construction is compliant with all codes. There's a lot of limited programs in California. The city of Bellflower and the county of San Diego are already doing this. City of LA is evaluating establishing a self-certification in light of the recent fires to expedite and as much housing production as they can, because this is going to add a major cog in the system when they want to produce housing. Typically, this applies to a lot of small projects, such as single-family homes and commercial tenant improvements, and this is a medium-term priority, and it'll take about a year to finish evaluating the recommendation. Recommendation 9, monitoring streamlined efforts. Recommendation 10, quarterly updates. And recommendation 11, updates on initiatives. So very simply, monitor, provide quarterly updates from staff that we would be having, because this is a major undertaking, and provide a status updates with recommendations on this report within 120 days to the City Council. So that concludes my report. Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I believe we have 19 members of the public signed up to speak on this item. So we'll go ahead and go straight into public comment and then come back for council questions, discussion, deliberations. The first speaker I have signed up is Michael Rusnow, followed by Ignacio Darnoa, and then followed by Nick Renteria. And then we'll keep going through the list, okay?
Well, it's me again.
Hi.
So the short question is why, and why now? What's the rush? What's the Planning Commission for? How long does a neighborhood meeting take? Short questions that may require long answers. The proposed legislation refers to only new buildings with fewer than 100 units. 99 units is a pretty big building. It's not a skyscraper, but a pretty big building. Why did I move to my current residence? Because when I moved from the Valley, I mistakenly moved into a relatively new townhouse not covered by rent control. They raised rents every 9 months and to whatever they wanted. Eventually, the building went condo, and I came to the council and state officials for help, and we wound up getting the one thing rent control protected in new buildings, money, when we were forced to move. And where did I move? To an older building covered by rent control, which has saved me financially. That was the be-all of cityhood, to keep tenants in their homes, to protect them from the very thing this legislation promotes. And while new housing is great, it's not so great to promote buildings that won't be covered by rent control. Others will talk of building rent-controlled units, and I understand that developers might not be so keen on that. But the West Hollywood City Council shouldn't be so helpful in accommodating landlords, even as they ascribe it to fairness. The rent control ordinance, fought for by the CES and Larry Gross for many years, and others saved me from burgeoning rents, and others, and I'd say probably at least some of you on the council. The law prevented my current landlords from plans to demolish my building to build a new one, not covered by the law, and gave me power to challenge them in my renovation dispute. What harm would a public hearing do except call attention to actions that might not be politically pleasing for those running in upcoming elections? Why shouldn't the Planning Commission be involved in city planning? As I said at the outset, short questions that necessitate long answers, and I urge the council to temper their actions until they can provide good ones. And John Erickson, I hope you still love me. I love you.
Thank you. Ignacio Darnaud, followed by Nick Renteria, and then Stephanie Harker.
Hello, dear council members. I've spoken with many residents who can't be here today, and while we strongly support the city's commitments to address California's housing crisis, we vehemently oppose item F6. As the city's staff report clearly indicates, this initiative, which is not mandated by state law, attempts to eliminate public input and bypass the Planning Commission for almost all housing projects proposed in West Hollywood. We are extremely concerned that this initiative would centralize planning and permitting under a single unelected official, risking transparency, accountability, and public trust. F6 would give developers and their paid lobbyists the key to the city and free rein to maximize profits with zero assurance that the new buildings would be affordable. I attended a recent Zoom meeting on zoning changes in which a city official stated that developers need to be offered carrots such as waived parking, relaxed setbacks, and increased density because, quote, developers need to make money. Item F6 would allow developers to avoid critical CEQA environmental and design reviews negatively impacting community character, infrastructure, traffic, parking, and local ecosystems. Not only that, this initiative is a public safety debacle that would challenge our narrow streets in an emergency situation, such as an earthquake or the fires that recently devastated the Palisades. Residents' feedback, public safety, and increased housing are not competing goals. West Hollywood must accomplish all without placing its residents in harm's way. We urge you to vote against agenda item F6 in its current form. Thank you for your leadership and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Nick Renteria, followed by Stephanie Harker, followed by Leslie Carlisle.
Hi, my name is Nick Renteria. I'm a resident of West Hollywood, and I live in a rent-controlled unit. Thank you guys for doing that, past council. First, I'd like to say thank you, Councilmember Erickson, for your work and dedication to streamlining our government and building housing. I also want to say that I understand it can be hard to watch our city change. We all love this city, and we want to protect its unique qualities that make it West Hollywood. It is out of a love for our city that we are cautious of allowing new developments, but that caution comes with a price. Housing is too expensive because it has become too hard to build. Our city was founded by people living on the margins, coming together to build a future of inclusivity. But our current process has made housing extremely expensive and prevented those on the margins today from joining our amazing and welcoming community. I left my hometown in the rural mountains of Georgia because I didn't feel like anyone wanted me there. I moved to West Hollywood to live somewhere that didn't just accept my differences, but loved me for them. I know many of our residents have the same story. I hope our council will see that under the unprecedented threat of federal prejudice that our country is facing, this is a chance to reassert ourselves as a sanctuary for all and to build new homes and welcome new neighbors looking for a place to call home. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Harker, followed by Leslie Carlis, followed by Jay Jacobson.
Good evening, Stephanie Harker. Streamlining the approval process by removing a neighborhood meeting with citizen input and the Planning Commission oversight would not truly expedite the process of housing development. After a developer gets the necessary approvals, they can then speculate, sit on the property until they become derelict, and take years to come up with the money to build. The two currently required meetings do not tend to slow anything down, nor would it streamline the process by removing them. They might even help to improve something here or there, possibly catch something that was missed. Perhaps requiring proof of funds and a one-year shovel-to-dirt mandate might expedite things. Not too very long ago, there was a one-hour neighborhood meeting for a central WeHo project. The building sold, was then flipped, turned into an illegal Airbnb, and finally demolished. And then it took almost 4 years to build 12 units. Today, it remains almost empty 6 months after it was first occupied by one tenant. The price has been dropped from $5,500 down to $4,850 for a two-bedroom and $3,995 for a one-bedroom, with one inclusionary unit. Because of this project, we lost 6 to 8 rent-stabilized tenants who were Ellised out, and it sits almost empty today as 11 units are not affordable. WeHo's 11% vacancy rate and an estimated 2,800 units should be a red flag that maybe our current modus operandi is not working. The old adage of if you build more, the rents will come down is no longer true. Please retain public input via the requirement of neighborhood meetings and oversight by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie, Jay Jacobson and Jonah Breslau.
Good evening, Leslie Carlis on behalf of the West Hollywood West Residents Association. We urge council to vote no on this item. These measures don't streamline the development review process, they steamroll it. They gut essential community safeguards under the misleading banner of efficiency and fly in the face of our general plan's stated commitment to transparency, integrity, and community voice. By stripping away public meetings and community input, this proposal tells residents they no longer matter. Neighborhood meetings with developers are a simple yet vital step that gives residents a voice and developers a chance to engage early and address real community concerns, which leads to better projects. This proposal would do away with that requirement and would also allow developments of up to 100 units to bypass the Planning Commission entirely in favor of ministerial review. This isn't reform, it's erasure. Erasure of oversight and accountability, erasure of local character, and erasure of public trust. The developments contemplated by these recommendations have major impacts on traffic, parking, infrastructure, and the overall fabric of our neighborhoods. Suggesting they can move forward with zero community engagement or Planning Commission review is irresponsible and an insult to our democratic values. There are over 5,100 available units in WeHo at the moment. We need housing that's affordable. This measure only paves the way for more luxury units and rewards developers with waived parking requirements, self-certification, increased density, and single-stair construction. It is simply a giveaway to developers. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay Jacobson, followed by Jonah Breslau, followed by Yoon Ju Brock.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jay Jacobson, and I'm a homeowner and full-time resident of West Hollywood, here to voice my strong opposition to item F6. This proposal would eliminate public hearings for many developments, would not address affordable housing, would give more decision-making power to a single unelected staff member, and limit the community's ability to appeal those decisions. These changes would effectively shut residents out of decisions that directly impact our neighborhoods, our homes, and our daily lives. As someone who's lived in West Hollywood for decades, I've seen how out-of-scale projects can disrupt the balance of our community. I've also attended and spoken at public hearings where residents raise legitimate concerns about traffic, public safety, construction impacts, and more. Often, developers revise their plans in response to that feedback. If this policy passes, we will lose that process. This proposal also removes parking requirements citywide. While I understand the intention to reduce car dependency, we're not there yet. Many of us rely on cars for work, errands, and caregiving. Removing parking requirements places the burden onto current residents. I support building more housing, but this plan prioritizes developer convenience over thoughtful planning and community input. Public hearings, environmental reviews, and the ability to appeal are not red tape. They are the foundation of responsible development and democratic government. I urge you to keep West Hollywood inclusive, transparent, and a democracy by rejecting this proposal. And also to sum up, I'm surrounded also by empty developer-owned homes and empty apartments, and it's not a housing crisis, it's an affordable housing crisis. And this will encourage more unaffordable housing to be built. Thank you.
Jonah Breslau, followed by Yoon Ju Brock, and then Zenon Olgit Crow. Good names.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jonah Breslau. I'm here on behalf of Unite Here Local 11, the Hospitality Workers Union. We're concerned about a loophole that allows developers to use these provisions to potentially build a hotel while still receiving ministerial approval. The legal definition of housing that is generally used allows housing projects to be up to a third commercial uses, which could include hotels. And this creates three main problems. First of all, hotel development is displacing what could be additional housing units in streamlined development projects, which directly contradicts the purpose of housing streamlining laws. Second of all, local governments are unnecessarily deprived of the ability to regulate hotel development. Hotels are a particularly intense land use with unique impacts, including impacts on local demand for housing, transportation, and other public services. And thirdly, unlike community serving retail, like a cafe or a grocery store, hotels don't make the project more livable for the residents of the housing and are more likely to be incompatible rather than complementary to the residential uses. So for all these reasons, other localities and the state have at times voted to ensure that hotels are not included in streamlining provisions. For instance, Pasadena recently voted to streamline adaptive reuse of non-residential properties but excluded hotels. And state laws such as SB 6, SB 7, and also the aforementioned AB 2097 also remove hotels from streamlining provisions. So AB 2097, which was brought up earlier, it removes parking minimum near transit, but it doesn't remove parking minimums for hotels. And so, we were also just wondering whether this proposal would remove that provision for West Hollywood. In sum, please don't streamline hotel development. We believe that hotel workers and the public deserve input on hotel development. We can make these projects stronger. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yoon Ju Brock, followed by Zenon Olga Crow, followed by Midge Barnett.
Good evening, Mayor Byer, Vice Mayor Hellman, and the council members. My name is Yeonju Brock. I have been a proud resident of West Hollywood over 10 years. I'm here tonight to voice my strong opposition to agenda item F6. As a longtime resident, I'm deeply concerned that this item is moving towards in a way that feels rushed and dismissive of the voice of the very people it will affect most, our residents. F6 proposes to fast-track a process with long-term implications for our neighborhoods without ensuring that those of us who live here are meaningfully heard. We understand the need for progress and thoughtfulness development. As a longtime resident, I'm deeply concerned. We understand the need for progress and thoughtful development, but that progress must include transparency, accountability, and most importantly, true community engagement. This item does not reflect that. In fact, it feels more like an attempt to bypass robust community dialogue than to foster it. As a resident, we are not against change, but we are against being silenced. I urge the council to reconsider the approach outlined in F6. Let's take the time to do this right, with the residents at the center of the conversation, not pushed to the sidelines.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Zenon Olga Crow, followed by Midge Barnett, and then Greg Carnes.
Hello, Council. Thank you so much for being here. I'm a lead with YIMBY Los Angeles. My name is Zenon Olga Crow, and I just wanted to start by saying thank you to the City of West Hollywood and this Council for leading the Los Angeles region in making sure that we can build the housing that we need to have an affordable and accessible community. It isn't often that I come to a council meeting and I'm genuinely excited about what's being proposed, and I cannot understate this enough. This suite of reforms is exactly the direction that every single city in Los Angeles County should be taking, and shows that WeHo takes its commitment of inclusivity for everyone, not just those who can afford to live here, to heart. Good governance only happens when we allow our elected officials and city staffers to do their jobs. But for too long, we've subjected ourselves to a veto-ocracy, where even when people overwhelmingly want something different than the status quo, we saddle a mandate for change with process requirements that ultimately serve to empower a disgruntled minority to delay and effectively stop the delivery of services and change. We heard this evening from WeHo city staffers that our current way of doing things is not working. And at the core of this, there's too much to do and not enough time or staff to make it happen. By taking these steps to reduce appeal hearings and allow our city to deliver on a voter mandate, we can give staff their time back to focus on the other issues that voters want tackled. People are fed up with our country because it feels like nothing ever changes. Instead of being like Doge and destroying the systems people rely on, let's chart a path forward that empowers government to make our communities a better place and make sure that we can deliver on the promises we have without opposition of a disgruntled minority. Thank you.
Thank you. Midge Barnett, followed by Greg Carnes.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Midge Barnett, and I've been a resident and homeowner in West Hollywood for 39 years. I do want to add that I appreciate that I live in a city where dissenting opinions can still be voiced. However, I strongly oppose the proposed item F6. These recommendations are a serious threat to the character, safety, and livability of our neighborhood. By fast-tracking development and stripping away local oversight, such as neighborhood meetings and multiple layers of appeals, we are being told that our voices no longer matter. This is not just streamlining, this is silencing the community. Allowing developments of up to 100 units to bypass the Planning Commission and skip public engagement removes critical safeguards that protect us from overdevelopment, poor design, and misuse of land. Our neighborhood is already densely built, and cramming in more housing without proper review will only worsen traffic, noise, parking scarcity, and strain on public services. Eliminating parking minimums citywide is a serious mistake. While this may align with state law in transit-rich zones, a blanket policy ignores local realities. Removing parking requirements will push cars onto already crowded residential streets, increase conflicts over limited curb space, and burden existing residents. Even more concerning is the push towards ministerial by right approvals. This opens the door to unchecked development with no real accountability, environmental scrutiny, or community input. Once these buildings go up, the damage is permanent. We all agree on the need for housing, but the solution cannot come at the cost of transparency, local democracy, and neighborhood integrity. Housing goals must be met with the community, not in spite of it. I strongly urge you to reject these recommendations and demand a smarter, more inclusive approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Carnes, followed by Brian Shuley.
Hi, good evening, and thanks for the time. I'm a long time West Hollywood resident, and even longer commercial real estate lawyer. My firm is one of the largest commercial real estate firms in the state, and we represent a lot of developers, some of whom develop in the city of West Hollywood. And I would applaud, the pro-housing stance that the city is taking. We've had to fight with a lot of cities that go to great lengths, unconstitutional lengths, to prohibit this kind of housing. But I would say that I think it's important that the city consider the impacts on public safety that development can have. I think that we all had a chance to look and see the fires. I had a client that had to leave his car and to get out of the Palisades. And, we can all think about streets and areas in the city of West Hollywood that would be equally challenged to get many people in or out and to get emergency vehicles in. And so I think that it would just not be responsible to allow large-scale development, over-densification of areas that just can't handle, that would create risks to public safety because you couldn't get emergency vehicles in or you couldn't get people out fast enough. So I would hope that the council would, I think someone said that these are not competing objectives. We can have more housing stock, and we can still, protect the public, the residents of the city of West Hollywood. I hope that the council will do that.
Thank you. Brian Shuley, followed by, I skipped somebody. Brian Shuley, followed by Jordan Beard.
Brian Shuley, resident, 969 Larrabee for over 10 years. There's really no nice way to say this. This thing is just stupid. Taking away parking minimums, you're taking away parking spaces from stop signs and crosswalks, which is going to reduce at least 4 spots at every intersection. You're letting these buildings build up bigger and give less parking. You're going to have more people trying to dump onto the streets. You're putting buildings up that require valet-only parking for apartments and hotels. That's just going to spill out onto the street as well. It's just dumb. Self-policing. Yeah, when has that ever gone wrong that self-policing for corporations and builders have done the right thing? Yeah, never. Single egress steps for buildings. I don't know if any of you ever have been in a building fire, but when the only staircase is blocked by fire, how the hell do you get out? Do you jump out the window and hope the hell you don't die, or do you sit there with marshmallows and burn in it? I guess that's about all I have to say, but obviously I'm against it, and so are all these people. So I suggest you guys vote no on this because recalls can be done too.
Jordan Beard, followed by Jordan David, followed by Gregor Retty.
Good evening. I'm glad to see the City Council is taking some real action to address the housing crisis, and I strongly support these streamlining reforms. A lack of available housing is driving up costs and making the city inaccessible to so many. Think about all of the people that would bring so much to our community, but are simply priced out. If we want to remain progressive and inclusive, we need to be welcoming of new neighbors, not closing the gates behind us. The proposed amendment to expand ministerial approval is a no-brainer. This would just allow projects that already conform to code and zoning requirements to bypass the Planning Commission, saving many months off project timelines and reducing costs. If a project aligns with all regulations and is not asking for any bonuses or extra entitlements, why should the Planning Commission be able to block it? We have building codes and regulations for a reason, to give people clear goalposts through which they can direct their planning and their design. When we require these projects to go through an additional discretionary process, those goalposts hold little value, resulting in requirements that are vague, constantly changing, and effectively obstructionist. If we rely on a clear objective requirement, we avoid potential for corruption and political dealings posed by a subjective discretionary process. If a building follows all of our rules and checks all of our boxes, City Hall should verify the plans and approve it, and then we can all bake cakes for our new neighbors and focus on strengthening what makes WeHo so special, our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan David, followed by Gregor Retty, followed by Charles Ian Torino.
Hey, Jordan, West Hollywood. I want to express my critical support for this item because we are in a housing crisis. I do want to commend Councilmember Erickson for bringing this forward. As someone who has historically been very critical of elected officials, I really appreciate when campaign promises are actually followed through with. So thank you for that. These recommendations are about making government more efficient. And in many ways, for me, it actually highlights some ways that it already is. For example, when it comes to eliminating parking minimums, this is actually something that's often already achieved through other means, right? That are just more complicated with more paperwork. Transit-oriented development zones at the state level are often used. And with WeHo being literally a total of two square miles, it's pretty hard to build not close to a transit stop. When it comes to CEQA, I do think that this is something that was created with good intentions. That said, its intended function often gets done through other city planning processes today, and it too often gets used to stop the development of affordable housing that we so desperately need. I do want to echo some of the sentiments from Unite Here Local 11 regarding the inclusion of hotels. I hope that you can maybe discuss some language be added just to address those concerns. And lastly, I do think there's a conversation to be had about what affordability actually means, because we are in an affordability crisis as well. So, how can we incentivize deeper affordability as building it becomes more efficient. I know that's not part of this item, so thank you again for the initiative. I encourage a yes vote, and I look forward to housing being built that is for every income level, not just luxury.
Thank
you.
Gregor Ritti, followed by Charles Ian Torno, followed by Azine Khan Malik. Oh, did Gregor leave? Okay. We'll go to Charles Ian Torno. Great. Followed by Azine Khan Malik.
Thank you, City Council, for hearing us here today. My name is Charles Ian Torno. I live very close nearby in Los Angeles, and I'm actually looking for new apartments in the area. And I noticed something when hunting is that the housing stock in West Hollywood is older. You get smaller units, older units for less quality compared to Beverly Hills and Hollywood. Beverly Hills has a ton of apartment buildings and none of the public safety issues that are mentioned. Hollywood has a ton of new apartment buildings that are coming onto market. You can get great units for 20, 30% less than West Hollywood. I would love to live here. The stopping housing is an act of exclusion. We know, looking back at the 20th century, that these tools were used explicitly and implicitly to stop other people from coming into the neighborhood. It's time that stops. It's also time that we transform the city from one based on automobiles to one that's based on mobility, which we, I think, all know about: green mobility, sustainability, which is about improving the housing stock. We can't just continue to let the housing that exists deteriorate and not build anything new. The last thing I'll mention is that this is not excluding anybody from the democratic process. Their voice can always be heard. They can always raise substantive safety issues in a court. But the democratic process is here, is creating a zoning code, providing the updates, and that's it. You don't just get to block every housing project in the neighborhood. That's not democracy. So, thanks.
Thank you. Azine Khan Malik, followed by Christopher Russell, followed by Kathy Lavis.
Good evening, council members. My name is Azine Khan Malik, and I'm the executive director of Abundant Housing LA. We're a grassroots nonprofit dedicated to advocating for more housing throughout LA County as a critical solution to our affordability crisis. On behalf of Abundant Housing and our local chapter, Building WeHo, we want to express our full support for item F6. West Hollywood and LA County, and indeed our state as a whole, are in the midst of an historic housing crisis with acute impacts for all of us. Simply put, people cannot afford housing. Folks are living on the edge of homelessness, households are living farther away from their jobs, and families are moving out of state and farther away all the time. The root cause of this crisis lies in the fact that cities have often made it illegal to build the housing we need and have made it too difficult, time-consuming, and expensive to build housing through onerous permitting and approval processes and outdated requirements like parking minimums that prioritize cars over people. Item F6 is a bold, timely, and necessary step to make it easier to build the essential housing that we need in West Hollywood. Households need more housing, and we need it as fast as possible, and the recommendations in this item will speed up housing construction. We are excited about the proposals to move projects under 100 units or less to staff review and ministerial processing, eliminating parking requirements, allowing concurrent planning and building approvals, and allowing self-certification and single stairway buildings. These recommendations, particularly staff and ministerial review, are common sense best practices that have been adopted by many jurisdictions throughout Southern California. At the end of the day, if a housing project complies with all the rules, it should be built as fast as possible. People are struggling. Let's not leave them hanging through a dedication to process rather than the critical outcome we need, which is more housing and more affordability. Thank you.
Christopher Russell, followed by Kathy Blavis, followed by Rick Watts.
Hi there, Council. Thank you for being with us tonight. My name is Christopher Russell, and I'm a resident of West Hollywood. And I just wanted to express my excitement for the city staff's recommendations focused on reviewing the housing regulations to increase the efficiency of the housing development and really achieve the outcomes of building enough housing for population and job growth in West Hollywood. We are sitting at currently a 6.6 vacancy rate for rental housing, which does signal a very tight housing market, and that has upward pressure on rents. And per the West Hollywood housing element, about 93% of the housing in West Hollywood is at least 30 years old. So that's signaling an aging of the housing infrastructure here. As mentioned, we are not on track to meeting our housing forecast as demonstrated in the housing element. And by state law, that does demand us to review our city regulations to get us to our housing forecast outcomes. So I'm excited to see this suite of reforms, and I would just like to say that this is good governance that we're doing. So pushing past the status quo certainly feels like something, but I'm excited to be here tonight to see it through. Thank you.
Kathy Blavis, followed by Rick Watts, followed by Victor Olmanchenko.
First things first, glasses change, okay. Good evening, Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. I'm a long-term West Hollywood resident, and I've owned a property here for 21 years. I rent out 2 units and have always kept my rents just below market rate because I care about maintaining a stable, diverse community. One of my tenants has lived here for over a decade. The other unit, a studio, is currently vacant. And for the first time in 21 years, I have listed it at market rate. And yet, after 2 months, I still haven't found a tenant. And why? Because West Hollywood is already saturated with market rate and luxury housing. That's the reality. We don't need more high-end units. We need housing that actually serves the people who live and work here. If the goal of this agenda item was for 100% affordable housing, that would be a different conversation. But instead, it seems designed to make it easier for developers to do whatever they want with no accountability, no community input, and no real benefit to residents. So I ask you, who does this really serve? Not longtime residents, not renters or local workers. It serves developers and the politicians who enable them. West Hollywood deserves better. I strongly oppose aspects of this agenda item. This is not what is best for the future of our city. You know, having said that, poke myself in the eye with my glasses. Having said that, I really hope you look at this, and I hope you really hear that the people who oppose this are not against affordable housing, and we're not against progress. We're against being left out of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Watts, followed by Victor Olmanchenko, followed by Larry Block.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Rick Watts, City of West Hollywood. I am 100% on board with the stated purpose of this item. I have no arguments with that at all. There's 100% agreement that the city, the state, and this country are way behind on the number of units that are needed of housing. Some 4 million, I think, nationwide, as I recall. We simply have to build a lot more, but we do need affordable housing. Now, there's ways to do that, I think, though, that would do a better job of this. And I get, even as a car owner, I'm open to the suggestion of dialing back on the parking requirements, because I know that those add to the costs a considerable amount. I want to say something on the order of $75,000 per parking spot, particularly if you have to go underground. But I am concerned about what this would do to incentivize the demolition of rent-stabilized housing, because once that's gone, it's gone. The cost of Hawkins is still there. I'm also concerned that a lot of the housing that would be built is not going to end up being affordable. Part of the problem is with corporate landlords have the ability to withhold, they have the market muscle to be able to withhold units off the market. And perhaps one of the things you might want to do is consider a vacancy tax. I know that's hard to get passed, but I think it's something that bears consideration, and Councilmember Meister has proposed exactly this in the past, and I think it bears further consideration. I am on board with it, but I think this item is currently written needs more work. I'm not opposed to it, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Victor Olmanchenko, followed by Larry Block.
Victor Omelchenko, and I'm a longtime West Hollywood resident, and I am a rent-stabilized tenant, and I value the rent-stabilized protections that this city offers me. But in the 23 years that I have lived here, I have seen the demolition of over 1,000 rent-stabilized units. Yes, when the developers came in, there is a law, the Ellis Law, they could build taller and bigger, and we may have gotten back 2,000 units, of which 20% or 400 were going to be the inclusionary housing units for lower income folks and for moderate income folks. But that has resulted in a net loss over time of affordable housing. In our strategic plan, the biggest growing group in this city is people making $200,000 per year, and that's increased from 6% in 2010 to 19% in 2024, because what has happened is these rent stabilized have gone down and all these luxuries have come in. Is this the diversity city that we want? Yes, it's capitalism, it's about money, but I would like to turn to the other item in this. Affordable housing has been a city priority. It says, what's not happening? Demolition of older, lower cost stock that is not designated as income restricted affordable housing to make way for market rate housing redevelopment has often resulted in further reduction of lower cost housing opportunities, the impact of which is being especially felt on West Hollywood's west side. Now, regarding this proposal, yes, I believe in streamlining some things. I do know that the state is forcing us to do this. We have made 11% progress. We have 450 units in the pipeline to the 4,000. But if we don't meet it, what could the state possibly do to us at this point? They've taken away so much from us already. This is not ready for prime time, and thank you for listening to me.
I believe our last speaker signed up tonight is Larry Block. If you intended to speak, now's your time.
Hi.
Hi.
Larry Block, West Hollywood. Hello, everybody. I wanted to run over here on this historic night. This historic night. 41 years ago, the city was founded with a bunch of residents who got together to exercise their voice and found a city in which they had a say in the future. And over these 40 years, those residents and their input, and I've heard council compliment input from residents so many times through so many design meetings. 40 years we built this fantastic city, supposedly a fantastic city. I wish John Erickson would run for state senate, running on the merits of what we built instead of homogenizing us into Los Angeles County or homogenizing us into the state. I can't imagine a proposal like this can come forward before you have made a proposal on how you're going to protect the residents who are booted out of those developments. We have no transitional housing. With no transitional housing, you can't demolish and put the whole city under an atom bomb like Elon Musk going through, slashing and burning everything in sight, which is what this proposal does. This proposal puts the entire 80% of the city under the developer's gun, where we have no control. No more design review meetings, no more people inputting. It's wrong at the time. I would appeal to Danny Hang, you're the swing vote here. Okay, when you ran, you gave the residents your word. You will listen to the residents. I ask you to take off your Los Angeles County social services hat and put on the hat of the city councilman that represents the West Hollywood residents, this isn't right for us now until you can protect those residents who are going to get tossed out of their units. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe that was our last public commenter. We have citizen position slips.
Thank you, Mayor. Pat Dixon opposes the staff's recommendation. Ruth Stislawski opposes the recommended item. Michael Zanella opposes the recommended item. Wendy Goldman opposes the recommended item. Richard Carlis opposes the recommended item. And Ben Brustein supports the recommended item. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me begin by saying thank you to everybody for a really engaging public comment discussion. It's really amazing to hear from you all. We really appreciate the time you've invested in coming out. And I also know that this item elicited more than 40, at least, public comment letters that we are seeing on the record as well. I want to bring it back to Councilmember Erickson, whose item this is, and offer you a moment to respond to anything and clarify before we begin discussion deliberation here tonight. But again, thank you all for the discussion.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have written down some notes from what some of the members of the public said, but I have prepared a speech. I want to speak really plainly and precisely tonight because I really believe we're at an inflection point. The urgency of West Hollywood's housing crisis cannot be overstated, and neither can the systemic forces that continue to impede our ability to respond to it. Let's begin with the data, because that's what we have to look at. The City of West Hollywood has committed to permitting 3,933 new housing units by 2029. It's 2025, and as I said yesterday, I can't believe it's almost June. 2029 is already here. This gap is not abstract. It translates into thousands of people who are unable to afford to live here or are being displaced from the communities that they help build. This item does not displace people, and Larry, I completely support building transitional housing, and I would love to build more transitional housing because that's exactly what we need. However, it's opposed at all levels when you say we want to have transitional housing in our neighborhoods. People don't want it, and they come to these meetings and they don't support it. And we've seen those examples. It's important to be clear-eyed about how we got here. For too long, our local housing production systems at all levels have been entangled in layers of well-meaning but ultimately exclusionary processes. Discretionary review, duplicative meetings, and ever-changing project standards have served, in effect, as tools of obstructionism, however unintentional it may be. The result is that projects get delayed, derailed, and deterred altogether, or, to respond to some of the comments, they lose their financing and they sit vacant for a number of years or, sadly, decades. Let us be honest. Affluent communities across California, including parts of our own, have used, in times, procedural complexity to resist change, especially the kind of change that brings affordable, multifamily, and accessible housing into the fold. That's why we have a 20% affordable housing requirement on new production. So for every 100 units that we're building, 20 affordable units, brand new units, not old housing stock, which we have to deal with, are produced. This is the type of change that is not just This is the type of problem that is not just inefficient, it is inequitable. It constrains supply, raises costs, and deepens segregation. This issue wasn't just an abstract policy topic. It was one of the #1 concerns I heard on the campaign trail when I knocked over 6,000 doors. Whether it was at coffee meetups, neighborhood forums, walking every block in this city, which I did myself, people told me again and again, we need housing, we need it now, it needs to be affordable at all levels, and don't forget the missing middle. People like myself who work in nonprofit jobs who, if I didn't have my rent-controlled apartment, I wouldn't be able to live in the city of West Hollywood. And believe me, the $236 every 2 weeks I get from the city of West Hollywood is definitely not helping me keep my rent. However, we all love this city, but we're unsure if we can actually stay. We all see friends moving away, buildings sitting empty, and approval processes dragging out for years, i.e. Weatherly Palms. They feel like they're being pushed out of every community we help shape. When people look around and see only luxury developments moving forward, that's a problem. And it's worse because we see projects stalled indefinitely due to the administrative delays or financial difficulty it costs. And then it erodes our trust in the process, and then ultimately the trust in us as elected official. How many times have we talked about Melrose Triangle or other stalled housing projects throughout the city? It's a problem, and it's a problem we need to address. This policy streamlines approval, removes outdated requirements, and provides clarity to housing producers and residents alike. It's an essential corrective. It's our ability to say to the public, and what I'm saying to you all here is, yes, we hear you, yes, we are acting, and yes, we're trying to make good on our promises. Throughout my campaign and ever since taking office in 2020, I've made it a priority to truly listen to our community. That's why for 48 months I've sat in Plummer Park once a month with a card table and said, come talk to me and tell me about your concerns. I've never missed a single one. And every meeting, someone's talking to me about the price of rent, the ability to not build housing, and the cost of building housing. And the messages have been clear. People are struggling to find and keep housing in West Hollywood. I've heard from longtime renters fearing displacement, from young people priced out of their hometown, and from LGBTQ residents worried about staying in a place that has always been a safe haven. That's why for the past 5 months, I've worked closely with city staff to translate these concerns, which came from my own head, into action. This shouldn't also be a surprise. I've been talking about this in the media, in the press, which is the same thing, on my social media, and up here at the dais for the last year. I've been saying I've been working on an item and I intend to address it, and here we are. This policy proposal didn't emerge in a vacuum. It's a direct result of a sustained community input grounded in lived experiences of a multitude of residents and business owners, and shaped throughout the thoughtful collaboration that I believe ensures that we can remove barriers without silencing voices. However, I'm not amenable to looking at different changes we can bring as a council here together to make sure our community knows we're listening to them. There's a persistent myth that building more housing, especially in already dense cities like ours, somehow drives up housing prices. In reality, the opposite is true. Decades of research, including findings cited in the high cost of free parking, show that restrictive zoning, excessive parking requirements, and delays in improving new housing have artificially constrained supply and driven up costs. Local cities have embraced housing production and reduced parking minimums, like Sacramento and San Diego, and are starting to see more moderate rent increases and greater affordability over time. When we allow more homes to be built, especially near jobs and transit, we ease the pressure on existing housing stock, give renters and people more options, and begin to correct the decades-long imbalance between demand and supply. Housing scarcity is a policy choice, and it's one we can and must change. The truth is, we really don't have the luxury of delay. Every month we stall is another month where rents rise, homelessness increases, and displacement accelerates, and people lose their homes. Our policy tools must match the scale and speed of this crisis. That's why these reforms, I believe, are urgent, and I believe they place a big question before us all tonight. If we're serious about inclusion, serious about equity, and serious about protecting the character of our city, then I think we must act with boldness and clarity now. The reforms I'm introducing tonight align with a broad body of evidence, including research from Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies, showing that restrictive local permitting processes disproportionately limit affordable housing development. By streamlining review processes, eliminating parking minimums, allowing ministerial approval for compliant projects, and exploring self-certification programs will help us produce the housing we really need. West Hollywood has always prided itself on being a leader in civil rights, on public health, on inclusion, and on looking to the future. But our leadership today demands something different. It demands a willingness to modernize how we do housing. It demands an ability to distinguish between public input and procedural gatekeeping. And above all, it demands urgency. I strongly urge my colleagues to adopt these reforms and move forward with seriousness and give our staff the time, the 2+ years times as an outline for the process to begin as well, the moral clarity of this moment that it demands. Let us meet our housing obligations, not because we are compelled to, but because we know it is right.
Thank you. Are there questions, comments, discussion from my colleagues, and who would like to begin? Yeah, Councilmember Meister, please. Yeah.
First, I have a question, and that is, in terms of the losing the Planning Commission part of this streamlining proposal, how is this different than C1?
Say it again.
So in other words, we just approved something tonight to be compliant with state law, item C1. I don't really understand how your proposal, neighborhood meetings aside, how this proposal is different. The concurrent processing and the encouraging pre-filing meetings, I believe you and I did an item for streamlining affordable housing two years ago, and those were suggestions that we had on that item. So I'm trying to understand what the necessity of this item is when we just approved tonight, item C1, to make us compliant with state law. The only thing that I see is there are a couple of things, but I want to understand the streamlining part of this, where it's different from C1.
I think staff can explain the difference. I think this expands it much more than what we approved at the previous item.
Well, I know there are other things in there. I'm just saying, in terms of like just the idea of getting rid of the Planning Commission meeting, right, and having a by right project. So is this not by right projects?
Ministerial's by right, it's the threshold that's different. So C1 approved the process itself, and that we didn't have that process on the books. State requires all cities to have that process on the books. This will change the threshold.
So the threshold change being?
100 units or less. And state law varies based on other existing state law that it complies with. And that's where you should come in.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we don't need you anyway. Okay, so I'll go on then to my other issues. First of all, I'm really tired of people blaming or putting the burden on West Hollywood when West Hollywood has 18,000 people per square mile. Los Angeles has 8,300 people per square mile. Culver City has 8,000 people per square mile. Beverly Hills has 5,800 people per square mile. West Hollywood is not the problem. We have never been the problem. We have always provided affordable housing in the way of our inclusionary ordinance, which required 20% affordable on every new development project without bonuses. Without all of those things. We were doing it before. State law has actually made it so that we get a lower percentage of affordable units with every project based on the definitions they have of what a base density is. So to keep putting this on West Hollywood like we're going to save the world, that's just ridiculous. We're 1.9 square miles. That's number one. Number two, to bring an example of the Melrose Triangle, that didn't move forward because of city streamlining, that project was approved. That project took years to come to council, not because of what the city staff was doing, it was because they kept changing the project. And then the developer went to jail. That's why that project is a hole, okay? The other thing is this proposal does not guarantee affordable housing. And what's going to happen is it's going to incentivize the purchase, the ellising, and demolition of housing that is already affordable. And there is no, as others have said, there is no protection of buildings, existing tenants, because as you know, a developer can buy a building and they can ellis it out So this is not going to help prevent that. Regarding getting rid of neighborhood meetings, you know, the neighbors, the residents, the people who live in the neighborhoods where a project is going to happen, they have information about the neighborhood, and in CEQA they call it anecdotal information, that may not be scientific evidence, but it is lived experience. They can say to a developer, oh, but if you do this, this happens because we have a narrow street, or there's a cul-de-sac over there, or this is over here. Things that developers don't always pay attention to. And so neighbors actually do provide value. Their input is valuable. And to just say, we don't want to have a neighborhood meeting because of streamlining, that is just not acceptable. That is not the democratic process. That is not due process for residents of this city. We did not take on the 3,900 units. We were told you were going to do 3,900 units. We didn't say, oh, give us 3,900 units. That was the state telling us we have to build this. They were telling that one they have to build that. They were telling this one, you have 3,500 units, you have 5,000 units, you have 10,000 units you have to build. No one said this state was being realistic. We went from 75 units in the previous cycle to 3,900 units by a formula that didn't take into account that this city has 18,000 people per square mile. So, your intentions may be, honorable, but this is not thought through. And I think to get rid of the Planning Commission oversight, and believe me, I don't always agree with our Planning Commission, and probably many times I don't agree with their decisions. However, they have never been political to say, we're not going to approve this project. I've only seen them approve projects. But that is where a project gets vetted. That is where residents can have a say and get it out. Otherwise, we might as well be in Washington, D.C. with the Orange Menace having a dictatorship. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Heilman, you wanted to speak.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who came out to speak tonight, and thank you to my colleague, Councilmember Erickson, for bringing forward a very important policy discussion. A couple of things that I hope we can all agree on, and that is, how do we go about expediting the approval process? We know that new housing needs to be built. We should make sure that the process is as efficient as possible, but keeping in mind that governments are not designed to be efficient. We're designed to get public input, designed to look at things from all angles. But are there ways for us to increase the efficiency of our approval process? At the same token, how can we expedite the actual construction of the units? Because getting units approved and not having them built doesn't serve anyone. Are there changes that we can make to the requirements to lower the cost of new housing? And presumably that lower cost then gets passed on to the consumer. And a couple of items that you've identified here is getting rid of the minimum parking requirements. And that would certainly lower the cost of new housing, but as a number of the speakers indicated, it will also impact existing residents, often in a negative way, because there are a lot of streets in West Hollywood where there is no street parking for residents. Getting rid of dual stairways, that might lower the cost of construction, but it also raises some safety concerns, as we heard from one of the speakers. Having developers have their own engineers self-certify, well, that might make sense for smaller projects, but for larger projects, there's a reason why we have a building and safety department that works for the city that is evaluating things, because we know that there are some developers and builders who will try to cut corners, and that will impact the safety of future residents. How do we make sure whatever changes we make ensure that we're getting affordable housing and housing that is meeting the needs of the people who live in West Hollywood and want to live in West Hollywood? I will echo something that Councilmember Meister said, and that is, we are fortunate that we're a city where lots of people want to live here. And we are not going to be able to accommodate everyone who wants to live here. We only have 1.9 square miles. If we were to build, let's say, 20,000 units because so many people want to live here, that would destroy the quality of life for those who do live here, and it would change the quality of life for those who would move here. So I don't think we should feel guilty that we're not going to be able to accommodate everyone who wants to live here. My biggest concerns about this, and I have no problem giving direction to our staff to look at those things. How do we expedite the approval process? How do we expedite actual construction? How do we lower the costs of new housing and make sure it gets built? The specifics that you're proposing, I think we should move away from those specifics and give that general direction to our staff to come forward and utilize their expertise. My biggest concern here, and I don't think Mr. Russell, when he spoke, intended to say this or maybe reveal what I'm concerned about. He talked about the aging housing stock and that a lot of our buildings are very old. Well, that raises a red flag for me, because I think what this is unwittingly going to do is give developers free rein to come in and tear down our existing stock that is providing affordable housing and market rate housing for a lot of our existing residents. And I know, Councilmember Erickson, you talked about the concerns of people who are fearful of being displaced. And many of them who are in rent-controlled units, what they're fearful of being displaced is by a developer coming in and taking their building, tearing it down, and building a new building which they're not going to be able to afford to live in. So I worry that just giving developers free rein is going to result in that. And I don't think that's your intention, but if we are not careful here, that is what is actually going to occur. So those are my thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hain, did you want to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. I have some questions for staff. Do you foresee any projects that, possible projects that would still require CEQA with regards to this?
So it depends on the phase of this that you're talking about. Under number 1 of the 11 items, all of the projects that are reviewed would still require a CEQA determination. Because we're still operating with the same development standards and the same densities that exist in the zoning ordinance now, we would expect most of those projects would be exempt under a categorical exemption similar to what we have now. Under a ministerial process, those projects would be CEQA exempt as ministerial projects. So that's
Even those requiring variances, zone changes, or legislative actions?
Those would not be ministerial projects. So ministerial projects would have to comply line by line with the objective standards in the code. Anything that wants to deviate from those objective standards, like a variance or something like that, would not be part of that ministerial process. So those would have a CEQA determination.
So those would still have CEQA determination?
Correct.
And would shifting approval authority to staff weaken any type of oversight for said projects?
Shifting the threshold of what projects would go to Planning Commission changes the process. So it would be a staff level review. It would still have the ability to be appealed to the Planning Commission and then to the City Council under the first item. So there is still a robust process involved with that. We would still be making the findings on those projects that are required today, still have conditions of approval that are required today, but it would not have a public hearing or the same type of public noticing, so it wouldn't have as much public involvement.
So just so that I'm understanding correctly, there's still a robust safety component that is reviewed by staff in the ministerial process.
Are you speaking of the building code, like building and safety review? Correct. Both of no matter what the planning process looks like, the building and safety plan check review would be the same. It would still have to be consistent with the building code.
Got it. And then can you address some of the parking elimination concerns? I believe Congresswoman, then Assemblymember Laura Friedman had an item to regarding parking, right? Or
Yeah, I mean, I can address some of the elimination of parking requirements. So with AB 2097, so, we eliminate parking requirements within half a mile of a major transit stop. It doesn't mean that you cannot provide parking. It just says that you're eliminating the parking requirement. So developers can actually provide parking if so desired. It just eliminates the requirement for parking. Most of the city is covered by that, approximately 95%, 97% of the city. There's a very minimal number of parcels where that AB 2097 does not apply.
And just to add really fast, I think the one concern that we had with eliminating parking requirements from the West Hollywood zoning ordinance and not just relying on the state law has to do with some of our CEQA thresholds for screening of projects with relation to our vehicle miles traveled or VMT thresholds, which we would probably try to bring as side by side. So if we were directed to bring an item related to parking minimums, then we would look at what those thresholds are and if we can update those to align with what we're trying to do.
so if I'm understanding what you mentioned earlier, we have 24 months for the current process to still be in place. And if the item does pass, then nothing is actually going to be decided tonight, right?
Correct.
The item would go to the Planning Commission and then come back to the council for final approval. So nothing is going to be set in stone or tonight. Am I getting a fair understanding of it?
Yeah, the item is to direct staff to come back with ordinance changes in certain amounts of time. So that would be what we would do.
Got it. Thank you. So I do understand some of the concerns that the community is relaying in terms of noticing for the item. Does the item as is express or cover any type of noticing for members of the community?
I'm sorry, what the question? Can you repeat the question?
What's the question?
Does the item as is cover any type of noticing for the community?
On a project-by-project basis or for the zone text amendments?
On a project-by-project basis.
So yes, it would be, well, a lot of this would be something that would come forward in the ordinance that would be brought at a later date. But generally, there are requirements for noticing a posted notice, even for projects that don't go to a public hearing.
So it's never going to be a case where somebody wakes up and there's 10 trucks in front of their homes. There is going to be proper notice within whatever square feet radius of a proposed project.
That would be the type of detail that we'd probably get into more when an ordinance is in front of the commission.
So that would be something that council can provide further direction on to help alleviate concerns of community members.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's correct, and I wanted to add the initial ministerial housing permit framework that we provided for council does provide for noticing for particular projects, and so that's what it is intended to provide the pathway to ministerial processing. And so, yeah, ministerial does not mean secrecy. It means that we do want to be as transparent as possible. It just means that we're trying to expedite the permitting of projects.
And then just so that I have a better understanding, we're not cutting voices of residents out completely. Is there still a chance for residents to voice concerns at all anywhere in the process?
So maybe I can address this in a slightly different way. So with a ministerial housing review, we are reviewing that proposal against objective design standards. So there should be no gray area when interpreting those objective design standards. So if that's the case, then either a project meets the objective standards or it does not. When the public has an opportunity to weigh in should be when we're developing that criteria, like the criteria that we want to establish for projects, not for the projects that are coming in that are complying with the criteria that have already been decided upon. So that's really where the focus should be for public input. It's the criteria that we're debating that we want to make objective, not the individual projects.
So from what I'm understanding, the public will be able to have a input in developing said processes. And then also the final appeal before council is an opportunity for the public to weigh in as well.
That's correct, but with the objective development standards, it's very, very limited to what can be appealed, correct? So the appeal is not the opportunity to object to an objective development standards. It's really whether or not the city actually did comply with the objective development standards or the approval of that particular project against those development standards that were already developed or adopted by the city council.
Great, thank you. I want to thank all of the speakers who came here tonight. It is late, and I appreciate everybody sharing their belief in what they believe in, right, for the city. We all love the city in different ways. And yeah, I want to say thank you to you all. And what I will say is that I'm very proud to support this item because it's about taking meaningful steps to address one of the biggest issues we face, and that's housing. Right now, our approval process is slowing things down and adding unnecessary costs to projects that already meet our zoning and state rules. That just does not make any sense. By streamlining these approvals, eliminating outdated requirements like mandatory parking minimums, and encouraging more efficient building types, we're helping get much needed housing built faster. And we're doing it thoughtfully, with clear standards and safeguards still in place. Most of the housing we see in West Hollywood is under 100 units. If we can make it easier to build those projects without compromising safety or design, we should. These updates help us stay ahead of state mandates, protecting our local control, and show that West Hollywood is serious about being a pro-housing city. And I want to say this, too. West Hollywood has always been more than just a city. It's been a refuge, a place where LGBTQ+ people can come live authentically, safely, and with pride. That legacy was built on inclusion and courage, not gatekeeping and red tape. But if we can't create the housing needed for people to plant roots here today, for young people, for trans folks, for workers, for artists, for elders, then we're closing the door on the very community we were founded to serve. We can't just be a symbol of progress. We have to build it, literally. Because here's the truth. Behind every delayed project is a person. Someone sleeping on a friend's couch. Someone getting priced out of their neighborhood. A senior afraid that they'll be forced to leave the community they've called home for decades. These aren't statistics, they're our neighbors. And every unnecessary barrier in our process is a missed opportunity to help someone live with dignity and stability. We've been talking about housing for a long time. This item gives us a chance to actually do something about it. Let's lead with action, not just intention. Let's open more doors for more people in a city that prides itself on inclusion and progress. I want to thank Councilmember Erickson for bringing this item forward. I urge my colleagues to support this item. Let's move forward decisively, compassionately, and together. And if my colleagues are amenable, I'd actually like to provide some direction to staff. I'd like to direct staff to explore the option of sending out advisory postcards to residents within a 500 feet radius of a proposed project once the application has been deemed complete. To be clear, this wouldn't be part of the public hearing process. It's a simple, transparent way to inform neighbors that a potential project is moving through the pipeline. I'd also like to direct staff to take a closer look at the 30,000 square foot limit for commercial space in the mixed-use projects. I'd like to see options returned back to the council for setting a minimum number of housing units that would be required for a mixed-use project to qualify for streamlining, while still keeping the focus on this ordinance and the spirit is on building more housing. And I'd also like to ask staff to explore and bring back options for different unit thresholds up to 100 units for residential-only zones. It would be helpful to understand potential impacts of each option, including how they might affect housing production and neighborhood compatibility. I support this item. I want to move it forward, and let's bring West Hollywood forward to help everybody. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Heilman. Please, no disruptions.
Thank you, everyone. I just wanted to go back to Councilmember Hang's question before about what kind of public process there would be. So based on the item that's before us with a 100-unit threshold, if somebody was proposing, let's say, a 90-unit building, and it met the objective standards, it would be approved ministerial by the staff. There would be no public input. So mailing a postcard to the neighbors, what's the point of doing that? Because the public doesn't get to say anything that would influence the outcome. Is that, I should look at, you brought this, Councilmember Erickson. So that's my understanding, and tell me if I'm wrong there.
The director level hearings that this would go to, no, I'm talking about the other item though, but director level hearings at certain levels are publicly noticed, correct?
The process for development permits under the threshold for staff level review is not a hearing. It's a director decision, but it's not at a public hearing. So it is not noticed like a public hearing.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you for clarity. So
the 90-unit project would not have a public hearing. It would be approved essentially over the counter by the director, and then it could be appealed to the council, but only based on certain limited requirements.
Objective standards is what Francisco was saying.
And I might be okay with having, streamlined director approval, but the 100-unit threshold is very uncomfortable for me. If we're talking about a 10-unit building, that might make sense. But for a building of that size, we are, as a number of the members of the public said, we're cutting the public out of the process. Their input is being disregarded. And I can't support that. If we're giving general direction to staff to look at sort of how do we streamline, how do we make things more efficient, I'm comfortable with that. But the specifics here, they haven't been studied by our staff. I don't think we have all of the pros and cons, and I don't think most members of the public have had an opportunity to consider it and weigh in. So I'd like us to back away from the specifics and look at more general direction.
Thank you. So where we're at, this isn't a zone text amendment tonight. It's direction to staff to come back with zone text amendment. And in the document that we have, were a number of timelines attached to it. So we have some sense of when that may take place, and it's years out for the highest level of this review process, the ministerial. It's item number 2 specifically. It sounds like already from Councilmember Hang, there's direction to bring back maybe a range of review thresholds. And I know our neighboring city, the city of Santa Monica, does this in a very different way. Rather than looking at the total number of unit count, they do it on the basis of parcel size. This is a way that cities across the country are also looking at it, and I think would prevent item 3 on Councilmember Erickson's list, the need to safeguard. We always want to safeguard and make sure we're producing the maximum amount of allowance, but I think that was really about making sure that buildings weren't trying to get within that threshold. So I think something like a parcel size would actually be the more appropriate position to look at. And if we're looking at different options and realms, that's what I'd be supportive of. And I couldn't off the top of my head tell you what the parcel size is for the average 100-unit apartment building, but if we're trying to look at that, that may be a good place to start a match and then bring something just under that threshold so we have a sense. This item for me, I mean, we already tonight on the agenda had a ministerial permit or process approval as part of what the state is recommending that cities look at. So we know that broadly, housing policy is moving in this direction, and cities are taking their own position on what that threshold of ministerial review looks like and makes sense based on the context of their community. I think the context of our community, while yes, small and dense and neighborhood, is also the context that we cannot avoid is that the goal of housing. We always talk about 3,933 units in this housing element timeline, but that's just this 8-year period. We have a whole future to keep looking forward to in terms of production. And so when we're thinking about what this next chapter of housing production across the state and certainly in our city looks like, I think changing processes and in ways that are very different than they've looked before is what we're required to do. So I think what is laid out here is a pathway to do that and to do that in a timeline that makes sense. I think, you know, housing is effectively an essential city service, and I don't think it's ever really been treated like that. While it's not a service that the city itself is responsible for creating, we facilitate that process through the realm of our private partners who are developers, who are sometimes nonprofit affordable housing developers. But it is essential a city service that we're responsible for providing. And when we look at the number of steps that we've put into the place to make that service available to the community, we cannot say that we've been treating it as essential. We've been treating it as discretionary. We've been treating it as arbitrary. We've been treating it as whatever's left at the end of the day. And that's just not good enough for the future. It's not what's creating a more affordable future for people. It doesn't help raise the quality of life for people. And I know this big question and theme of what is affordable housing has merit. The definition, as we've heard from Councilmember Meister, that the state has applied and some of the policy constraints or opportunities that they've opened up for cities have changed the way that we're able to deliver on affordable housing. But we talk about affordable housing that is naturally occurring because the market in its abundant ways helps create enough housing that we can start to lower the costs of units that are being provided because there's a competitive market out there. We also have to be intentional about how we create affordable housing, and that's financing, and that's not what's really before us tonight. But insofar as we can control processes, and that helps reduce cost burdens, this is what is in front of us. And so this is a mechanism to create more affordability by changing processes that have inhibited that construction. So I just want to speak to that in a roundabout way. But cities across the country are having this question about AMI thresholds and how to really tackle it. And what they're coming down to is we keep pitting the have-littles from the have-nots, and everybody at the end of the day needs housing. And so to keep getting into this conversation about what is affordable housing, it's not affordable enough, affordable for who, it's really getting us detracted from the need to just create an abundant housing landscape where people have a variety of options and the attainable options. I think somebody in public comment mentioned the vacancy rate around 6% and said that's not a healthy vacancy rate. It doesn't allow for the type of movement that a city needs. Healthy vacancy rates are actually higher. And so we don't have enough vacancy to create the movement and flexibility that people need. And I know know that's sort of backwards when you're saying, well, we have available units, but not enough housing. It's because people need different types of housing and that throughout their life. And so we have to create a housing landscape that accommodates that need. So just wanted to speak to some of that that's out there. And look, this is very, very complicated stuff. And what's before us is very in the weeds things that the state was already prompting us to do. And what we're doing tonight is taking it a little bit further, as West Hollywood tends to do. So I'm generally supportive of the item. I think the parking requirements piece, it's created a new threshold of work, and so I appreciate the way that you're on top of that, and to create, I guess, conformity across the city that we're all at a parking minimum is the case. I found this out the hard way that my own building, I thought it wasn't in that AB 2097, but because of the seismic retrofitting process, my building has also decided to build an ADU and removed all the parking that existed from all the tenants there, because we're in that sort of threshold that can happen. And this change is coming for us as community members, and I think finding the ways that we embrace it, we plan for it, and we look ahead is our task. I went through all of my different notes. I see Councilmember Hing jumped back in. I want to specifically mention too that I think the carve out around hotels feels important because it does change a lot of the neighborhood experience. And I think there was also a comment from Councilmember Hing about the amount of housing as a minimum that would be required as part of a mixed-use project. And I thought that was a smart way to make sure that this is actually getting towards the housing goals that we hope it will. Councilmember Hing, did you want to jump in and clarify anything else?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I just wanted to basically reinforce my direction, if it's amenable to my colleagues. Just repeating what you just mentioned, the asking staff to take a closer look at the 30,000 square foot limit for commercial space and mixed-use projects. If staff can present options back to the council, setting a minimum number of housing units that would be required for mixed-use projects to qualify for the streamlining, because that will keep the spirit of the item in terms of building housing. And also to reinforce asking staff to explore and bring back options for different unit thresholds, up to 100 units in residential only zones. That would be helpful to understand the impact of potential impacts of each option, including how they might affect housing production and neighborhood compatibility. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I wanted to also just make a note about the community meeting piece. And I've heard so many times in planning commission meetings that our hands are tied, there's nothing we can do, we have to approve this, it's part of state law. And I think what we've given people in the ability to go to a planning commission and have their voice heard is sort of a false premise that that voice is being able to be affecting the outcome of a decision. And we've seen in some cases, conversations had, concessions made, negotiations happening in real time, but ultimately the hands of the Planning Commission has been tied largely on these projects. And so what we're doing is making sure that when and where the Planning Commission's hands are already tied and that project could have already been moving forward, we're allowing that to happen. And I think that's going to reduce some of the burdens on staff capacity, which is essential. It's going to help keep our public's focus and attention to the places we really need public's attention and focus on issues that we want to move through the city. And it's going to allow the housing to be built that needs to be built, that would have already been approved had it been anywhere else and been under a different process. So I think that feels like a really essential piece to say that I know this in some people's minds may feel like a loss of trust or a breakdown of process, but I really believe it's more of a clarification of process that has already existed and truly been underlying the process anyways. And by way of understanding differently the existing design standards, what these different processes look like, then we regain trust in the experts who are here to authorize what our city service management looks like. So that's what I wanted to say. Councilmember Erickson, this was your item. Is there anything else you want to say on this?
No, I just want to thank all my colleagues for a robust conversation and discussion. I think that doom and gloom is never planned in any item, and so I think that it's really important that we all highlight that. I think we're trying to approach these at all levels. So what I'm hearing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, we would like to give additional direction regarding the carve-out regarding hotels. I'm amenable to that. We would like to give additional direction to come back at a future time in probably 2 years, be required for mixed-use projects. I'm missing one of yours. The noticing.
I think
Oh,
the
sorry.
mayor raised a concern about the appropriate threshold,
Yes.
whether it should be number of units
Yes.
or size of the lot.
Thank you. Jennifer, I know Santa Monica has already started working on that, but I think it's just simple to talk about, give general direction. Maybe what would you recommend as best for city staff to identify if it's a parcel or is it a square footage? Is that
Yeah,
broad enough?
We can look into some options, I think, and whether it's lot size or a minimum number of unit or maximum number of units, we can bring that back.
Okay.
Councilmember Erickson, are you open to, in addition to whatever specific items that you're recommending, that the more general direction to staff is to come back with their recommendations on how to improve the efficiency of the process for approvals, how to improve the efficiency of getting things built, how do we ensure greater affordability as things are approved in the city?
I'm amenable to that. I think that, I've laid out these items, so I'm going to stick to them, but I'm also amenable to being given giving additional direction as you've provided, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, and understanding that we're not actually approving anything,
Exactly.
we're giving direction to staff to come back with analysis and recommendations.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then, I don't know if my colleagues would be amenable to this, but I do understand the community's need, and I believe it was Councilmember Meister who said this, but if my colleagues would be amenable, I think a pre-meeting with people about the project prior, I'm okay to add that back in here. It is just a pre-meeting. Most of them happen on Zoom with people about the projects. Sometimes, huh?
Are you referring to a neighborhood meeting?
Yeah, like the type of, I remember, I think Councilmember Meister, you phrased it, the neighborhood meeting, but I know they happen, but they happen most of the time on Zoom now, but I'm amenable to adding that back here. I don't think that that's gonna take away from what we're trying to do. I think that if a project can always be improved through what I think we've talked about, I'm all for that. And that was never the intention, just to the members of the public, like to say that we were going through different ways in which this would expedite in times. And so if my other colleagues are amenable to having a meeting with the people on the project, a neighborhood meeting, I'm fine with adding that back in.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I think the mayor mentioned the parcel size, but also the unit threshold for staff to provide council with options in residential only neighborhoods.
I'm not sure that classification exists.
Yeah.
We're sort of our city's not, we don't have that residential only neighborhoods.
Yeah, so I don't think that makes, okay.
City
It's
manager
okay.
wanted to jump in.
Yes, David?
So it looks like this is going to pass. We had the priorities discussion earlier. There was a attachment C that had a long list of planning and development items. Most of them are ZTAs also. And so maybe I'm not suggesting tonight at all, but maybe as our first meeting with the budget subcommittee and talking about the priorities and maybe where these fit with all of those other items, we can have that discussion. And just one other question, and having staff coming back, are you asking that staff come back directly to council when it does come back, or are you asking that staff go to planning commission like they normally would right now?
I think we could send it to planning with this direction. I mean, if it wants to come back to council, it could, but I think it just is being sent to planning at this point. Right?
Okay.
Okay. So Melissa Crowder, did you get all that? Sorry.
Did you?
Yes, so we're moving forward with all of the recommendations outlined in the staff report. Additional direction regarding, if I understand it correctly, and it was from Unite Here's comment around removing hotels from this process.
There's language, yeah, well, anyways, yes.
Or if Jen has language, that's fine. An additional direction regarding the amount of housing for mixed-use projects, the noticing, are we going to do it by number of units or size of lot? And general direction around efficiency with the process, efficiency with construction. We're adding back in the pre-meeting, the neighborhood meeting that happens. And then this will be part of the first meeting with the budget subcommittee. Does that capture everything?
Yes, along with the items in the item.
Yeah, and everything that was in the recommendation in the staff report.
I will make that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. And the motion passes 4-1, noting the no vote of Councilmember Meister.
And I also want to note that I do not agree with a number of the specifics in this, but I do support the general idea of trying to make the housing approval process more efficient. And I still have serious concerns about the impact of this in terms of displacing tenants.
Thank you. We have one more item. It's two, technically, surprise. But we have item E1, Economic Impact Analysis of Major Special Events in the City of West Hollywood. We brought item B6, and I spoiled the next. We're going to table item E2, the Commission and Advisory Board appointments, until our next meeting, given the hour. Thank you all so much. Enjoy your evening. We'll still be here. Hello, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mayor. Sorry, good evening at this point.
I don't think we need a full staff report. I know this was held for some specific questions, and B6 was also pulled for specific questions. So maybe Councilmember Meister, whenever you're ready. Okay. Yeah, we bounced around a little bit. Good morning. We're doing E1 and B6 together.
I have comments about E1. I don't know if there's public comment or anything.
We don't have anybody for public comment on this item. Right, City Clerk, or B6? No.
Okay, I guess with everything that we've talked about, with priorities and overworked staff, I don't understand why we're adding another study. I honestly don't. It's not like the results of this study are going to stop us from having WeHo Pride, or having Halloween, or having the Mishka Festival. You know, I don't think that this should be a priority right now. We have enough for staff to do, and if the result is not going to make a difference to our decisions, then I don't understand the point of doing this right now.
May I ask what the intended value, or like what we were trying to gain from this study would be?
Sure, certainly. I just want to announce who's here from the staff side. Myself, Paula Kesperdet, Business Development Manager, Laura Byrie, Director of Economic Development, Laura D'Ambrosia, Business Development Analyst, and from CVL Economics, we have Uday. But to answer the question, at the September 16th, 2024 council meeting, the City Council actually directed staff to conduct this work. This study has been done in the past before, most previously back in 2014, to take a look at some of the major events that were occurring in the city. This will be the first time in about 10 years that the city has conducted a study of of this type. And since that time, a lot of our major events have shifted and adapted. For instance, when LA Pride was in West Hollywood, now we have WeHo Pride, and to be able to look at that economic impact that those events are bringing to the city.
I'm supportive of the item. I think the conversation allows us to make more investments into these events. It allows us to bring in new partners. The sponsorship realm, I know for WeHo Pride especially, has been growing and evolving, and I think understanding the impact that these events have to our city, to our businesses, the revenue that they really bring back to us will help us do the essential storytelling work to keep these events happening for years to come, especially when we have difficult budget conversations that we may hopefully not have to get into. But I think that's an essential piece of it, to know that it hasn't happened for 10 years and so much has changed. Feels like a really right moment. And I know the quarterly economic data and economic study update that is also under your work plan was held from consent. Councilmember Meister, did you have a comment or question?
Yeah, I had some questions.
Okay.
So I'm looking at the charts regarding progress and status, and you have an on track. And I guess I just wanted to know, is that on track based on what economic development has done or actual results? Like, what is it based on what your work plan is versus like what the results are?
Certainly, it's based on work that has already been performed in the city, so that is tracked through the system, and the system provides the result based on the amount of percentages that is on each of the goals listed in the economic study for this item.
So it is based on results?
Correct.
Okay. And then on the visitation by commercial district, those numbers, where is that coming from? I see Placer.ai, I don't know what that is.
So the city has a subscription to Placer AI. It's a software system that uses data from people's cell phones to track where people are generally located within a designated area that we prescribe as a boundary. So what staff did here was we took the 5 kind of commercial district areas from the city and then layered those on top of each other to get the top value number that you see on that chart.
Okay. So are we surprised that there were so many people on the east side visiting in March of 2025?
I don't know if necessarily surprised would be the right word to describe it.
I mean, in comparison to the other areas.
Yeah, I think that there certainly is some further analysis to provide on, where probably the visitors are coming from. I think some of that is going to be happening with the East Side marketing item that the council has already provided direction to staff on as well, too.
The East Side is a hopping place, Councilmember Meister.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Because you're there.
Yeah.
So we haven't, we basically have a plan for the East Side, but it really hasn't been implemented. The East Side, the one that the task force came up with and went through. So I was just curious because I couldn't understand why those numbers were so high.
Yeah,
So-
I don't think there is a particular event or circumstance we can accurately depict at this current time, but I think as we continue to do these quarterly economic impacts, we'll be able to discertain some additional information that we can present to the council.
Okay, if we can get more in-depth information on that, I would be interested in that. And then on the hotel occupancy, on the trends, it looks like in January it went down to 45% occupancy, and then it's been going up March 72%. Is this a typical trend for this time of year or by the seasons to what we've experienced in the past post COVID or pre-COVID?
So yes and no. Typically, the city does experience lower occupancy rates in the wintertime. That's the city's typical lower period of kind of occupancy. In this specific, when we look at Q1, on January were the fires that happened around the LA area, and that caused a significant decline. Hotels are still working to kind of build back up the occupancy that was happening pre the fires that happened. But with the recent federal orders, tourism has kind of fallen as overall.
I was going to ask how are we going to track, will we continue to track that? Because I am concerned about about tourism, considering what's going on the federal level.
Yeah, certainly. The economic data reports the council received this evening is the baseline which we'll use to provide further economic data reports. And as kind of more available data becomes readily available to staff, we can provide those in the reports moving forward as well too.
Okay, and then also if we can keep track of the retail, the commercial vacancy and market rents, and maybe see some, you know, how they're trending as well.
Certainly.
Okay.
Are there any other comments
That's
or
it.
questions
Thank you.
from the dais? Yeah, Vice Mayor? Oh, Councilmember Hain, go ahead.
I'm in support of the study. I think it is important to understand how special events impact, for instance, our hotel occupancy. And if we have big events that are not producing hotel occupants, maybe that's something that we need to be promoting and encouraging people to come and spend the weekend and spend several days. So I'm supportive of that. And it's also a great tool for, as the mayor was saying, for getting sponsors. It's also a great tool for people in the community who don't understand all the time, why are we having, you know, the Elton John event? Why are we having these other events? Well, because they generate a significant amount of revenue to the community, and it's important for us to be able to document that for our residents and our other businesses. So I'm very supportive of this.
Councilmember Hain, did you want to speak?
Ditto. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to support it. I was trying to give staff an out, you know, because of our previous conversation. But I do remember when we did the economic study a number of years ago, and how regionally like LA Pride did so well on a regional basis economically compared to even Halloween. So, okay, thank you.
Moving both items.
E1 and B6 together, thank you.
It's 5-0.
You could probably do it in your councilmember comments. So that brings us to the end of our agenda. We held item E2. I believe we're going to table that so we can get into a fuller discussion around our Commission Advisory Board appointments. Councilmember Erickson has a direct he'd like to make tonight, though, if that's possible, which would help us do our at-large next time.
Thank you. Is that okay, Madam City Clerk?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Let me
thank
just
you.
pull the item up. Okay.
It's Derek Bailey for social justice. Thank
Advisory,
you.
perfect.
Great. And then we'll bring back Commission Advisory Board appointments to our second meeting in May and do our very best at that time.
Yes.
Great. Do I have a speaker that just popped up to speak in the last public comment period?
So we have 3 individuals
Okay.
signed up to speak in the last public comment period.
Great. Oh, I see what happened. I need to. So we'll move to, there's nothing on excluded consent. We have public comment, and we have Nick Renteria. Oh.
Chat with Nick for 1 second. So our first speaker would be Alex Paris.
Perfect. Alex Paris. We're in public comment at the last. We're done. Yeah. Welcome back. Okay. Sorry, we're with you. Please.
Mayor Byers, honorable council members, staff, and the remaining community members, thank you for this very deliberative evening. It's been my privilege to serve the city before as a rent stabilization commissioner and as a member of the Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board. Today, however, I speak simply as a resident of the city for nearly 15 years. I rise to express urgent concern over an escalating public safety challenge with serious economic consequences facing the creative city. In the last week, federal, local, and state agencies, including the FBI, DEA, ICE, and even postal inspectors have raided nightlife venues in Colorado and Pittsburgh. Yeah. In Colorado, over 200 were detained in the guise of immigration enforcement with hundreds rendition for deportation. In Pittsburgh, that raid interrupted a drag performance featuring Amanda Lepore. I'm not a bar owner or a performer or a promoter. What I am is a proud Latino immigrant. What I am is a proud gay man. What I am is a fierce ally to my trans siblings near and far. And what I see is clear. These are not isolated incidents. These are signals. The LGBTQ plus and Latina communities are being targeted. West Hollywood must protect the very people who made the city a sanctuary for the last 40 years or risk damaging our reputation as a haven and as a tourism hub that will be severely severed and irreversible. The economic headwinds are clear. Tourism is already down 11% in March per federal data. A recession is looming, and legislation in this very state is threatening our queer communities. And we are just now stabilizing from our pandemic recovery, and we risk being seen as vulnerable or at worst indifferent. I am out of time.
Thank you.
That is.
We hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last speaker for tonight, just kidding, we have two more. So Victor Olmachenko and then Nick Renteria will be last. Victor.
Victor Olmachenko. Well, after my impassioned talk about the ministerial project and that, I ran out and I thought I have to speak with the abundant housing person. So we had a conversation, and I will be following up and speaking with Azeen Khan Malik. And because I want to learn more, and I want to learn about what was happening with the Proposition 13 and that. So I'm going to get that, 33, I'm going to clarify that. So I came back and I heard you. I'm so happy that you're adding back in the concept of a neighborhood meeting. It is not that cumbersome. I've gone to them throughout the whole city over my years here because I'm interested in all parts of the city. And that would be held by the developer who would bring us together, or more recently on Zoom. And the note taker would be a city staffer, but it didn't take that much resources from the city. It was the developer giving a chance to the neighbors to tell us what they were planning to do. And once in a while, you felt like you had some impact. Like you said, oh, maybe you could put in some more green space, or couldn't the patio be a little bit bigger in that? So I'm happy to see that you will, I hope, keep in this concept of a neighborhood meeting prior to a project being deemed complete, and I look forward to all the other things that will be coming through on this process. And I just wanted to say, regarding this new annual report that is being required by state law on the vacancies that I commented to about earlier, listen, if there's a way you can work with human resources, in this time, there are a lot of federal people, a lot of federal employees losing their jobs, and the biggest federal employment sector outside of DC area is here in California, and there are a lot of talented people, and I'm hearing of people losing jobs in these regional offices, like I used to be in one at Treasury. So I predict that maybe we'll be able to fill our vacancies more quickly, but we need good recruitment efforts to bring in those people that have been displaced from the federal government at this time. Thank you.
I have Nick Renteria.
Hi.
Hi.
I'll keep it quick because I know we all want to go home. And this item was pushed till next meeting. But my name is Nick Renteria, and I'm speaking to ask for your support in being appointed to the Public Facilities, Recreation, and Infrastructure Commission. But first, I want to tell you a quick story about my bike. I don't own a car, so my entire life relies on my bike, getting to work, buying groceries, even coming here. It's all on those two wheels. And last year, I noticed that my brakes were getting dangerously loose, and those loose brakes brought my life to a screeching halt. With no car, no tools, and no money, I had to no money to take it to a shop. I was stuck. But I remembered seeing a bike repair station at Plummer Park and decided to walk my bike over to it and give it a shot. There was a real pump and a full set of tools, exactly what I needed to get my life moving again. So I pulled up a tutorial and I got to work. That simple yet thoughtful piece of public infrastructure turned my day around and helped me help myself. It reminded me that our parks and facilities aren't just about amenities, they're about access and dignity. Someone cared enough to make sure that that resource was there, and that made all the difference. That's why I'm applying to join the Public Facilities, Recreation, and Infrastructure Commission. I want to help ensure our parks and public spaces continue to evolve, not just to look good, but to serve the real and everyday needs of our community. As a member of the Civic Leadership Academy and a low-income resident who's directly benefited from West Hollywood's public investment, I'm ready to listen, collaborate, and help build a future where our public spaces are powerful tools for building community and caring for one another. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. We have one last speaker, Stephanie Harker. Told you, it's amazing. I love it.
Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. Yes, thank you for reinstating the public input on projects, because most projects are under 100 units, unless we're so lucky as to get the 34 stories on La Brea with 100 units of affordable. I'm all for that. Good place for it, too. Won't be bothering the neighbors. West Hollywood does have a housing shortage, does not have a housing shortage per se. We have approximately 2,800 empty units. How can we make those units new housing? Let's be creative. The reason people aren't renting those is because they can't afford it, not because we want to move around at will and have some empties to spares. Again, we do want to have the input, and I thank you for that. It really is tedious, though, to be told time after time at these meetings, in public, wherever, that because we want input, therefore, sorry, I scribbled this, because we want input, that we are opposed to affordable housing. We are not. That is patently false. The Weatherly project took longer than usual because it was bogged down with litigation due to some hardball being played in the purchase and sale and reselling of that. You know, some of my neighbors got together with the designer, Amit Appel, because we did not like the design. We did it behind the scenes. The owner, and we spoke with the owner, met with Lauren Meister and staff. They changed the entire design to fit the neighborhood, and everyone was happy. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to, and thank you all for staying for public comment. We'll move to councilmember comments and meeting attendance reports. Who would like to begin? Councilmember Hang.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended various events in the community, and I wanted to, May is Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. It's a time to celebrate the incredible diversity, strength, and contributions of AA and HPI communities across the country and right here in West Hollywood. This month is a chance to honor the rich traditions, histories, and achievements that have helped shape our city and our nation. It's also a time to recommit ourselves to standing up against hate and building a future rooted in inclusion, equity, and respect. I'm proud to recognize and celebrate AA and HPI Heritage Month. And I wanted to give kudos to staff. Several members of the public had reached out to me recently with concerns about the new text-to-play stickers that popped up on our city's parking meters. Many people weren't sure if they were real or if they were just another scam, because there's a lot of scams out there. So I brought these concerns to our Director of Community Safety, Danny Rivas, who confirmed that yes, the new text-to-pay option was real, official, and meant to make parking more convenient for residents and visitors. That's right, no more digging for coins just to park your car. In response to all the confusion, the city quickly mobilized and coordinated across departments, community safety, public works, and communications, to issue a public press release clarifying the new and convenient payment method option and making sure that people had accurate information. In times like these where scams are everywhere, I completely understand the caution. I want to thank the members of the public who raised this concern. It's because of your vigilance that the city was able to act swiftly. And a huge thanks to Public Works Director Helen Collins, Parking Services Manager Vince Glorino, Communications Director Joshua Scher, and Community Safety Director Danny Rivas for their respective teams for jumping into action so quickly. And if you'd like to learn more, there's news on the item at the city's website, weho.org/parking. And the bottom line, it's not a scam. It's a safe and convenient way to pay for parking. And yes, you can now leave your quarters at home. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually left all my notes at home tonight, so I don't have all the meetings I attended, but I attended a few, including Cal Cities and a bunch of other conferences and city events. I do want to commend art staff and the CDD and Parks and Rec staff on putting together an incredible weekend-long festivity of everything that's great about West Hollywood, from the Park Rexpo, and especially with the 2 weeks of rain and everything that occurred. But also I just want to shout out the amazing QCon every year. It's like my favorite event. I promised I'd show up as Sailor Venus next year, and I told them they would throw fruit at me if I didn't, so I have to get ready for my cosplay costume. But just truly great to our art staff. I just saw such a queer-friendly, like, pop culture art space, and I thought it was really well done, especially then the gay men's chorus in the park at the same time. Like, who could have asked for more? And I know our park staff work really hard and do all that. So I won't be able to be at the senior health fair. I'll be out of town, unfortunately, for work or a conference. I really don't know anymore because my schedule's blind. I don't even know where I am most of the time these days. So I just wanted to make sure people are aware of that. Additionally, I want to congratulate our mayor on kicking all of our butts again in the boat race. Councilmember Meister and her shark was able to stay afloat. And I say that it was amazing, and the mayor skidded across the water. In like 10 seconds, she was gone. It was done, and I sunk immediately. So congratulations, Mayor Byers, on another successful butt whooping of your colleagues on the water. And then additionally, thank you to my colleagues and members of the public again on the item. But I also want to go into the item about the air emissions item that was on consent. Many colleagues might remember that was an item from 2 years ago, coming out of complaints from some residents behind a oven wood burning stove. And so thank you to the city attorney's office and everyone, especially Andy, for getting that done, and how we can control emissions from local businesses and have these unintended consequences. And I'm glad to see that moving forward. And I also just want to commend the city staff on our climate action dashboard. That showed really great progress, and that's going on, and I'm really happy that the city's moving forward in that. Thank you very much, and happy birthday to my godson and nephew, Drew, who is not watching at all, but your uncle loves you, so that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, I participated in the Aquatic Spring Festival, where I went around in circles, kind of made me feel like tonight. 80th anniversary Victory in Europe Day as well. Let's see, announcements. May is Jewish American Heritage Month, the time that we pay tribute to the generation of Jewish Americans who helped form the fabric of American history, culture, and society. Mid-City Community Cleanup is Saturday, May 10th. Check-in is at City Hall at 9 a.m. And then also on Saturday, May 10th at 5:30 p.m. is Classical Night in May concert and Russian-speaking community awards presentation at Council Chambers. And then I think you may have said this, Councilmember Erickson, but May 14th is the Older Adults Month Awards. Unfortunately, I'll be doing a mark in a multi-agency resource center in Pasadena. Not unfortunately, but I won't be able to be there because I will be working. But I wish everyone a very good meeting and awards. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Heilman.
Thank you. I also want to give a shout out to Tatiana and the people who organized the Victory in Europe Day. It was well attended and really moving. And Councilmember Meister already pointed out we have Mayski Classical Night. I also want to let people know that on May 18th, Sunday, May 18th in Plummer Park, we have the Mishka Festival, which features the music of Eastern Europe and Russia. And Thelma Houston will be performing once again, so she's going to be back It's a free concert at Plummer Park. It's all day, but the main concert part is from 5 to 7, so hopefully we will see you all there.
Thank you. My attendance, I attended the Southern California Association of Governments General Assembly meeting in Palm Desert, the Clean Power Alliance Energy Planning and Resource Committee meeting, the Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency Local City Coordination and Capacity Building Committee meeting. I participated in the Climate Mayor's Extreme Heat Cohort. Thank you to Christine and our staff for helping prepare those notes and that presentation. And I also attended the Preserving Our Legacy Mother Road Summit. It is the 100th anniversary of Mother Road Route 66 next year. And it's really thrilling to think about all of West Hollywood's contributions along our 2-mile stretch of that 2,000+ mile road. We'll have Ciclavia hopefully back next year, so people will get to bike and walk on the Route 66, which is pretty phenomenal. We'll of course be in costume on Halloween Carnival, shutting down the street in our amazing outfits that night, and then Pride, of course, plus so many other things that we do. The marathon runs through our stretch of Route 66 here in West Hollywood, and so much more. I really appreciate, Victor, you raising the opportunity to do something unique and West Hollywood specific through the Historic Preservation Society, and I'm just so thrilled for all the different ways that what we're already doing as a city brings value to this tremendous, 100-year celebration, all these communities up and down the stretch of Route 66 connecting, celebrating what our unique contribution to American heritage is. And I think at this point in time, while people are deciding if they want to go somewhere else in the world instead of the United States, that we offer, this dose of Americana that is so detached from its current moment in politics, but instead maybe even future-looking as we do here in West Hollywood. I'm hopeful that people will travel and enjoy and see our stretch of the road. I want to just thank the organizers of the press conference for Andrea Jose Romero Hernandez that happened here in the city, and importantly, thank all of our city staff for really quickly working to make that happen and accommodate that. And finally, I just also want to recognize the amazing Victory in Europe Day event that happened, as well as Yom HaShoah, and recognize the crowds of people that came out to the city to participate in a really unique look at history, of the history that we are able to surface here in West Hollywood because of the community, because of those who came before and made sure that it was something that was a priority to the city is truly amazing. And when I was chatting with some of the high school students from Hollywood High who made their field trip out to participate in Yom HaShoah, it's something that we do that doesn't really happen other places. And so I do hope that these events continue and they help continue to meet this responsibility we have to educate and inform the next generation. And finally, happy Jewish American Heritage Month, AAPI month, and thank you all for getting us through a really, I think, the longest meeting of my tenure as mayor here so far, but enjoy the rest of your night. Happy Cinco de Mayo, and we'll see you back here May 19th, no, what's the date? Yeah, May 19th, 6 p.m., back here in council chambers. Thank you.
Meetings involve question out to the public and then an answer back. So what we're trying to do is really collect statistical information, but also get people visualizing what housing can look like in the city of West Hollywood. So we have game pieces that people can put on a map. We also have like stickies, and people can post on those dots and kind of place them around to talk about what kind of transit and housing compatibilities can go together. So we have about 10 to 15 breakout groups here, and everyone will be split into smaller discussion groups. So they'll be led by facilitators